morning. We are back at the SJ Child's Global Network second annual International Autism Summit. Oh my gosh, what a day we had yesterday. Let me tell you, the amazing lineup of speakers, the incredible audience support, and people just, commenting back and forth. I'm sure opportunities that were connections that were made. I mean, it's what my heart wants out of all of this. And so I'm just so honored and pleased to have you all back today. We have another amazing lineup for you today. Starting out with our wonderful friend, Dr. Adam Hazlett, who is in the backstage, and we're excited to have him here and ready to go. Our co-hosts will be coming on today, kind of in and out as they did yesterday, and we'll see some new faces. Please reach out to me if there's anyone that you see that you would like to get their resources if you didn't get their information. I mean, let's connect everyone with everything they need. If you have a family member, a friend, a cousin, a coworker that you think might get something out of any of these discussions throughout the day today, please send them the information. Share this on your page so that we can do what we do best and get the information to the people who need it most. And that's the hardest part about being an event host, putting things together, marketing, is finding the people that you're not reaching. So please, please, please help me on this mission. Please, if you are just scrolling by my page really fast right now and you hear this, please just share this on your page, even if you're not in the autism community. Somebody might just be able to get some guidance, resources that could be life-changing for them. So, as I said in my post earlier today, this is a movement, and we are on a trajectory of just really being able to understand and help give our community the most support as ever before. Autism is in the mouths, ears, and minds of more people today than ever before in our existence. Let's take advantage of that. Let's fuel the information with positivity, with solutions, with things that we can do to really grow. And I know that we can come together and do this. So let's bring our first guest up for the day. Well, I guess he's really just an amazing speaker, my friend, just such an amazing person. Hi, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm amazing. I think I'm still buzzing from yesterday and from all of the excitement. Wow, what a turnout we had yesterday. I just can't even believe it. I shared that with you. I'm not gonna share that online, but it was so incredible. It just blew my mind. And one of those definitely mind-blowing emojis went off in my head this morning when I saw just how many people were able to get access to this information. It's so beautiful. And anyone that's on now, StreamYard has accessibility options for screen reading, for language translation. It has closed captions. So please take advantage of any of those accessibility needs that you might have. And also, of course, share that information with others. But we're right on time. So let's just let you get started and we'll keep this flow going. So great to see you. Thank you so much, Dr. Adam Hazlett. We are so excited to have you here today. And without further ado, I will set you up and remove myself from the stage.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And I will go back. We were just doing some testing, so I would flip through. Thank you again for having me here. This is, I don't know how many times I've spoken with you in the audience and the community, and it's, again, as you said, it is a movement, and it has to be a movement, and that's kind of what I'm talking about today, um, in what I call micro accommodations, the theory of micro accommodations, and the way in which we can apply universal design for learning and universal access in a way that's palatable to the powers that be. Because I've been there, and when you talk about universal, as long if you're not saying studios after it, people start to glaze over. And so, um, what I'm looking at is the way in which we can build bold spaces for all of the brilliant minds, um, everyone's brilliant mind. So, just a little bit about me. Um, Again, I love to put these pictures up, this timeline of my photogenic self when anyone told me to take a picture, smile. This is what they get at 6. This is what they get at 25, and this is what they get last year at Disney. Uh, I love this because it shows that continuum. And even though I was late diagnosed, and everyone, if you don't know, late diagnosed anything after 8, right? Um, it's been a discovery or a kind of reintroduction, right, to self. And a lot of late diagnosed and undiagnosed people talk about this kind of a rediscovery of self. And I've been teaching for 2 decades plus in humanities, and I realized that I was studying all of these things in order to figure out humans, but I studied literature. I studied political science, political theory, philosophy, kept getting more and more degrees because they told me that was how you figured things out. Um, and in the process of being a father and a husband, figured out, or I guess was confronted with figuring out more than I could have ever in a classroom. So after our family journey of diagnoses, I have gone on to study UX, universal design for learning, all of the various certifications that you can get from the various schools, because they all pop up with their professional certificates of this and of that. And if I see the advertisement, I go and get the training just to see. And a lot of it is the same training, but it's good to see what's out there, right? To see the network that's out there. And in the process, I have started a nonprofit, and then also serve at various levels, county level, all the way up to the state level in various disability advocacy groups, including the Self Advocates of Michigan, which I'm very proud of. And then again, as you study and study and study, I'm also now on the roster of Fulbright specialists, serving the next 3 years internationally as a recognized expert in universal design for learning. And again, taking a cue from this summit, I am also working with a bunch of nonprofits in the Dearborn, Detroit area to host an in-person summit in the Dearborn, Detroit area in the fall. Again, doing what is happening here, making connections. What I say, turning unicycles into 18-wheelers, connecting up all of the unicycles. So really, what I talk about in all of my work is neuroaffirmation. And I found that this has been, with everything happening in the social and political zeitgeist, has been a welcome shield, because this, and it wasn't a calculated thing. It was because my area that I live in is Genesee County, Michigan. Ground zero for the Flint lead poisoning water crisis, and that acute brain injury, and the societal, the educational, all of the effects of that. Neuroaffirmation is how we're going to succeed as a county. And so when I look at the idea of access and accessibility, it isn't about luxury, or it isn't about privilege. It really is a lifeline, just as water is, right? And so one of the things that I focus on always in a lot of my work is the idea of not being broken, right? Of not being a burden. And we've heard these words bandied about. And so that really kind of, for lack of a better word, Fred Rogers theory of everyone is worthy just because they are is not revolutionary, but it is in the 21st century. And so that's one of the things that when you look at a lot of the psychological, the sociological, the anthropological research, even primatological research, you realize that that belonging, the community building, is really maybe what we have gotten away from, and what the key to accessing universal design for learning. Because as a college professor who was redesigning an honors college wing of a building, and I talked about universal design for learning, even though the money was grant money and it was someone else's money, I would watch people's eyes glaze over and go, we can't do that. And I'm like, that's why the Ford Foundation gave us money to do that. Right. And when I realized it wasn't selling, I had to come up with something else. And that's where the idea of micro accommodations came in. And it's not my idea. This came from a law journal in Australia, and it dealt with gender discrimination in the workplace. And I thought, well, again, we build bridges, and this theory works for disability justice as well. The idea of small, everyday kind of acts and the ways in which they build bridges. And this is one of the graphics that I kind of came up with the idea. And I used the idea of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich as a mnemonic. I'm a teacher. I always fall back on, what will help me remember. And again, because I know what I do in the academic sense might be real in the social sense, but it doesn't become real everywhere until it is everywhere, thus universal design. I've also been publishing articles. And as SJ mentioned earlier, the idea of people wanting this information. There is a desire for good information out there, but the problem is a lot of it is proprietary and a lot of it is behind paywalls. And so this is an open source article, and I know a lot of people here give their information for free. And that's, I think, one of the great things about this, and shows that it is a movement, is because we really want people to know just for the sake of knowing. We know selfishly it's going to make our and our collective communities' lives better, but it is just I want people to know. Right. And so again, you can check out this article, or if you need this in your own work, to provide some evidence as to why headphones might be needed at your desk, or why the fluorescent lights buzz at a different pitch for you than anyone else. This gives you that evidence, right? The receipts, as my students say. And it really is about belonging and building community, because people talk about accessibility and they talk about community, but they don't figure out that middle road. It's almost like, the South Park metaphor of step one, we do this, step three is profit, but we don't know what step two is. And I think a lot of people get lost. They want to build community. They know access is important, but they don't know what the missing key is. And it really is belonging. People talk about open doors all the time, but if the door is open to a room that neither you or I would want to go into, what's the purpose or the value of an open door? And so I really, and this is something that work with the Ohio Center for Autism and Low Incidence, OCALI. If you're familiar with OCALI, if you're in Ohio, they focus on A plus B equals C. And I love this idea, access plus belonging equals community, because that is what we're all about. We don't survive collectively as a species without community. And I know it's anthropologically, I know there's sociologically, right? We can go into the caves, the cave paintings to show you. But I think people, if you're sitting in this room, you know this, right? We know that we need other people, because we wouldn't be adult humans without the sustenance, or at least the hand of someone to hold a bottle, right? So it is about opening doors into welcoming rooms. And so what is a micro accommodation? And again, when we talk about it in the realm of universal design, it's a small, flexible change. It is Gandalfian, if you will, the small everyday acts to keep the darkness at bay. And the darkness is really isolation. The darkness is, the high mortality rates that we know, natural and otherwise. That's the darkness. It's, it's all those bad things. And it is really designed to remove barriers without the need for paperwork, because being someone who has disclosed professionally to get something as simple as clear email instructions on what I was to do with the millions of dollars in grant money that I had secured, and was told, no, you don't need that. We don't have to accommodate your job as an honors director. You are just a professor. To think about ways that I could have maybe worked around that without a formal process, because anyone who's ever dealt with HR in a formal process knows what ridiculousness that is. And I had many accommodating supervisors who could have very easily micro accommodated me if I had given it a name. These are easily to implement in everyday environments like workplaces, classrooms, and public spaces, and they really are focused on that A plus B equals C. Small actions with huge impact. And so I came up with, again, the idea of how do we build this in the mind? And one of the things that I do almost every day as a dad is make a lunch, pack a lunch, fill a water bottle. I'm doing that self-care task, right? Feeding. One of the things that I have a hard time doing for myself, but I can do for others. And I thought about in those situations where, as a parent, and both a parent of an autistic child and an autistic person myself, when I need a PB&J and when I need to provide one for another person, I thought about that reciprocal relationship. And as a religious studies person, we always talk about faith and practice and action being kind of a triad in the way in which they kind of feed each other. When you don't really feel it, you go through the practice, and then eventually you'll get the inspiration. And so I thought about, how can I build a cycle that will bring us back to the beginning, but keep us always remembering that you're never going to get it. It's never going to be done. Because my safe food today, I don't want to touch next week, right? My child's safe food that they've been eating for the last 6 months, they may never touch for the rest of their life. And I have to be okay with that change. I have to be both flexible, but be flexible with the inflexibility, right? And that's a contradiction for a lot of us in the West. And so PB&J feeds itself. When you don't have patience, you remember that behavior is communication. And in that, you might just be able to grasp on to the present moment. And that's, and so it's the idea that it feeds into each other. And so when you know that behavior is communication and you have patience, you can be present. When you have patience and you're present, you notice that the behavior that is being exuded by someone else is really communication. And I really focused on this because, again, my wife, myself, and our whole family, we focus on accommodating each other. And there have been moments in applying these theories and this kind of practice, just again, the concept of these three things exist. If you can give people these three truths, you know, I have watched my 11-year-old child come up to me and go, "It's okay, Dad, that you got dysregulated. You didn't have the resources I had when I was a kid, and they didn't really talk about autism in school." And when an 11-year-old pats your 47-year-old arm and reminds you of the grace that you hope to have one day, you know that just this simple basic concept. And like I said, you can't always help someone prevent dysregulation, but you can bring them a snack. You can offer them something. And there have been many times that myself and my child have been dysregulated, that my wife and I have, or my wife has walked up to the both of us and handed us a pretzel stick, a pretzel rod, and said, chomp on this. Chomp on this. And then when you're done, you guys can continue your argument about Star Wars versus Star Trek, right? Chomp on this. And by the time we get done, we don't even remember what we were talking about. And we both just kind of wander off into our other spaces, right? Because we're regulated. We have gotten back into the present moment. And it's a small, very, very small, well, sometimes they're larger pretzel rods, but a small way that we can re-regulate. And that's really what it's about. So some other examples, again, headphones, the over-the-ear headphones. I love the over-the-ear headphones. A lot of people, the buttons that you find online that they're selling for dogs to communicate and whatnot. I love those things for reminders. I have them all over the place to remind me to do things, even lists. Do this, do this, do this. Don't forget to take your meds, right? And even to the point where we've created t-shirts with built-in fidgets, right? So that it's there, it's available. You don't think about it, it just is. And a lot of people say that now I carry around a Mary Poppins bag full of things. And okay, yes, if that's what we need to accommodate, because I can show you the research that bowl of mints on the bank counter that sat there for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden just disappeared. There's a correlation between good customer service, or at least feeling good customer service, and feeling that regulation. We know that popping sour and mint in your mouth, it does something to your nervous system, right? They knew it too. They just didn't know why they knew it. We can quantify it, but it's like I constantly hear, because I do a lot of discussions in Appalachia and in the rural parts of Michigan. And I hear, well, it didn't exist in my day. Autism didn't exist in my day. And I said, oh, it didn't exist? You mean in the day where your grandfather sat there with the coin in his finger and the toothpick hanging out of his mouth on the porch swing for 2 hours a night, at least 2 hours a night, or grandpa gets mad and he ate the same thing every Thursday? And if he went to the barber shop on Tuesday, because he always got the same cut on Tuesday, and Floyd, the barber, wasn't there, when he got home, you better be quiet, because grandpa would be dysregulated because there had been a transition he was not prepared for. Is that the time when autism didn't exist? Because grandma had the same haircut, grandma ate the same thing. I'm just saying it existed. We just accommodated it. And I know this growing up in Appalachia because I was weird, and I was allowed to be weird because I was there weird, right? They accommodated my weird. Teachers would turn off the lights because they knew that I just was happier, right? I participated better. Things like this. And again, it's paying attention to that behavior. It's being present in that moment. And that's one of the reasons why, I have really kind of taken that, the idea of, we all just need a little bit more Mr. Rogers, and try to, on, daily, or not daily, but weekly, for my former students, my current students, people in the community, just offer a bit of consistency and a bit of affirmation. And so on, Mondays, I upload a kind of weekly affirmation thing. I feel very Stuart Smalley, those of you who remember the old SNL. But it really is those things that I needed to hear when I was a kid, and I got from some people, but I didn't get from everybody. And it has been a resounding success, just to remind people that they're enough just the way they are, and that in a world where everything, your words, your image, your work, has been commodified, saying no and taking a break is like really revolutionary. And so that's one of the things that, one of the kind of current missions that in this idea of micro accommodation, we can do for ourselves. Just take a break, take a breath. And I know that a lot of us in the advocacy world who are part of the disabled community that we're advocating for need to remember that ourselves, because we burn it at both ends. We think we're the only ones that can. We're the only ones that believe and care enough. And maybe in that moment we are, but it's okay to say no. It's okay to step back. And that was one of the things that, again, I have to constantly remind myself. So even though I say I do this for other people, this is a selfish thing. Every Monday, I remind myself that I'm enough and that I can rest and that I'm more than my productivity. And again, just building out those resources, professionals beg for coaching. You all know this. Parents beg for resources. And so again, just learning, if there are those trainings, if you know of a good training, if you know of a good program, drop me a line. Please send me. I would love to learn about it, because I think the more that I learn and the more, again, collectively we all learn and we can make these connections. I kind of say sometimes it's like grabbing the third rail on the subway, and you're making that, that electric connection, and it might be a bit shocking, but it is something that we need to do. And so if I can put my skills and labor into making those connections, that's my mission. And I know a lot of people sitting in this room have a very similar mission. I'm always reminded constantly, and I'm a big fan of absurdism. I think you have to be, if you are trying to search for a capital T truth in an holistic world as an undiagnosed autistic person, and then you reach a PhD level understanding and you realize you still don't know anything. I think you embrace Camus, and you embrace the idea of Sisyphus pushing that boulder up the hill only to have it roll back down. And so this quote has stuck with me for years, and you really don't realize the tremendous energy that other people expend just merely being normal. And if we can carry that with us in every day, we can embrace a little bit of that PBJ. And when we notice that somebody is looking a little hangry, we can offer them that presence. We can offer them that patience and just a little bit of sweetness, right? Because that is what makes humans different from all the rest. I've looked at the questions, I've looked at the answers, and every answer that they come up with that they can't quantify, it really comes down to what's here, right? How we treat those around us. And so that's what micro accommodation is all about. That's what PB&J is all about. And that's really what I'm all about. And so all this information, all of these graphics, the research, all of that stuff can be found on humanities101.org. Again, no paywalls. If there is a paywall, call me. I'll send it to you, but it shouldn't be behind a paywall. All the contact information there is there as well. But again, this is something that I really want to impress upon, just as SJ did. This isn't something that happens overnight. It's something that we know takes constant pressure and constant turning of a circle. And if we're going to make real change, we know that it has to be a movement, and it can't be a quick blaze. It has to be a slow smolder that will eventually terraform the world that I know we can build together. So I thank you for this opportunity. And I know that, again, the networks that we're building here and the networks that have already been built here in the next year, the amazing stuff that's going to come out of this summit. And so if I can be a small part of that, call upon me and I'm there. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's incredible. And I mean, the comments are buzzing. You're gonna have to stay for a while now so we can show you all of the comments. Carol Jean, and she was so amazing yesterday. I don't know if you got to see her thing yesterday too about burnout, and I know so many people were in there just saying yes, yes, yes. Stacy says, so excited to be here from Colorado at Making Sense of Autism. We love to join conferences and learn as much as we can too. Yay, thank you so much for being here, Stacy. And I didn't read Carol's good morning, she said. So excited to be here for day 2, and day 1 was amazing. Thank you, Carol. I mean, like I said, you were amazing yesterday. And thank you for being here, Stacy. Carol said, I'm always amazed how people can say we can't do that. And I know this was throughout the talk, and so some of it might be, we'll have to put it together. Like, thank you for not gatekeeping. I'm sure that you understand that completely. And also, she wants to introduce you to Brian, so she'll hook you up on LinkedIn.
Wonderful. Thank you. Again,
I love this. Exactly. And I love the way she said this. Belonging and belongingness are number 2 root of well-being, and optimum steady state keeps people out of burnout. Oh, she's wise. Clear communication. May we have more of that as part of every moment, please. Isn't that the truth? You know, I was talking to Temple Grandin once in a conversation, and we were talking about I was going to be interviewing a chef from like one of those, chef judge shows. I can't think of the name of it. I don't know why. Anyways, I was interviewing Simon, and in that, a Temple and I had talked, and she said, you should tell him it would be really wise to use clear containers, clear pots, clear things, so that the audience members, if there's any neurodiverse audience members or autistic, they could see everything happening and it's clear. And I love the communication doesn't also have to be clear. I think we can use clear and transparency in a lot of different ways. So I just thought I'd say that because I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, it's true, right? It doesn't have to always be with words, right?
Yeah. Yes, reciprocity is universal law. And some of us with kiddos that don't have those skills, that's a tough one right there. That's really tough. And that's a goal. And I love that she said this, my say food today, I won't touch next week. Stop calling me out, Adam.
Yeah.
And yes, the story about, when your son came and let you know that it was okay. And I think that is so beautiful. It is so heart-centered. And Stacy also said, yes, they are so amazing and tune in at such a young age, especially with, like, I'm just going to give us credit, Adam. We're giving our children the information that they can use to do this. Like, if you hadn't taught him and already been such a good example of, it's okay, and you can talk to me and I can talk to you, and we can be honest with each other about what's happening, that wouldn't be the same.
When they advocate for themselves with their grandparents, I have to leave the room because I get so nervous. I'm like, I could never do that, but I'm so inspired as a parent because I'm like, yes, like as I'm leaving the room in nervous, anxiety, I'm like, they're doing what I couldn't do. Way to go.
Exactly.
And it's not in a rude way. It's just like, no, you're asking me way too many questions. Let me answer the first one and then I'll move on. And I'm like, wow, you can do that to my mom? Are you a wizard?
I love that. Are you a wizard? Oh, that's so fantastic. Carol says, I heard the term success enabler as a way to communicate something we need that supports our best self. That's interesting. She's so good. She said, I was there weird. Best quote. And Louis says, I love the idea of offering a snack to try and regulate yourself or others. And that was just a really simple way to help. I love weekly affirmations. I do this as part of my Alignment Sundays. My heart needs this too. Isn't that the truth? I started with some amazing intentions and affirmations this morning and yesterday. So, and she said, I now use the reminder, yes, not now, maybe, and no, are all valid options. That is so true too, because I think that sometimes, like I don't love to say no to things, but there's things I have to say no to. And I'm finding a little bit more strength in that every day. She said, "Thank you for speaking to my heart and soul this morning. You are she's fanboying. No, I'm just joking.
Right.
Fangirling."
Likewise.
Susan said, "Excellent messages. Always love to hear Adam speak."
Thank you, Susan.
Martin's tuning in. Good morning, Martin. Can't wait to see you later today. Other people saying hello. Wonderful. Oh, just like I love it. Just the way I love it. Everybody's rolling in. Yep, I was right. I love it. They're so fantastic. Adam, you just bring such a wonderful presence. You have such an eloquent way of speaking and, just putting a perspective across that. I think that's what's so beautiful about this summit is that we have so many different perspectives and you can learn from every single person. There is not one person that's going to be coming today that you can't learn one thing from. Do you know how much learning that is? Oh my gosh, I'm just going to be like the smartest person after this weekend. So yeah, if you need all the information, just come to me. I've been here the whole time. So no, just joking. Thank you so much for your time, for your beautiful work that you do. We'll always be out there supporting one another and staying in touch for sure.
Yes. Thank you for all that you do. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Oh, great. Yes. Thank you so much. Go and join and watch the rest of these amazing presenters. In fact, our next amazing presenter is here in the backstage. And I want to bring her up because I know we're already, I guess we're a little bit early still. So that's good. I guess moving early is a good thing. Yeah, Martin, I'm so proud of you. He says, I have 2 more speaking engagements today before yours and work, and I'm going to make sure to extra caffeinated. Good. Well, and Martin's been busy. I think that he's had I don't want to put a number on it. He's had so many speaking engagements this month. So I'm just really proud of you and all of the work you're doing. And he said lots and lots of learning. Love it. And that's just the truth is that, this is so much fun. And this is being streamed on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Instagram. Hello, everyone. It's so great to see you. It's a beautiful morning. I'm here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and it is just already turning out to be such an amazing day. I mean, I went to the grocery store this morning and the first thing when I walked in, somebody said, "Hey, beautiful." And then I came back home and my husband said, "Hey, there's my beautiful wife." And I was just like, oh my gosh, can this day get any better? And it's not even 8 a.m. So I think I'm on a good roll today. We are going to be filling this amazing summit with just incredible value. And Doc said, thanks for the kind words, everyone. It was just so great to have you as a wonderful speaker to get our day started. And Carol Jean says, oh my gosh, Martin, you have been jamming this month. And that is the truth. He is just such a strong advocate. He has such a passion for changing the world's minds about, autism and how he advocates for it. And I think that that's just amazing. And Cheryl, if you're ready, I'd love to bring you up and say hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here early and getting us started in this wonderful way. I'm excited to hear your presentation, and I know I'll be relaxing and taking some deep breaths, I think. So, I'm really looking forward to it. So, give us a little bit of what I don't know if you were to log on yesterday or what you might be looking forward to any of the speakers and things today.
I mean, I like hearing from the voices that my brother doesn't have a voice. So to hear other people with autism that can speak and other players in the field. So I'm also jamming this weekend. So I'm here, and then I'm in a neuroscience and yoga conference as well, and switching back and forth. And it's been a little
Oh, we appreciate you. We're finishing this month off strong, aren't we? That's for sure. Oh, well, it's so nice to have you here. And we're a little early, but I think that's great. Let's just start out a little early, get going, and then we'll I'll put your slides up here for you, and then I will take a step back out, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Perfect. Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where in the world you are today. I'm going to try to figure out how to do this and talk at the same time. So if for some reason something happens, just SJ, wave your hand, let me know.
If you need me to do your slides, or if you have slides, I don't know if you do have slides or not, but I can't tell. I can't toggle over them. Is it just the picture?
No, it's a slide deck.
Okay, good. You probably can toggle over it and be able to flip your slides.
Okay, we'll find out.
Hopefully. And yeah, just call on me if you need to.
All right. Let's see. All right. So a little bit about me. The reason I'm here, I am a sibling. So I have an older brother, level 3 autism, non-speaking, high support needs, and lives in a group home. I've been an occupational therapist for 21 years, almost 22 at this point, which is really hard to say out loud, and been using yoga in clinical practice for about 15 years. So I'm a past affiliate with the Global Autism Project. I've been around the world advocating also with the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. And I'm a professional speaker. And so that's kind of why I'm here. It was kind of hard to pick which presentation that I was going to show you guys today. I didn't know really who the audience would be and who would be joining us this morning. So I have decided to talk about yoga therapy and what that actually means. I know it says yoga therapist on there, and people have all sorts of connotations when they hear the word yoga. Anything from woo-woo to, physical exercise. And hopefully I can debunk some of those things that I do to help those that are neurodivergent. So our mission statement at Soul to Soul Yoga is that we believe in empowering people through the power of connection. So connection is the first key thing that we work on, having a connection with another human. And all of my therapists know that if they can't make that connection, that we're going to pass the person off, because that is the biggest thing. And that people become comfortable in the body that they were given. And then the occupational therapy part is to achieve meaningful occupation. So it doesn't matter what your interests are, what you want to be able to accomplish. We're going to do that through the 8 limbs of yoga. So our approach, we believe in well-being. We're not going to change or fix or label or do any of those things. We actually look at the whole human. So even if there's physical limitations, any kind of disability, we look at all of that and we say, how can we make you the most comfortable in the body that you were given? Some people, use a wheelchair. Some people may not be able to speak using words, but if you pay attention, people speak very loudly. So why is this different from like traditional occupational and physical therapy? So most people that are listening probably have had OT or have had some kind of run-in, especially with an occupational therapist, working on different things, maybe sensory processing or fine motor skills. We kind of take it a little step further. So those that are not familiar with occupational therapy and maybe didn't have occupational therapy as a child, depending on the age, or your child just maybe didn't have OT. No, we are not the same as PT. We really look at those things that you do every single day, from the time you get up to the time you go to bed. And even sleeping is an occupation. So if that's being disturbed, we kind of work on what we can do to help either change the environment or adapt the task. And however those occupations are disrupted, and what we can do to help be able to help you do whatever it is that you want to do. So I'm not going to read this verbatim, but I'm going to leave it up here for a minute while I talk. So occupational therapy versus physical therapy. And really we want the balance between flexibility and strength is really what yoga is looking for. So a lot of times when I have a neurodivergent client, there's a little bit of hypotonia. They tend to be kind of loosey-goosey. And their hamstrings are very tight. So their hips are kind of open. Sometimes they walk with their feet out. Their posture is a little different. And so we really take a look at like, what can we do, especially if there's physical pain, what can we do to help bring some awareness to those joints and see what else we can work on with the flexibility and range of motion. We want you to conserve your energy so that you have enough, if people know the spoons theory, that you have enough spoons to do the things that you want to do later instead of being super drained at the end of your session. It should not feel like you don't have any energy to go do anything. And we want you to move with your breath. And it really does help work on interoception, or those body signals that are internal. Most famous one is if you're having a heart attack, you have chest pain. But there's other little subtle things that sometimes we're not so in tune to. And we want you to be in tune to those. Hunger and thirst are another one. So we want those things to come online for you. Talked about respiratory. This is probably the biggest thing that I teach people are the breathing exercises. And you'd be surprised, even our level 3 folks that you think are not paying a lick of attention are 100% with you. And these breathing exercises can really help challenge those meltdowns and hopefully make them less frequent. I've had a number of individuals who are aggressive. I don't turn people away. And so there's specific breathing techniques for specific things: cooling the body, heating up the body, calming the nervous system. I use a lot of singing and chanting, and those things really do help. And even our friends who maybe not speak with spoken word, I can usually at least get them to hum, right? And humming, Brahmari breath, all of those things help with calming the nervous system down. And stress management. I don't know if it's the chicken and the egg. I always say this during my presentations when I don't know if it's the sensory processing becomes overloaded and you go into fight or flight, or if you're in fight or flight and your sensory systems go offline. I don't know. They kind of happen in tandem. So fight, flight, freeze happens. You literally think you're fighting for your life. And so I look at our friends that maybe have more of those OCD tendencies that are really extreme, and their body is telling them if they don't line those things up, they will die. That is the signal that's going to the brain. So how do we break through some of that? How do we get to self-regulation? How do we get to self-awareness? And listen, it's not 100% perfect. It's just, here are some tools for your toolbox. Hopefully they'll work. And we all know what works today may not work tomorrow. And there is something about the immune system. This isn't as highly researched, but what I will say, because I've been at a research neuroscience and yoga conference all weekend, is that there is a direct link with the breathing practices to the mitochondria in your body. And that's what gives you energy and helps with immune system defenses and things like that. So there's more to come. If you're a science nerd like I am, I'd be happy to share some of that stuff with you. So what is this going to look like in a session, right? And so we're going to move kind of into this and kind of debunk some of, if you come across a yoga teacher, and we can talk about levels of therapists as well. So our yoga therapy goals, obviously we want physical well-being. Regulating the nervous system is typically, I would say, my number one response when I say, what do you want to work on? Because when we have our nervous system regulated, then we can feel that emotional safety and we build confidence. We always respect neurodiversity and healthy connections to their self and others. That's why I said the connection in the beginning is so critical. You can come to my yoga class and be like, oh my God, she sucked. I'm never doing this again. We don't want that to happen. We want you to build a connection, to build a rapport, insert adjective here. We want you to be able to connect with the person that's in front of you so we can help guide through some of those challenging things. Because as you're moving your body or as you're breathing, things come up. And we want you to feel safe enough to explore what that means for you. And this is what the student relationship should look like. It's a relationship built on mutual trust and respect. I would hope that every therapist is doing this, but here we are. It's not I give an instruction or bark an order and I expect a response. We're not doing any of that. We respect people's body autonomies. We do not force. I ask permission before I touch anyone. And even if it's just me holding my hands here and waiting for that individual to be like, okay, now I'm ready. And read and understand the boundaries and limitations. So if a student pulls back, it usually means it doesn't feel good. So what happens when we do something and then we stop because it hurts or it just doesn't feel good? We're not going to force that. And we're going to pay very close attention to those body cues. Even students, like if I'm teaching at a studio, which I don't really do anymore, but if I'm teaching just a general community class, I'm still looking for those nonverbal cues, regardless of their ability to speak or not. Because if they're showing compensation or doing something that's a little funky, I'm going to kind of explore that and try to figure out what's going on in their physical body and what to expect. So one of the things that I tend to harp on is this self-check-in. Regardless if I'm working in a behavioral health center or I'm working with a one-on-one client, we've got to figure out a way for you to describe how you're feeling. And so what I discovered during COVID is if I used a Likert scale, like the pain scale, like 0 to 10, was a little bit more concrete than, say, the individuals who are using, I'm an OT and I'm going to throw this out here. I don't like zones of regulation at all. And the reason I don't is because of the colors. So somebody who's a very black and white concrete thinker cannot make the jump from I'm feeling blue or green. Like their body is not a color. And so I was struggling with this and I didn't really like it either, but it was something, it was out there, it was a curriculum and I was trying to adapt it. And the American Occupational Therapy Association came out with wellness plans during COVID. They were really specifically targeted toward behavioral health. But I said, you know what, I can adapt this. And so they were using colors too. And so what I did is the pediatric pain scale, if you see a color version, it does match the colors. And so, but so my students who are non-speaking can point to a face, or they can say a number, or there was so many different ways to adapt it. And we needed a way to be able to check in. I had many individuals who had chronic health conditions on top of it, whether it was GI related or pain. And so they could tell me their emotion and the emotion and the pain were kind of the same. And what I found was that people understood that a little bit better. So therapists out there, pediatric pain scale, I use it for emotions. I do it before and after, especially in adolescents when I'm teaching group sessions in behavioral health, many of which have a co-occurring diagnosis of autism or some kind of spectrum disorder. So I really want, so that we can go, hey, I'm on a 5 and I know what I need to do for my physical body to bring it back down. Or because we all do this all day long. We go from 0, we might go to 2, and it might go to 4, we come back to 2. And you kind of do this wave all day long, and that's perfectly normal. something serious happens, you might shoot up to an 8. Heaven forbid you're in a car accident, that may be a 10. And so I want people to be able to do this check-in and be able to tell us. And so maybe somebody who's not familiar with them, I had success in one school district, just one time. And we were able to put it ahead of the FBA. So if the student says, hey, I'm on she could hold up a hand and say what number she is. She could point on her desk, and the staff around her knew exactly what she needed at that time. And that's how it should work. I got really tired of hearing, well, they're just trying to get out of something. Well, yeah, it's called fight or flight. They're flighting. Like, that's exactly what they're doing because their nervous system has been hijacked. So anyway, I digress. But anyway, so the other components of the class, I do a lot with singing and chanting. And for some people, it makes them feel really uncomfortable. And then other people, it really helps calming the nervous system. If they're not into Om Shanti, it's okay. We still work on humming and some other breath work. Postures, which is what everybody thinks of in yoga. Please do not look at Instagram. I am not putting people's feet behind their heads or in crazy arm balances, or we're not doing any of that. I want people to feel something. That's my goal. So the stretches, if we do them, can be very simple. And then relaxation, which is what I call the dessert of the yoga class. This is why everybody comes, the Shavasana pose. Everybody knows it. It is the hardest pose of the day because I'm asking you to stay in that position for a prolonged period of time. And you'd be surprised, neurodivergent or not, people have a really hard time with this pose. I do sometimes. My body is working something out. I may be yawning or I may be doing something. It is the hardest pose of the day, although it looks the simplest. And so this is kind of more, we talked about the self check-in. So how do you support you or your loved one or an individual? When you're looking, so I tell people to trust the process. And the one thing that I've noticed, even I go into some adult day program centers, and the last time they were all level 3 on the spectrum, and they're like, oh, they can't do that much. And I was like, okay, hold my beer. And it was a group class. They probably would benefit more from a one-on-one, but I work with what I've got in front of me. And this one individual, he did a little bit of the humming. He was not imitating any of the physical postures. It was just his brain. I don't know where his physical body was there, but his brain was somewhere else. But when we got to the relaxation part, he calmed down, and his eyes closed, and you saw his shoulders drop, and you could see that his physical body relaxed. And I gained the attention of the staff in the room, and I was just kind of like, look, this can happen. You see how the environment is set up. Do more of it. And so now I'll be consulting on a sensory room for them because it really does help. Allow the teacher to develop that right relationship. It looks different for everybody. Just like in a licensed mental health counselor or social worker who's working with an individual, all of our relationships look completely different. Please remember, yoga is not what it looks like. We're not just working the physical body. There's a whole lot of yoga philosophy behind it. So I get really frustrated with movement professionals, OT, PTs, physios that are like, oh, I've had all this training, I can do this. I will exercise a word of caution. There is also breathing and movement are just 2 of the limbs of the 8 limbs of yoga. And so unless you have taken some sort of yoga training, I would beg to differ because it goes way beyond that physical posture. And anybody that here that's taken yoga classes knows this, and we know what this looks like, and we know what it's felt like in our physical body, and wouldn't we like that for more people? And if you've got a child, say it's a child, adult child, it doesn't matter, that's engaging in this kind of therapy, take a yoga class for yourself. Understand how it feels like. Maybe even take a teacher training. I don't know. But at least understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish in your own physical body, and it'll make more sense because it's really hard to put into words. So I'm just going to leave that out there. So I'm going to leave this up for questions and my contact information. And if I did provide a gift certificate for this group. So if you want to hop on and, so this is what I will say. It was made for telehealth. However, I travel all the time to go speak. So if I'm in your area, I could just pop over. So like next weekend, I'm in Chicago. So you never know where I'm going to be.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I think that, it's something that isn't like I've never seen an autism, summit with a yoga speaker and talking. So this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to shine a light on all of the things and a lot of the things, right? As many things as we can that are wonderful resources that people just don't know about, like the the Spectrum sailing, from yesterday. They go all around the country and do these amazing sailing things. You travel and you do this amazing service to help individuals. And just like you said, it's not just about the body's movement. No. It's so much more, because when you have a centered and regulated nervous system, so many other things in your body can be right. Your mental state, your, dopamine, all of the things are lined up, and you're really just in a really good state of being. And Carol said, I love the power of yoga in aligning our mind, body, and energy. I've been taking a Kundalini yoga class for a few months, and it's life-changing.
So she knows the power of like Kundalini yoga there's a lot of breath and there's a lot of chanting, right? And so I don't personally practice Kundalini, but I've been to Kundalini classes and I kind of know some of the philosophy, and I follow Satbir. He's, I'm trying to think of his last name, Khalsa. He's out of Harvard University, and he does the head researcher on the Mind Body Institute. And so he does a lot of yoga research, but you can tell he's a Kundalini yogi. He's got the big long white beard, the white turban, like all the things, right? And he's legally changed his name to his spiritual name. So he's a great one to follow if you wanted more. I didn't talk about like the science behind all of it, but there is evidence, and there's more evidence coming. And I just found an article that was published at the end of last year from AOTA using yoga. So they're catching up. I've been doing this for 15 years. So people are starting to like catch up into this. Like it can be used in multiple settings. And so I just found an article about, it was a systematic review, which is like the gold standard of for using it in mood disorders. And I know those things can co-occur when we're talking about individuals on the spectrum. And so I get kind of science nerdy out on yoga for all abilities. I've been taking care of their AOTA paperwork. And so you have to keep up on their research, which is the American Occupational Therapy Association. And so anyway, there's evidence to support what it is that I'm doing. It's good for all humans. But we know that there's certain nuances when we're talking about neurodiversity and their nervous systems. And so really tailoring a program that, helps support that. I like to create wellness plans versus treatment plans. And so how are we going to, you don't need to see me forever. If you do all the things, go, bye. I don't want people in therapy forever. Now, if we're talking about somebody with, if we're talking about a level 3 and maybe there's intellectual disability, obviously that's going to take a lot longer, and it's training the caregivers and the people surrounding them, and they are co-regulators. They need to keep their nervous systems calm, which is really hard to do in the height of a meltdown. And so when I go into behavioral health centers, I encourage the staff that are available to take the class too.
Yes.
It's not just for the kids. Like, you come in, take the class too. And finally, it took 2 years in one place. was like, come on, just try it.
Yeah.
And the one guy was like, it's really helped my back. And so like people gravitated toward the physical piece, right? And I knew he had herniated discs, so I would purposely do things in the class, and the kids didn't even notice that the cues I was giving for that, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're really just trying, like, are you the most comfortable in the body that you have right now? And I don't know that people are.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can see
who really asks.
Yeah.
So that's great. Thanks for asking. I love that Stacey said this. She said, love this. Checking in is so important. I do this at the beginning of all of my sessions, or doing it beginning. Yeah. I think I read that right. But yeah, isn't that the truth? And
so then I would encourage Stacey to do it at the end of the session too, because if we're just doing like at the beginning of the session and it's not successful, it's not a measure of, well, they were an 8, now they're at a 2. It's more of like, okay, so they came in at a 4, where are we now? And so sometimes in yoga classes, things come up. And so what I tell people is, if you leave my class at a 5 or a 6, it's just your brain's going, hey, you're calm enough to process some stuff right now.
Yeah.
And so it feels a little overwhelming at times.
That makes sense. And it really does too. Their body holds so much. I'm a former massage therapist, so I understand that, that form of it as our body holds so much information, emotions, even from childhood, and people sometimes don't realize that. And it's interesting, Cheryl, when I found out I was on the spectrum, I had gone through a lot of testing, of course. One of the tests, though, was so interesting, was a reflex test. They actually did and it took hours. It was like an hour and a half. They tested every reflex, like hundreds of, I don't know how many really, there was a list, but tons of them, from my head to my toes, every part of my body. They tested different types of reflexes, whether I like moved a certain way or leaned a certain way, or, I couldn't believe how complex it was. At the end of it, she showed me a list of literally, and we hate the deficit word, all of the reflexes that I did not, that were not like correct, that were imbalanced in my body. Oh my gosh. Like, I had no idea. And of course they give you, ways that you can work on those things. And I should have looked more into it. I was just fascinated with the information in general. But I thought, how amazing. And to understand kind of the realization that all of those reflexes, which I learned then, come in infancy. And it's at those times in your infant life that, you should be having those things in balance. So, I guess that's an early start, right?
Well, and, there's therapists out there that do like primitive reflex testing. I don't necessarily buy into all of it. There's not enough research. It's just not my jam. Because I think if you look at a developmental pyramid, the reflexes are kind of in the middle. And so what I'm seeing is there's an unregulated nervous system that's causing, right? And so I was like, I would challenge you to go a step below it. So how can we regulate the nervous system to then see if you look at some of the protocols, they look like yoga poses. I was like, then just do yoga, like cut it out. Like it's just funny how the wheel got reinvented. And I was like, go back 5,000 years ago and try to, like, it's just interesting to me. There was a study that was brought up this weekend. They took a handful of, I think the study was meant for like pregnant women who are kind of at high risk for gestational diabetes. But they took this pool, unrelated, and continued to follow the women that were in this group, and then follow their child's development. And so now they're a couple of years out. And what they're finding, regardless of diagnosis of said child, is that they're more resilient, and their nervous system, their milestones were being met at a different level. So mindfulness in pregnancy is causing, and they're learning about genetic expression and stuff. And so my question to those researchers were, if we're talking about 1 in 31 now with the CDC, like how many of those children ended up on the spectrum who were in the control group, who were in and like, are we finding any correlation there? Probably not. The numbers are still the same. They didn't have that data. They didn't ask for it. So then, of course, my brain's going, okay, well, and there's so much more, right? So it was a preliminary study. It's just new, just heard about it this weekend. So I'll be curious to see once they, because I think they said they were going to follow the children for up to 8 years, and I think they're on year 4.
Wow.
So it's going to be a while before their research is published. So they'll get to 8 years, and then they still have to write it and compile all the data. So it's gonna be a ways down the road. If we're lucky, 5 years, probably more like 7.
Wow.
And I'm just curious, as it's curiosity will kill the cat, and I'm just curious as to see what their data ends up showing.
Yeah.
And regardless of the resiliency of the nervous system, these things do happen. And then can we then on the flip end teach the mindfulness that the mothers were taught to then, and it's a whole thing. But anyway.
Fascinating. I think that just the science and research behind it all. Yesterday we had a couple of great speakers that had some research data and stuff. And it's just fascinating. The processes at which they're doing the research, they, like I'd mentioned, I guess it was just so fascinating because I've never heard like the spectrum sailing people had an OT that was doing a research on the social emotional well-being of the sailors and the parents, and just this whole thing. And how neat to take what such a cool thing they're doing and do research on it, just like this. Like so many things need to be researched. Like we need more researchers, I think.
Well, we need funding not to get cut, but I digress. But yeah, so like the most research that's the closest to what I do is called Get Ready to Learn. It took the yoga program and put it into the schools. So if somebody was really interested in that, it's Ann Buckley Ring's research in New York City schools in and around the boroughs. So it's kind of a pre and post test design where they took students. They obviously didn't do a control group because that's just unethical. So they took all the students who were in self-contained classrooms and did behavioral scales before. So at the beginning of the school year and the end of the school year, and then compiled all the data, and they all had improvements. You can't really say, no, your kid's not going to get this in a like there's some things there, right? And so you can't say, oh no, we're not going to, so I don't know that they'll ever have a randomized control trial or a double blind or any of those kind of things, because that's just not fair.
Yeah, right? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for bringing us this information. Like I said, it's so unique, and I really appreciate it. And I think it's a great opportunity for people to look for different type of therapies that they can provide for their loved ones or, students, however you are helping someone out. So I think it's great.
Yeah. And today I literally made the decision last night. Originally I was going to come talk about sibling stuff. And I was like, you know what? I've been in this yoga conference all weekend. I'm just going to talk about yoga therapy.
Love it.
And so I kind of pivoted at the last minute. And so, yeah, if anybody, I can get you sibling resources if you want, and you can share them with whoever registered.
Fantastic. So. Well, and everyone can go, and you had your information up, so everybody can go and reach out to you and find those resources, get in touch with you if they need to. So thank you so much for this. Welcome. And it's just such a pleasure to have you here this morning. Thank you for your time, and Saturday morning, have a wonderful weekend.
Yes.
Come join us and watch some other speakers and amazing speakers today that we have, this great lineup.
Awesome. Will do.
Thank you. Talk to you soon, Cheryl. Wow. such amazing resources today. Like first we, got Dr. Hazlett, and he really helps us find that different perspective. And then, we pivot and we talk about yoga and how that can be beneficial. And I think that it's so important that we have a multitude of modalities that we can look at to really help become the better person for our own selves, to help our children, to help students, employees, whoever you're working with, clients, if you're also a therapist. And so I'm just so happy to see such amazing content being provided for everyone. We're just moving along so wonderfully this morning. We're right on time. Our next speaker is already here, and love to bring her up if you're ready for that.
That's fine.
Hi,
good morning. How are you, Sarah?
Oh my gosh, I'm so good. This has just been, I'm buzzed. I'm just buzzing. It's just been such a great weekend. Yesterday was amazing turnout, amazing speakers. This morning has already been, the comments are already going. Everybody's so supportive. I love to see that. So really excited to hear your presentation today, because I think that everybody needs a little help with organizing in their life. And I think that being able to look at it from a neurodivergent standpoint and really give tips and tricks on how to do that. I got my pencil. I have my little notepad ready. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm going to learn some stuff.
Perfect.
I'm not going to turn the camera to this closet to show you why I need it, but
well, I'm always good to
that I
come
live
over
in
and
this
help you
land
with
that's clean and beautiful all the time.
Yeah. There's always the stuff we show everyone else and the stuff that we hide away. So.
Exactly. That door is shut for a reason. Thank you. Oh, I love that. Well, thank you so much for being here. And we are a little bit early. If you don't mind, I'll just let you get started and we'll get going. And you said you had a PDF. If you want to upload that or wait till the end, you're welcome to do that too. So,
can I upload it in the comments?
So you can press that present button if you'd like. You can also put it in the comments. You're welcome to do that as well if there's just a link you want to put in the comments, or you can do the present button and then put it up on the screen, and then I guess they would have to take a picture of it or something then. So maybe a link would be great.
Okay. Let me get that.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Uploaded, and then I have a link that I can
Excellent. Oh yeah. So, and remind me where you're at. Aren't you here in Utah too?
I am here in Utah. I'm in West Valley in Utah.
Oh my gosh, and I'm in West Valley too. Girl, we're gonna have to talk after this and get together.
For sure.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we didn't know that. That's crazy. I have it right here. So whenever you're ready, if you want to keep it up or if you want me to put it up at the end or whatever, I can do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
I have a link where it can be downloaded as well.
Okay.
For me. Let me find that and then we'll get. Sorry, I was trying to think of all the things that I needed for this morning, and that was. I was like,
no worries ever. No worries. It's so easygoing. I think that's one of my favorite things is that, I know that it's the International Autism Summit and everyone expects, yes, we're professional, but I also want it to be all inclusive, all comfortable, for everyone that is the audience members. How you have the choice to just put it on and listen and not even have to watch us on here or anything. Or, if you love to watch and you want to see and you want to use StreamYard's closed captioning, you can go on there and put that on there for yourselves. Or if you need a screen reader, there is screen reading accessibility options. So love StreamYard for that purpose.
Oh, this is the one.
And I love your blue hair, by the way. It is just darling. I'm not brave with my hair. I kind of have just always, not been brave enough to do that.
I keep going back and forth on it. Like, years ago, just after my son was diagnosed with autism, like the first April after that, I was like, I'm going to dye my hair blue. And I did, and it works really well with my coloring. So I was like, like, this isn't specifically for autism.
Now it's just for you.
It's for me.
Okay, perfect. It's in the comment. So I will remove myself and let you begin. It's so good to see you. I'm excited.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, my name is Melissa Pistorius. I run a business called Sunflower Life Organizing. I started this business, it's been 2.5 years at this point. I'm going to talk a little bit about how I got into it and why I got into it and why I think it's so important. And then we're going to talk a little bit about this file that I put in the drive if you want to download that as I'm kind of talking and look over it. I guess I'll do a little intro about that first, and then I'll talk a little bit about me. So the handout is, I work a lot in home organizing with people with different neurodivergences, whether it's autism, ADHD, OCD, anxiety, all of these things. And so as I've gone through, I've noticed different things that affect different people in their organizing. And I've said, okay, these are things that are affecting it, and come up with different solutions for it. I created this guide so that people can look at it with the people that they live with, because inevitably everybody who we all live with other people or are sharing space in some way or another with other people, and we all have our preferences and our quirks and our neurodivergencies, if that's where we are. And in creating this guide, it's the first step in a book that I'm writing, but it's so that people can look at the things and they can understand things about themselves. They can say, oh, this is why I do these things. This is why I'm struggling with this thing. This is why there's this conflict in my marriage or in my living situation, that I want things a certain way. They want things a certain way. The one that I always talk about is that my oldest son is on the autism spectrum, and I'm not entirely sure that I'm not on the autism spectrum. I just never got tested. But he's the type of kid that needs to see everything, and objects' permanence is a struggle for him. So he needs to have like all of his toys. He's big into Legos and needs to have all the Legos right there, or else he forgets they exist. And it gives him anxiety. And I'm the type of person that if I see all the things everywhere, it drives me crazy. Like I shut down. And so it took us years to kind of figure out how we were going to do it in a way that he could have his stuff and I could have my stuff. And so in creating this guide, what I envisioned for that was that people could look at it and say, okay, these are the things that I struggle with. And I had originally had it marked out that this is autism things, and this is ADHD things, and this is OCD. And I removed those labels from it because there's such an overlap in all of those things. And so I just said, these are different things that people struggle with. And the idea is that you go through it as you personally, you say, these are the things that I struggle with. And then anyone else you're sharing space with can go through and mark off the things that they're struggling with. And then you can look at those things and come up with solutions. Maybe somebody's really good at noticing, hey, this is something that needs to happen. We need to get this done. And somebody's not good at noticing, but is better at kind of the follow through of finishing organization products or finishing any sort of projects. So as I'm kind of giving my introduction, if you want to look through that guide and kind of look at what's there. So the first part is about the things that people struggle with, and the second part is about different solutions based on that. So a little bit about me. I was diagnosed with ADHD or ADD when I was 9 years old. which was really early. Like a lot of people are like, oh, nobody ever thought of that when I was a kid. And that's, I'm not entirely sure how it turned out that I did, but my mom was like, this isn't working, we need something. And so she found some good resources for me when I was younger. But she was the type of person that said, you only get medication for like a year. You can learn how to deal with it, and then you don't need medication anymore. And so then I kind of lived most of my life without even remembering, like, this is silly, but if you know, like, forgetting completely that I had ADHD. Like, it wasn't really big on my radar that it was an issue for me until my son was born. And then things were, I was struggling a lot with things. So, sorry, I'm trying to get my notes up here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so getting back to where I was. So about 10 years ago, that's when my oldest was diagnosed with being autistic. And that was a great thing for us to kind of understand about him. But there was a lot of things that, like, we butted heads in how things were. Like I said, he wanted to have things a certain way. Like, he would have been fine if everything was always on the floor, so he could find it and get it and go. And I struggled a lot with the visual and physical clutter of it all. So that's how I got. So I started looking and reading all the organizing books that you do, and quickly noticed that a lot of them lacked a lot of what we as neurodivergent people kind of need in our experience. A lot of people were like, this is how you organize, and that's great. Marie Kondo is great. I love a lot of her ideas of, like, keeping things that spark joy and letting go of things that don't. But her idea of putting things back the moment you're done with them never worked for me. Like, busy life, busy kids, just wasn't so didn't work for me and my family. And what I realized through the years is that I needed to have routines. Routines were important for me to be able to keep things organized. And sorry, I'm gonna so those routines were how I needed to keep things organized. Yes, I needed to pare things down and keep only the things that were most important in my life. But I needed to have routines and to have kind of the structure of that to be able to be successful. Sorry, I'm trying. Sarah, if you're still on, I'm wondering if I can bring up the PDF and how I can do that, or if that's just visible. Maybe not. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So I guess the kind of the best thing to talk about here is the different things that that affect organization as a person who is neurodivergent in one way or another. I'm going to move on to the more specific autism things, and then we can talk about the struggles and then solutions for those things. So a lot of people who are neurodivergent have these sensory sensitivities that they get overwhelmed. Like for me, if there's too much going on in a room, that's overwhelming to me. Other people, if there's not going on enough, it doesn't work for them. So that's something to keep in mind. When I created this guide, the idea is to use it with everybody who's using this space. So understanding what everybody struggles with so we can create systems that work for everybody. So for me, with my son, understanding that he needed to see the things and have the things for him, and I needed to not see them. We created a system that mostly now he's older now, but a lot of his Legos and his things end up staying in his room. We have shared spaces that have different rules and expectations in them. If we go to the sensory sensitivities on the solutions part, it says there's things like using bins that are opaque so you don't, and labeled so you know what's in them, but you don't have to see everything. If you have stuff that accumulates in a certain spot, instead of saying, oh, I have to change this because it doesn't look good, just saying, okay, I've got a spot, a bowl or a bin or a basket, something, so it's right there for you. Setting up routines, so it's not necessarily I have to do this right now kind of thing. A lot of people with overwhelm will just shut down and say, I can't do this right now. And having a routine that's at the end of the day or the beginning of the day when you can think more clearly and work more with your body and your dopamine instead of against it is super helpful. Also using headphones and things like that can be helpful for if there's a lot of noise going on and that's overwhelming. Going back here, and that helps in creating those routines. That helps with that need for routine and predictability. If we always think, hey, this is how my space is supposed to look when I get up in the morning, or how I want it to look, then we can say, how do I make a routine to make that happy or make that work for us? Okay. Another struggle is time management issues, right? We all think, oh, this is going to take me 5 minutes, or we think it's going to take forever, and I don't want to spend my whole day working through something. So different things we can do with that. Sometimes that's a dopamine thing of I can't even get started because it just sounds so overwhelming to me to even get started on the thing. So some good solutions to things like that are just starting, just doing one thing, saying, okay, I'm just going to start here, going to do just going to somebody was talking about doing laundry and getting overwhelmed with that. And so they said, okay, I'm not going to fold the entire mound of laundry that's built up here. I'm going to start, and I'm just going to fold one shirt, and that's all I'm going to do. And sometimes that's all you can do, starting that routine with just one thing and then moving forward to do sometimes we have to trick our brains into it and say, okay, we're just doing the one thing. Okay, we did the one thing, we got the dopamine. And sometimes that's enough to, our brain says, hey, well, we're already here. We already have the clothes out. We already started the show that we wanted to start, to have background noise as we're doing something. And it will create that momentum to be able to get through things. I want to talk about task planning here. Sorry, this keeps switching up on me. Sometimes, like with folding laundry, with anything, there's so many more parts than just folding laundry. It's okay, I have to get all of the things, and I have to have a spot that I can do it, and I have to have the laundry or the basket or where I'm folding things into. And so I've recently discovered the joy of using ChatGPT or other AI tools to help me with things, to break down tasks, to give me that first step that we need to take to do something. And that first step is always the most important. And sometimes we say, I don't even know where to start. And I can't start because I don't have a first step. I see this a lot with my organizing clients. They say, the entire house is a mess and I don't even know where to start. And in situations like that, I think it matters less where you start and more that you do start. So whether it's, I'm standing in this room, so we're going to start in this room, or I know that this room is such a struggle for me, we're going to start in this room. And I want to drop another thing in the chat. Let me, right there. It's my steps for organizing. And I might put that here in the chat as well, or in the thing, because I want to talk about how I work with clients, how you can work if you are struggling to get organized. And the first step is always going to be choosing that space. So, and you always want to start small. Some people say, oh, I need to get the whole kitchen organized. Yes, we want to get the whole kitchen organized, but we don't want to be overwhelmed by everything in the kitchen. So we want to break it down into smaller spaces, whether that's, I'm going to pull stuff out of one drawer at a time. I was working with a client last year and we were doing her whole kitchen and pantry. We did her pantry. We pulled everything out so we could sort through it and put everything back. And then as we moved into the kitchen, we started with just one cupboard at a time, and we'd pull everything out of that and we sorted it into these different piles. So things that belong in this space. So many people have that junk drawer that has the bits and pieces from all around the house that maybe don't need to be here, or maybe do, or if we're talking about one specific drawer and we say this is our utensil drawer and this is a knife that belongs somewhere else, or this is a sorry, I saw your comment, Dustin. Thank you. getting things put together, like just starting somewhere is great. I'm glad that helped. So as we break things down into separate, here's this separate space and here's what's going in these different spaces, we can say, okay, this belongs in this larger space, whether it's like in the kitchen, but also in this drawer, that drawer, this cupboard, and putting all the like things together so we can see what we have. And then we can decide, hey, I don't need 25 coffee mugs. Maybe you do. There's people that love coffee mugs, and that's great. But when you start to look at all of the things that you own and you say, okay, I have all of these things. I maybe don't need to keep all of them. Or if you do, then you do. And that's great too. But pulling everything out of a space is the first most important thing. It gives us a chance to kind of clean it out. And then we can decide, like the way Marie Kondo talks about, if things spark joy, is a great way to decide if we're keeping things. Also, I don't know that most of my kitchen utensils have ever sparked joy. There's some things that, yes, for sure do, but a lot of things it's like, this is the thing that I use that works best in this space. So having a metric to make those decisions is always important. So we've chosen a space, we've pulled everything out, we've sorted them into whether we're keeping them or not, and separated them into things that belong in this space, things to keep but that don't belong in this specific space, things that belong to somebody else, things we need to donate, and garbage, or the ways that I will organize through stuff. And in the things that belong in this space, I will sort through, especially like in a kitchen, like I was talking about, having those specific, okay, this drawer is for utensils, and this drawer is for knives, and this drawer is for silverware. This cabinet's for all of the baking pans. However that works for you. A lot of people, when they organize, they say, oh, I want to organize. I don't know how to organize the things that I have. I don't know what should go where. And a lot of times it's about what is going to be most helpful for you. Like, how are you using this space? How do you want to use this space? In organizing, there are definitely ways that work better. But if there's a way that works for a person, like our brains are neurodivergent, sometimes we look at things a little differently and we do things a little differently. Something that I've started doing recently that I really enjoy is that I have a spot in my fridge that I have all the different bins that have all the ingredients for different meals for during the week. So instead of having to say, okay, I'm making this and I have to get this from the freezer and this from the fridge and this from the pantry, you can put them all in the fridge or in the freezer. Like, you can put canned foods in the fridge. It's not going to be the end of the world. And a different content creator talked about that. And it's like, that's really great that we have all the things here at once. So instead of getting lost in trying to find all the ingredients for this thing, I can put them all in one, and then I can grab it out and make that meal. When I help people to organize like things like craft rooms, some people say, oh, I've got to do it this way, or I've got to do it this way. It doesn't as long as you understand the space that you're using, that's what's most important. And I love talking with people and understanding how they use the spaces to be able to make it work for them instead of, I don't know. There's lots of different theories on how to organize, and my theory is always that whatever's going to be most effective for my clients is what I want to do. Something I do want to say about organizing is that when you do start pulling stuff out like that, it gets really overwhelming really fast. A lot of my clients, we get to that point of we've pulled everything out and it looks enormous. Anyone who's moved or cleaned out their pantry knows this specifically, of there's so much going on, and that gets overwhelming. And me as a neurodivergent organizer, what I like to do with my clients, because a lot of times people will say, I don't know what to do next. It's just all chaos now. It goes back to that, the too much stimuli, being overwhelmed by all of the things that you have. And this is why having somebody to work with to help you organize a space is super important. Because when you get overwhelmed, like me, I always have this list of what we're going to do next, so I can work with my client and say, okay, this is our next step, instead of getting overwhelmed. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to that have said, oh yeah, I started organizing this room and I got overwhelmed and I just closed the door. Like you were saying earlier, Sarah, of just like, this is my closet. Nobody has to see it. Sometimes we have to do that. We just have to say, I'm closing the door. And sometimes we have to say, no, I'm getting this done. I pulled everything out in my kitchen and we need to get it back to a workable place. So taking a break, whatever that looks like for you, having a snack, taking a drink, those things help us reset to be able to continue working. And having, if you are ever, I put this on the back page too, if you're ever organizing something and you get overwhelmed and you're like, I just don't know what to do, I put my phone number on there and you can text me and say, hey, look, I'm organizing this and I'm overwhelmed. What do I do next? I'm always here to kind of give that support and those directions for next steps. So yeah, a lot of people will ask me, before we even get started, do I need to buy more bins? Do I need to buy more organizing implements? What things are going to be best in this space? And that's something I always leave to the last, because inevitably people have boxes and bins and a lot of different things that they've bought over the years to try and get organized. There's an organizer that I really like, and she talks about how things shift in our life, that when we're in our 20s and we're in college or getting our first apartment, the solution is always buying something. Oh, I need a broom and a hammer, and buying something is the solution to all of our problems. But as we get older and we've accumulated all the things, buying something else isn't always the solution. There are a lot of organizational systems out there that say, oh, this will solve this problem, or this will solve this problem. And I'm always wary of those, of buying more things to be more organized. Because chances are you have bins and boxes already in your house that we can use, at least as placeholders, if not as the final bins, or the final organization system. So that's always something that, like, it's near the end of our physical organization, is looking at boxes and bins, because we don't always need them. We need to go through and get rid of the things that we the things that we don't need and aren't important in our space anymore, or things that we have used and don't need so much anymore. When we're done and we have an organization system set up, I will always talk to my clients about the routines necessary to keep things organized. I definitely don't want to do an organization things, to work with a client and then 6 months down the road have them say, hey, I need you to come back and fix this because I unorganized it or relived in it. Like, I want the systems that I set up to be such that my clients can work through them and keep them organized. So we always talk about the routines that they need to maintain that space. And yes, we adjust. Some of my clients I work with on a long-term basis. So I'll go once a week or once a month. Oh, dang it. I got to sneeze and it's just going to sit there. So, sorry. But I'll work with clients on like a weekly or a monthly basis. And every time I go, we will revisit the spaces that we have organized and then move into a new space and adjust as necessary. Something that's very important when you're done organizing and done decluttering a space is getting rid of the things that you have said, this doesn't work. We don't need this somewhere else in the house. We need to just get rid of it. When I work with my clients, I will always take a load of things that need to be donated. Because when I started out, I didn't do that. And I'd go back and the bags or boxes of stuff that needed to go to savers were still sitting in the same pile. And sometimes you leave stuff sitting there and the kids come back through and are like, hey, I want this thing back. But if we can get it out as soon as we remove it from our stuff and get it out of the house, that helps not have more clutter elsewhere in the house. So that's kind of my process for organizing. That's how I will work with clients. Wanted to mention that anybody here, if you want to reach out to me, I think you can follow me, Sunflower Life Organizing. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and you can reach out to me and I will do a free consultation for anybody who, if you mention that you were here today and you would like, there's a spot in your house that you're like, this isn't working for me, I can do a virtual organizing, like consultation, and you can kind of show me what's going on and we can help you I can give you a plan. When I do a plan, what I do is I take these tips these steps we just talked about and we'll personalize it to your space specifically. And so if you're struggling and you want something, reach out. And yeah.
Wonderful.
If there's a way for questions, if anyone has questions.
Yeah, there's some comments. Let me pull the comments up. Definitely. Let me go back up into this here. Let's see. Oh, and you saw some of them too. But I said I could definitely relate to the overwhelm when you come into the room. There's too many loads of everything or something or all of the things, and you just say, I don't know where to start. I'm not going to start. I'm going to just go into the other room instead. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes my husband and I joke that's the ADHD room, walk into a room. Nope, I don't like it. Close the door and you just forget all about what was in that room. So, and then, thank you for providing the steps and putting in them in the comments. That's really helpful for people. I appreciate that. Yeah. You saw Dustin's comment, you motivated, and this is my closet organizer. Thank you very much, Melissa. So thank you, husband, if you're still listening while you put the closet organizer together. No, we've been, I'm not going to tell you the system we've been using because I don't know. And then
doesn't have a name.
Exactly. Thank you, Writing with Mike. Good morning. We're so glad that you're with us here today. And Roxanne said, wonderful tips. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And thank you for offering that free, consultation for people. That's amazing. I appreciate that. And I think that our viewers will appreciate that as well. So yeah, so sorry about the momentary, of course, it's exactly when, something crashed out. I went to go look, and then my husband was like, she's calling for you. Of course she is. I haven't moved out of the seat till that 1 second. So as we just roll with the punches, don't we? Too funny. Well, thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to getting together with you here, since we know we're just in the same neighborhoods. That's great. But yeah, very, very interesting ways to help, because I think there's so many families that do need help with organizing, and sometimes we don't even know where to start or how to ask for help. I think that's the tricky part too. So Cheryl,
there's so much shame that gets wrapped up in it. Like, I should be able to do this thing. Organizing isn't just an innate thing. It's a thing that we learn. And
so powerful. Thank you. And please go and join our audience and listen in on the rest of our amazing speakers today. And of course, anyone that wants to get a hold of Melissa, she left her information and those wonderful downloads in the comment section. So please go and download those and use them. So yes, thank you so much. And we'll definitely be in touch.
Okay. Sounds great. Thanks.
Well, this has just been such a fabulous morning. Thank you so much to all the people who are viewing and leaving comments and interacting with our speakers. It's so important that they hear and see that people are, listening in. They are curious about what's going on. They have questions or comments. So please keep the comment section going. It really shows support for all of our viewers. For all of our speakers. And it's just such a nice day today, and we're going at such a great pace. We're still about probably 8 minutes early, so we like that. Anything early, we could take advantage of that. So our next speaker definitely is one that you're going to want to tune into. You're going to get some really valuable information. And he's just a great speaker overall. So we'll have Dr. Eric Endlich. And hopefully I pronounce it correctly, Endlich. I probably didn't. He'll correct me in just a moment. But we're so thankful for everyone. Carol, thank you for staying over in the comments and keeping everybody engaged. She says she's loving all the conversations this morning. This is my favorite part about this summit is the talking part, really. Like, it was kind of funny. I was thinking, I wonder if I should just do where I'm talking to everyone in the next summit. But then I thought, oh my gosh, I'll be so tired. I probably shouldn't set myself up for a 10-hour discussion. So maybe taking these little short in-between breaks while people give their presentations is just the way to go. But I'm really happy to have you here today, Eric. If you're ready, I would love to bring you up.
I am. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah.
Thanks for coming and volunteering your time on a Saturday morning. And you are in California, correct?
Yes, I am. In the Bay Area.
Nice. Oh, I love the Bay Area. Actually, I grew up in Reno, so we just went over to the East Bay a lot and spent a lot of time there. And it was a short jaunt to get to the big city.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Love that. Well, I'm really excited to have you here today. And I know that people will be tuning in, and we have it streaming live on all of our socials right now. So everybody hopefully has accessibility to be able to come and view. If you're ready, I will let you take over or put your slides up. And
sure. What do I need to? I've got see the slides on my screen. How do I? Oh, there we go. They're up.
Yep. So, and make sure you can just go over and toggle onto those, and you should be able to move them. So you're
great.
You are good to go. Super. I'll see you back here.
You want me to wait till 10 to start talking?
No, you're welcome to go. We'll just, we'll just
there's
move
a
like
lot.
flow.
There's a lot to cover, so I will jump right in.
I love that. Now you have a couple extra minutes.
I'm going to speed through it. My favorite part is the Q&A. So start thinking about whatever questions you have or comments. And if you like QR codes, I have a bunch of them, so have your camera ready. That QR code on the screen is just a link to our website, Top College Consultants. I'm Eric Endlich. I'm a psychologist and educational consultant. My team and I help students with learning differences and emotional challenges around the country apply and transition to college. So that's my email address, eric@topcollegeconsultants.com. Again, QR code is for the website. And let's jump in. We're going to be talking about college readiness and transition for neurodivergent learners. And I'm going to probably go pretty fast here so I can get it cover as much as possible. So if you want to follow along with the slides, or if you want to download the slides, that is a QR code to access the slides themselves. And there's a bunch of links in the slides, which obviously you can't click on if you're just looking at it on your screen. So I'll give you a second to click on the link to the slides if that's helpful. So I'm not going to spend much time self-promoting, just in case you're wondering, what do educational consultants do? What do we do? We help students with the whole college application process, applying to college and occasionally grad school. That includes figuring out what kind of summer programs or summer activities to get involved in, deciding whether to take a gap year, figuring out which colleges to apply to, helping students get their essays done on time, create resumes if they choose to, prepare for interviews if they want to be involved in admissions interviews, and get the applications in on time, which is frequently the common app, but sometimes other applications like the UC application if you're applying to the University of California. And then maximizing scholarships and financial aid is really important to a lot of our families too. So a lot of that kind of comes down to building a college list really thoughtfully to be sure that the colleges you apply to are going to be generous with financial aid. And that is one of my actual students. That's not an AI photo or an AI image, although some of the images in here are AI created. That's just a quick picture of our team. We come from where we are scattered around the country. We have a variety of backgrounds. I think some folks worked in high school, some folks worked in college, mental health, and other fields. Also, if you happen to be on Facebook, I encourage you to join our Facebook group, which now numbers over 25,000 parents. That's parents of essentially college-bound neurodivergent students. That is a QR code right there to link directly to the group. And it's a great way for parents to get free support and advice and information from each other. If you're wondering, hey, has anybody else been through this situation in their school district? Has anybody heard of this camp or this college? Or has anyone had this particular challenge? It's a great way for parents to learn from and support each other. Also, we have this upcoming sneak peek very soon in the next few days. I don't know if you'll be able to scan that tiny QR code, but you can also reach out to me if you are interested in signing up for this. The sneak peek is free. It's a series of workshops over the summer for students, parents, professionals who support students on how students can use tech to be organized and effective in their studies and in their life. And Joan Green, who's the main presenter, is phenomenal. She knows so much about the tools that are available. Many of these tools are completely free and already available to students, but they don't know about them. So I encourage you to check it out. We ran one of these series in the spring and folks loved it. So moving along, what are the challenges for neurodivergent students in the college admissions process? I'd love to hear what your particular challenges are, what questions you might have as you are going through the process or contemplating going through the process yourself or with your child. These are some of the challenges that we encounter. So maintaining consistent grades, it's not just about kind of getting good grades. Colleges want to see kind of ideally consistency across the board and across time. And that can be super challenging for our students who may be really good at math and science, but struggle with writing, or vice versa. They love to write, but math is challenging for them because of a specific learning disability, executive function challenges, or other issues. Likewise, some of our students do fine in school, but with the standardized time tests and all that pressure, they struggle with that processing speed or with other aspects of the standardized tests like the APs, SAT, and ACT. And so that can be challenging. What do you do in that case if your grades are good, but your test scores aren't so good? And I've also had students with the opposite pattern where they were really good at tests. Honestly, I love taking standardized tests. I know I'm in the minority there, but some of our students struggle with the consistent grades, even though they can get it together for those occasional tests. So kind of navigating that, figuring out how to address those challenges and how to speak about them in your application process. Managing deadlines, there's a whole bunch of deadlines involved in applying to college, in particular, getting the applications in on time, but there may be a bunch of deadlines after that in terms of, registering for college, getting housing, getting disability applications. So keeping our students on track is a key part of what we do. And most of our students struggle with executive functioning. That's time management, organization, planning, et cetera. And so working with a professional who kind of does this every day can help students stay on track. And then writing essays. Although our high school students, of course, are used to writing in high school, the kind of self-reflective essays that you have to write for the college application process are really fundamentally different from what they're used to. And we find that this can really throw students off and get them very anxious. What are colleges looking for? I don't understand. What should I write about? What's a good topic? So kind of this is a challenge, not just for neurodivergent students, any student applying to college. And it's a key part of the application process in many cases. Then there's building the college list, which gets more complicated if you have particular support needs. And I'm going to be talking about that shortly. Of all the thousands of colleges in the US or more in other countries, how do you choose which ones to apply to? That is a really daunting task for families. And that's a key part of the work that we love to do. I'm going to college on Monday. We love traveling around to colleges, learning about them, and helping our students figure out which ones are the best fit for them. Then communicating with the admission staff, although it's not necessarily a required part of the process, it can be helpful, especially for colleges that track something called demonstrated interest, who want students who are really enthusiastic about attending their college. But our students may be anxious or unsure about who to reach out to, what to say, how much to say. And so that's something that is worth thinking through. And then finally, the stress of the whole process. I mean, our students are probably more anxious than I've ever seen them these days. With all of the stuff happening, there's so much to think about. Do I take a standardized test? Which courses do I take in high school? Do I disclose a disability? So many questions. And so it's stressful for students and parents. And we really prioritize our students' mental health. I'm a clinical psychologist by background, so making sure that students are dealing with their own stress and getting through this process in a healthy way is really important. So what are the challenges in the application process? Well, as I said, we have this 25,000 plus member Facebook group, and I reached out to parents and asked them, what do you see as the key challenges in helping your kid apply to college? And over 70 parents responded. And these were the top 5 concerns that they mentioned. The number one being finding autism and disability support in college. And we're going to come back to that shortly. figuring out which colleges to apply to. There's the college list, writing the essays, managing the time, and dealing with the amount of work involved in the process. So when you're building that college list, what criteria do you use to choose your colleges? And these are the top 4 that the parents opted for in that survey that I just mentioned. The majors that are offered at the particular college. So do they have what my child wants to study? Can they help my child with executive functioning support, with what's often called academic coaching? What is the vibe or culture at the particular college? What is it like to be there? What kind of students are there? And then how good and comprehensive are the disability services at that particular college? So some of these factors are the same ones that that neurotypical students are dealing with, but we also have that added piece of executive functioning support, disability services. And so to help parents with that, I've created what I call a database of neurodiversity-friendly colleges. It's over 200 colleges that go above and beyond the basics to offer more services. I'll come back to that shortly. One of the other questions that our students struggle with when they're applying to college is, should I disclose that I have a diagnosis of ADHD, autism, dyslexia, anxiety, dyscalculia, whatever it might be? Do I talk about that in the application process? And that QR code is a link to an article on that very topic. I've also done whole presentations on this, so it's an interesting topic, and it comes up. This question comes up a lot, probably almost every presentation I do, which is why I ended up putting it into the presentation. And the short answer is, it is really the student's individual choice. Okay, so colleges do not ask about a disability or a diagnosis on the application, so it's completely optional. There's no reason to think across the board that it's going to help you or that it's going to hurt you in any generalized way. So what I mean is, there's no quota for disabled students. You don't get extra points for having a disability. It doesn't kind of get you any sort of edge in being admitted, nor is there any reason to think that it would hurt you, because it would be illegal for colleges to discriminate against students who have a disability. So again, no reason to think across the board that it will help you or hurt you. Okay, so then how do you decide? Well, one key factor is there something on your transcript, on your high school transcript, or in the whole application that might be confusing or even concerning to colleges? And if so, then a student disclosing their diagnosis or disability to colleges in general when they apply may help explain something. So for example, if there's an uneven pattern of grades, for example, a student who maybe gets diagnosed with ADHD partway through high school, goes on medication, gets disability accommodations, and then they start getting better grades, that might be something you want to explain. Why are your 11th grade grades better than your 10th grade grades? Or maybe a student has a disability waiver for foreign languages and they didn't take foreign languages. Well, some colleges require them. So this would be key to explain. And I had a student in this situation a couple of years ago, didn't take any foreign languages, got into a flagship state university that says right on their website that you have to have at least 2 years of the same foreign language in high school. So, but explaining it on the application made all the difference of allowing that college to say, oh, okay, well, you have a good reason, so we're going to exempt you from that particular requirement. Or student might, have a leave of absence for mental health reasons, et cetera. So anything confusing, concerning, this could be a reason to just discuss a diagnosis in your application. But even if there isn't anything that needs to be explained, I work with lots and lots of students who choose to explain, who want to talk about their diagnosis because they feel it is a key part of their identity. Some students feel, hey, if you, the college, are asking me to tell you about myself in my essay, and you want to know who am I, what's special about me? Well, my neurodivergence, my autism, my ADHD has been a key part of my life journey, and I want to share that with you so you know who I am and what I've been through. So many of our students do choose to disclose. typically in an essay, not necessarily in that explanation part, which is a separate part of the Common App. They might talk about it in an interview, although interviews are not a standard part of the process. But it's not so much whether to disclose, it's how to disclose. How do you talk about your neurodivergence? And if you talk about it in terms of how you've grown, what your potential is, what your strengths are, what you've learned about yourself, it can be a really powerful, interesting, engaging story. And some of my students who've talked about this in their essay have gotten into every college they applied to, have done great, have gotten into super selective colleges. So again, no reason to think this will hurt you. And in many cases, if it's a compelling story, there's every reason to think it's going to help you. And then finally, even if you decide, okay, I don't want to disclose this, I just want to apply like any other student without, any sort of flag that I'm neurodivergent, that's fine. But if you are hoping to get any kind of support services, disability accommodations in college, then once you get accepted, once you put down that deposit and you are officially, enrolled in that college, you have your student ID, your college email address. At that point, I strongly encourage students to disclose to the Disability Services Office so they can get the accommodations that they might need. And what is involved in getting those accommodations could mean talking to your instructors in every single course. Now, the way this works varies from college to college, so I'm not saying that that's absolutely going to happen, but it's not unusual for a college to say, okay, here's your list of approved accommodations. If you actually want them, you've got to tell your instructors that you have these approved accommodations. Accommodations being things like extra time on tests, bringing a laptop to class, getting a copy of the professor's notes. There's all sorts of accommodations. They're not all academic, by the way. That some of them occur outside the classroom, like in housing or dining. But it's important to start this process early. You don't want to wait till classes start to get the ball rolling with this. And in fact, when families are touring colleges, when you're out there in typically junior year looking at colleges, I think it's a great opportunity to meet with disability services at that point and talk to them, see what the staff are like, see what services they offer, so you can figure out, is this college a good fit for me? After you have committed to a college, that is not really the ideal time to find out, oh, I'm not really happy with the disability services. So this brings me to something that I like to say, getting into college is the easy part. And that QR code is a link to an article I wrote with that title, Getting into College is the Easy Part, and it originally published in the Grown and Flown blog. And why do I say that? Because it's not enough to get in. We are so focused in our culture on what do I need to do to get into college? What courses do I need to take? How many AP courses do I need to take? Do I need to take the SAT? Do I need more extracurriculars? What can I do? I have a chance of getting into this particular college. We're so focused on getting in. I think we're not spending enough time thinking about what do we need to do to get through and graduate, to get out the other end of college, because a large percentage of students get into college and sadly don't graduate. And in fact, a survey a couple of years ago by a company called EAB found that more than 1 in 5 students across the board, not just neurodivergent students, don't feel ready for college. So students who are looking forward to college feel like, I'm not ready, something's missing. So what does that mean, being ready for college? Well, I like to distinguish between being college capable and college ready. So if you're in high school now and you're taking challenging courses like honors courses, AP courses, dual enrollment courses at a community college, IB, International Baccalaureate courses, accelerated, whatever they're called in your particular high school, you're at a high level of courses and you're getting really good grades, then you are probably going to be able to handle college level academics, especially if you're already taking community college courses, which many high school students do. That is certainly a potential concern, but what we are more often concerned about with students we're working with is that, yeah, you can get into college, you can pass the courses, but you're not ready for the independence that goes along with moving out of your home, living away from your family, your parents, your guardian for the first time. living with a roommate, self-advocating with professors, being able to remember to get up on time, remembering to get your assignments done, managing your physical health, your mental health. There's so many pieces that you have probably been getting help with and support with in high school that is kind of going to drop away when you go to college. And so there are particular skills that you want to build while you're in high school in order to be sure that you are in fact college ready. And I break that down to three main areas. That's, what are these skills? Self-awareness. So you need to know what are your strengths? What are you good at? Not just academically, I'm good at math, but in terms of sort of your overall functioning. Well, I don't really like conflict, so I tend to avoid high conflict situations. I'm really shy. I don't tend to reach out to make friends, so it's hard for me to make friends. All those sorts of things, so that you can then take the next step of self-advocacy, that is stepping up and asking for help with the things that you need support with, the areas where you're not as strong. And if you need, for example, mental health help, then you are going to have to schedule and show up for those mental health counseling appointments in college. So the resources are there, but they don't get delivered to your door. You have to reach out and get them. And typically parents or professionals at school have been helping students access help in high school. And thirdly, there's just self-management, managing your own time, keeping your motivation up through the whole term, not just the first week or two of classes, managing your emotional reactions. If you have a disappointment in love or disappointment in the grade that you got on the test, and managing your habits like sleep, substance use, eating, exercise, gaming, etc., etc. Self-advocacy, I want to highlight in particular. I've done whole presentations just on self-advocacy. Why is it so important? Because there's a big difference between high school and college, which I've already alluded to. And if you went to college yourself, you're well aware of. In high school, there's a long day in class. But in college, there's relatively few hours in class compared to high school. The high school day is very structured. A long day in class, some homework after class, after school. Maybe there's band practice or sports practice or SAT prep or helping family around the house. Lots of supports that tend to get delivered automatically in high school. So it is the high school's obligation, the school district's obligation, to identify that students have disabilities and to ensure that they succeed. That is by federal law in the US, that students, that school districts are expected to help students succeed. And that means providing them with whatever supports they need. So that sort of happens in a somewhat automated way. Students just need to sort of show up and they get the help they need. In college, it's almost flipped. There's a different law, a different set of laws that apply to college. And the ADA law, the Americans with Disabilities Act, really, it does put the burden on colleges to ensure that students can access the curriculum, which could mean, again, extra time on tests, could mean a ramp to get into the building if a student has mobility problems, could mean various kinds of academic accommodations. But once students have those accommodations, it is incumbent upon the student to make sure that they succeed. It is not the college's obligation to make sure students are successful. College is essentially saying, here's the curriculum, we're providing you accommodations to make sure you can access the curriculum, and whether you take advantage of those supports and accommodations, that is completely on you, the student. Because there's so much less time in class as a college student, it's a much more unstructured situation. There can be long assignments, long papers, long problem sets, big finals to study for, and it is really incumbent upon students to manage their time to get those assignments done, which may take place over a course of weeks. And professors aren't necessarily going to be saying, hey, remember there's a quiz tomorrow, remember your paper's due next week. That's on the syllabus at the beginning of the term, and students need to stay on top of that. So you may be thinking, oh gosh, my kid is not great at this stuff. oh no, what are they going to do? Well, if you're still in high school, you've still got time to build these skills. And if you're a parent or guardian and you've been kind of in the front seat, making sure all this stuff has been done, you're the advocate for your child. And I'm a special needs parent myself, so I know what it's like to be that advocate. If you've been in that role, then you're going to have to gradually shift and have your kid get into the front seat and you get into the back seat, so to speak. That means, if you've been making all the appointments for your child, you sit them down and say, okay, this is how I do it. This is the website. This is the phone number. This is what I usually say. I'm going to sit here while you do it. And it's going to be, I do, then we do, then you do. So at some point, I'm going to step back and you're going to take over all this, because when you're in college, you're going to be making your own appointments with doctors, counselors, dentists, what have you. Same thing with laundry, remembering to refill your medication at the pharmacy, remembering to, get enough nourishment, exercise, wake up on time, communicate with instructors or staff, all that stuff. And there's so many opportunities for students to step forward. If they're on an IEP, for example, in high school, an individualized education, special education plan, they can not only show up at the IEP meetings, they can run the meetings and have an active role. And they certainly need to understand their IEP. So what are some ways you can, some resources to help build these skills in high school? Work with a school counselor, hire a private therapist, get an academic coach or an executive function coach, take courses in relevant skills like personal finance. My daughter took personal finance in high school, and it was one of the most relevant, useful courses she took. And finally, there are summer college readiness programs for students with learning differences. There are specific programs designed to help students become more college ready. So we talked about building skills during high school. How about building skills after high school, but before college? There, you can create a space between high school and college called a gap year, sometimes a PG or post-grad year. That QR code there is a link to an article I wrote about the benefits of a gap year. And they include things like students tend to get higher grades in college if they take a gap year. They tend to be more likely to graduate on time, be more motivated. During that year, they've started to figure out more clearly what they want to study, what they want to do for a career. They're more mature. Their brain has continued to develop. The parts of the brain, the frontal lobe that involves planning and executive functioning, continues to mature. And if a student has done something really interesting or, impressive during that gap year, they may have a more impressive college application after that gap year than they would have if they just applied during senior year in high school. So what is a gap year? What do you do during a gap year? Well, you can do any number of things. You can start your own business. Plenty of teens do start their own businesses, believe it or not. Get a job and earn money to save money for college. Get involved in some sort of project, whether that is, building houses or creating a website, whatever your particular interests are. Or enroll in a gap year program specifically for students with learning differences to help you become more college ready. And we, of course, help students find these summer and gap year programs that I'm talking about. So moving on to when you arrive at college, you can continue to build your skills and get the support you need in college itself. But colleges in the US vary widely in terms of how much support they give. What I think of as sort of the basic foundational level is disability accommodations. Again, like extra time on tests, getting tests, being able to take tests in a distraction-reduced environment, sitting in front of the class, et cetera. So all colleges, for all practical purposes, provide that basic level. Virtually all colleges provide that by federal law. Some colleges go above and beyond and will offer another service like academic coaching or maybe peer mentors. And those are great. Sometimes there's no charge. Sometimes there's a small fee for those additional services. But that may not be enough for all of our students with learning differences, some of whom need a comprehensive program with multiple components: peer mentors, academic coaching, priority registration for courses, early move-in, social events, social skills workshops, and a whole suite of services that some of these programs provide. They can be at a significant additional cost. And again, I have created a database of over 200 colleges that you can sort by state. Some of them are, in fact, in other countries, in Canada or Europe. And you can see which colleges offer those additional levels of service. So, that QR code takes you directly to the database. And as I said, there's often an additional fee for these programs, which sometimes comes as a surprise to parents. But in order to provide the staffing, they have to have revenue to pay for those staff. So not always, but in many cases, there is an additional cost for these support programs. But it can make the difference between a student getting through college and not. So they can be super helpful. Other ways to build skills in college besides a support program would include a wellness community that helps students with their mental health. Some colleges have these. Getting mental health counseling, talking to an academic advisor, career advisor at the college, getting tutoring. Most colleges I know of provide at the minimum free peer tutoring, and sometimes professional tutors. And then if the college you have chosen to attend because it's the closest to home, or it's the cheapest, or it has what you want to study, but it doesn't have comprehensive supports, there are ways to get those supports outside of college. So, for example, you can hire a private academic coach. You can get your own therapist or medication prescriber. There are companies that provide comprehensive learning support programs that are freestanding, that are not part of a specific college. And for students who need the highest level of support, there are programs, residential programs, where students live at the program and attend a nearby college. And they are phenomenal wraparound support, great level of support, but they also tend to be the most expensive options. So, be prepared for sticker shock with those programs. We're getting to the end. I want to have time for questions. I asked parents what are the most important resources at college. The top 3 that they named were disability services, autism support programs, and academic coaching, along with other common resources. I encourage students, be familiar with all the resources that are out there, not just disability services, which is super important, but all the other stuff I have talked about. Even clubs, which you might not think about. There are mental health clubs and sometimes neurodiversity or autism clubs or disability clubs at some campuses. If there aren't, you can start your own. So bottom line is, be thinking about college readiness, start working on skills as early as possible, and develop a plan to continue to build these skills and refine these skills after high school. Thanks so much. That is, again, my email address, eric@topcollegeconsultants.com. And I would love to hear what your questions are.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We do actually have some questions and some comments here. Harry James O'Kelly, thank you, Eric and Sarah, for amazing information. I wish I saw this last year when all 3 of my kids were submitting to universities. This is an amazing resource to know about and support for families to have. Love, Harry James O'Kelly. Jennifer asks, are there colleges that don't require IQ scores that would cater to nonverbal with severe autism who are in fact somewhat of a savant, say in coding or video production or things like that?
So that is a complex question, which I'll just touch on briefly. Great question, Jennifer. No colleges that I know of require IQ scores. Might be one exception, but it would be extremely unusual for a college to require a specific IQ score. If a student has intellectual disability, if they have a low IQ score, there are programs located in colleges, non-degree certificate programs where students can spend a couple of years on a college campus, living on campus, those tend to be career focused. So there are programs for students with an intellectual disability. Being nonverbal, however, does not necessarily limit you from the regular options that other students would have. I know an autistic person who is nonverbal, who not only went to a highly selective university, He taught there as an undergraduate, and he's now working on his PhD. So being nonverbal should not stop you from being highly accomplished in school or in life.
I think that is such a beautiful, beautiful answer. Harry was wanting you to talk about the difference for our students in going to community college first and then transferring into a four-year college as an option. She said, I think it's easier and less expensive was to get into a school of your choice, possibly less school site and peer stress.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Harry. I agree with you. It is a great option. In no way are we telling students like everyone should go to four-year colleges. There are many options, many alternatives, whether it's trade school, the military, working, starting a business, lots of alternatives to four-year colleges. But community colleges in particular are a really interesting one. In some states, they're basically free. If they're not free in your state, they tend to be very low cost. And by the way, there may be state agencies in your state, such as vocational rehab, that will help pay for college. So it is, in fact, a low, it also helps, it's a low cost option, but also helps with the transition, right? Because we talked about transitioning not just to academics, but to living away from home. If you stay at home and go to community college, you've now broken up that college transition into two steps. You're stepping up to college level academics in the community college, but you're putting off that moving out and living on your own or living on the campus for a couple more years. So it's a much more gradual transition. And if you didn't do fantastically grade-wise in high school, but you're kind of now on your game in community college, your high school grades are not going to hurt you, because if you've done really well in community college, you can get into a phenomenal college transferring from that college.
Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful information.
I'm happy to stop sharing my slide too. I just there we
go. Harry said, please connect with the College Autism Network, CAN. When looking at a school, it's important to help your kids find a community that supports them there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm on the board with CAN. It's
Love
a fantastic
that.
organization. It's not yet the Frisk Autism, the Frisk Autism Center actually helps support CAN. I've been there. I've toured the Frisk Center.
Oh, I love that.
I know the staff there. It's a great organization. It's not very expensive to join. All kinds of programming. I just spoke at their event in Arizona a few months ago. So
wonderful.
Great thoughts there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for keeping that chat going. Harry is such a valuable member of this community. She supports everyone. And just always raising people up. I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for these tips. And this is just great value for families and for individuals themselves who might be looking. And Harry says she'll see you there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go to this year's summit, but I do go to some of them. I may not be at this particular one.
Carol said, my son worked with an outside virtual-based company while at Wisconsin. It was really helpful. What about graduate programs? Wondering if there's support for those as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, Carol. This is something I've been talking to people about for years. I wish there was more dedicated programs for grad students, whether it's clubs, support programs. When I ask folks, who are involved in the clubs or the support programs in college or the support, many people tell me like, oh yeah, we welcome grad students too. But if a support program is largely college freshmen and sophomores, I don't know if grad students are necessarily going to feel comfortable, they have different challenges.
Yeah.
So I would have to say there isn't as much support out there as I would like, but in many cases, the companies that support, companies, for example, that provide executive function coaching, they're not discriminating between undergraduate and graduate. If you're an adult who needs help with executive functioning, you can get the same help as an undergrad. So the support is there, but I don't know of too many sort of dedicated grad program supports. Honestly, if you're neurodivergent, which I am as well, as are my own kids, grad school, you often hit your stride in grad school, because you can do a really deep dive into your area of interest. If you hyper focus on things, then grad school you could do great at. And a lot of graduate instructors are probably neurodivergent themselves too, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, right. And it's funny too. I once had an autistic lawyer say to me, "Yeah, I think that every lawyer is probably autistic. They probably just don't know it." So, and it probably, that's a wide statement to me, but I think that it's funny when we we're like,
there are certain professions, people think about, engineering and computer nerds. Those are the people who are autistic. Well, there's certain fields like law and medicine that involve memorizing a lot of information, and being able to hyper focus and dive into a special interest is actually a real asset in certain fields. So obviously there's lots of neurotypical lawyers too, but I know that's autistic lawyers and doctors and people in every field.
And thank you, Carol. I mean, I think that it's great that we brought the question up, because now we're shining a light on it and we're bringing more conversation to that piece. So maybe anyone that's listening can go and say, hey, let's start up some more grad student support systems, some type of a group or support. So I think that that's wonderful that we bring all of these questions to light. Well, it's just been so wonderful to have you back. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for having
I'd love
me.
to catch up with you, and
Thanks.
Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody.
Yeah. Great lineup. If you can join and listen to anyone, please do.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Oh, the day is going so lovely, and we're right on time. Our next guest is here in the backstage and ready to come up. If she's ready, I will bring her up to say hello. Hi. How are you doing, Becca? Excited to see you.
I'm good. I'm on my slower computer, so don't mind that.
No worries. Do you have slides that you want to put up?
Yes.
Great. Just press that present button, and then you'll be able to, however you need to, whether it's Google Slides, you'll see all the options.
Yes, I am working on doing that right now.
Perfect. And then I'll put them up, and you're welcome to stay on with the slides, or I can take you off camera for the slides, whatever is best for you.
I think on camera is fine, so they can see me, but
perfect.
Either or. I just shared my screen, so do y'all see it?
Gotcha.
All right.
Wonderful. All right. Well, I am going to remove myself and let you begin, but it's great to see you, and I'll catch you back up with you in just a minute when you're done. Thanks, Becca.
Awesome. Yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Rebecca Engle, and I talk about understanding and supporting our autistic students in the classroom. I have ADHD and autism. I'm a special education teacher, author, and advocate, and I like to provide teachers and school staff how to understand autism. Every teaching interview, I always hear all teachers are asked, how do you de-escalate behavior? And my response is always, you're funny. The behavior shouldn't happen if you're working with them right and they're having the right supports. So a little bit of background. I was nonverbal until I was 4 years old. Doctors told my mom I'd never do anything you could train a monkey to do. I am now 22 years old. I've published 2 books. I've co-authored 10. I am an international and global award-winning author. I have won a multitude of awards. I have been nominated for multiple teacher service awards within my first year of teaching. I was in an IEP setting until 5th grade, and then I was moved into push and gen ed support. And honestly, it was a mix of up and down. And I feel like I was either way too much support or way too little support. And I feel like that is what motivated me to speak up about it. So today I'm going to get into just kind of understanding us as autistic individuals and how you have to understand your students. So when we understand stimming, you know, I've seen people refer to it as stemming, people who lack the knowledge around the stim. And stim is short for self-stimulation. And it's these behaviors that involve the repetitive movement, sounds, actions, hand flapping, rocking, humming, echolalia, and finger tapping are some common ones. But this can also even include tapping. It can include waving. It can include eye dilation. It can include tons of various forms of behavior. I know mine is waving my hands together and my eyes dilate. I don't really do any other stim around people. As a little girl, I flapped like a bird. But these behaviors help me manage sensory input, reduce anxiety. They also are a form of expression. And even though I am verbal, sometimes the thoughts don't go to my brain at the same pace that they would for a neurotypical individual. And again, what this really means is a form of self-regulation, and you have to recognize stimming as a coping mechanism for us. And so why neurologically does this happen? It's linked to differences in our sensory processing. We experience sensory overload or understimulation. Sometimes thoughts are mixed in our brain at the wrong time. It's a release of dopamine is what they're claiming as of now through a neurotransmitter, which is associated with pleasure and reward, which makes stimming a self-soothing behavior around that. And you have to understand the neurological pathways to navigate our needs. So understanding the neurological pathways and having a background in psychology can help you understand your students. Oh, did I skip a slide? Yes. So when we recognize different types of stimming, the visual stims, the auditory stims, the vestibular stims, oral stims, and again, not all of them you will physically see unless you pay really good attention. Most of the time, some stims that we do, or pre-stims to our heavier ones, are minor things like waving our fingers side to side, or tapping our leg, or finger tapping, or chewing a pen, or eyes dilating. So there's a lot of hidden mechanisms with this. There's sensory input and regulation, there's emotional regulation, and then there's the focus and concentration. Sometimes the pattern pacing, or maybe us repeating things in our head multiple times, can help us focus and concentrate on something. Like when you memorize a number and you read it real fast so you can go type it somewhere else. My brain does that all day long. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand that that's not like I'm memorizing a number to go type it into a computer real fast or go write it down. It's literally an all-day process that my brain is doing. And it helps me organize my thoughts. And it also helps me remember it. So when I get there later on, I know what I'm doing to navigate. And then my eyes dilate as a sensory input regulation as well. There's an invisible language around our stims, and I feel like there's a lot of neurotypical individuals who forget that. One, it's to promote the acceptance is something people don't understand that it's a stim, and they find it weird. We have to encourage that open dialogue. One of the reasons I teach neurodivergent students is because I know that I can stim around them and they'll get it because they're probably stimming with me. And just promoting that more inclusive environment and acknowledging and respecting our differences. Now that we know what stimming is, I kind of want to get to responding to it in the classroom. You have to allow harmless stims. to ban sensory stimulation, you are teaching the student to suppress their words and their communication. I mean, imagine if we told kids they couldn't come up and ask a question, excuse me, or raise their hand at all, and they could never ask for water, never go to the bathroom, never talk to you. I mean, that is what you're doing by suppressing a stim. And then providing those sensory supports, maybe something to tap on that isn't as loud, help us manage sensory input, and educate the class about stimming. You don't need to say the student stims. All kids stim. All kids tap their leg or move a finger or chew a pen. Like there doesn't need to be a whole lesson about it, but just talk about how our body releases stimulation. Like all of our bodies move in a way to release stimulation. I mean, think about when you sit for hours. Eventually you want to stand up. And masking. This is what happens when you don't allow a student to stim, when you don't allow an autistic student to express themselves. What is masking? So masking is the process of us concealing our autistic traits. It's forcing us to have eye contact. We're suppressing stims. We're mimicking neurotypical behaviors. It's that response to social pressure and desire to fit in. For me, I've had to do this a lot of times. Most of my life, I feel like many people look at me and they go, "You're high functioning," whatever that means, and they expect me to perform in a certain way, and I can't. And so this is an invisible survival mechanism because we have to camouflage and suppress natural behaviors and are forced to kind of create the social acceptance that we don't have. And honestly, masking helps us not get bullied or discriminated against, which is why we do it. And then there's that emotional toll. There's this effort to maintain a mask all the time and not talk about ourselves. It's funny because this picture here is actually because I was in college and my professor told me that I needed to learn how to mask in order to be able to teach. And so there's me covering my mouth and looking in a mirror with my mouth not covered in the other side because that's what masking looks like. One day I'm me and I look completely like me, but really internally my hand is over my mouth. And then there's a system to support students who mask. Creating that safe space, foster an environment where students feel comfortable to express themselves, encourage communication and acceptance of individual differences, offer communication devices and options, allow them to write down their emotions, draw their emotions, discuss their emotions, however they feel best doing it, and reduce the social pressure to conform. I mean, so many kids have a meltdown because they've had to mask for so much of the day that when they finally get to you, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I can finally release all of this." And sometimes that leads to overstimulation as well. Emotional and psychological impacts. So you got to remember that this is literally us suppressing our identity. So we end up with burnout, anxiety, depression. We almost lose our identity trying to conform to the emotional and psychological impacts of masking. I mean, it's painful. And in order to spread self-regulation techniques, you need to be able to recognize dysregulation. I feel like we recognize dysregulation once the behavior is already starting. Look for cues. Are they moving their pen and fingers, and are they going a little bit off? Are they kind of looking around the room? Once you address those, maybe allowing the student. Oh my gosh, can you all tell I was at a concert last night? Allowing the student to step out and breathe and regulate can be all that difference. have tools available for kids without them having to ask for it. The weighted blankets, the movement breaks, all of that fun stuff. And there's this sensory overwhelm across all student experience. So 80% experience sensory overload, not just neurodivergence, just in general. 60% of students struggle with focus and 40% report emotional distress. So now imagine for the autistic community, you have the significant challenge. These percentages, highlight the neurotypical norm. Now imagine the neurodivergent population. Sensory sensitivities lead to these significant distress, and it impacts our ability to learn and engage. But we need a trauma-informed perspective in education to avoid escalation, and that requires safety and trust and empowerment. We have to empower students through universal design. That means giving students choice and control over what they want to learn. A student who's dysregulated and has no interest in learning something won't focus. And safety is essential for healing and learning. Trauma-informed approaches and educational practices emphasize safety and trust. We create a predictable environment. Our environment's not constantly changing. My environment, my classroom, it allows the students to move where they want. And so the students aren't forced into a seat or into an area every day where they're forced to maintain a posture. They're allowed to sit on the floor, sit at a desk, move wherever they feel like it. And I feel like we lack a knowledge of what actually works for us. There's self-regulation strategies that are important for maintaining our emotional balance. And these are three main ones. We have breathing, sensory tools, and mindfulness. Mindfulness is number one. And if you realize I put it at number one because sensory tools only help some kids, and breathing definitely doesn't really help me. I mean, I haven't seen it really do the best for kids either. Some kids benefit from just being told to breathe, but sometimes that can be overstimulating. But when you're mindful of your actions and you're taught that they're okay, and that you're allowed to stim, regulate, be yourself, and you're not being judged for it, you are always regulated. I mean, you're always able to regulate your body. And please, autistic students are way more than our behavior observations. I hate when people have a classroom full of kids with special needs and it's immediately that these kids are behavioral students. Please, I hate that term. These are students who need extra help. They need they have diverse strengths, they have interests just like anyone else, but they just have challenges that you don't. And adopting a neurodiversity perspective in our system allows for neurological differences, and seeing their strengths before their deficiencies. Like if we call them behavioral student, we'll immediately first see their behavior before we see anything else. And transitions. So this is hard. Room to room is also very common in our school system for kids with special needs. It's very common that kids with disabilities are pushed in and out of their classroom setting and told to affirm to it and just go with the flow. And these transitions are very complex. There's that preparation. We need a heads up. They need structure. And it's not always through visual schedule, but just those routines. And then that preparation involves giving advance notice. and outlining the expectation for the student, so the student can mentally prepare, regulate to prepare, and do what they need to do to prepare. And sometimes when you first start transitions through those first few weeks, you need to give that child space to adjust. Again, there's that unpredictability with transitions. Sometimes between those transitions, we're also asking them to switch tasks. Maybe that's to go from math to reading, or they're reading to science. There's a new task expected of you when you are moving. And then there's that sensory overload aspect. There's a change in the light from one room to another. There could be changes in the colors around the walls. There's changes of the floor, perhaps. There may be a weather change, especially if that transition requires you to go from outside to inside, or central AC to no AC, or portable to classroom. These are big things for us. And for neurotypical students, they may not impact them as much. But now we're managing and engaging with all the sensory input around us, which can cause dysregulation, which causes stimming. And when we just expect the student to go sit down and perform, we are doing a disservice to those children. Common supporting transitions are first and visuals. I honestly think that first then visuals are only good when we say first go to this class, then go to this class. Or I do find them negative when we say first do your work and then you get a prize, or first do this thing and then you'll receive an incentive. That please don't do that. That child will hyper focus on the then. And not do what you asked for first. Songs can help, but make sure that the student is okay with those extra sounds. And then just safe transition spaces. Maybe have the person that's helping them transition in that other setting to walk them out, to guide them to that other change, so that they are in the habit. And then just listen to us. Listening to our autistic voices and experiences, value our lived experience, amplify our voices, and learn from autistic adults. I'm an autistic adult. I'm happy to give you guidance like I'm doing today. Here's a picture of me with my children's book, which goes through the life of Rocky, if you want to check that out. And then there's inclusive educational environments. So implement the universal design. You want design learning experience that are accessible to all students. And then that sensory awareness, you want to create a classroom that is sensitive to support our sensory needs. And that is complex, right? Because every kid needs different things, and you need to address that from the start. Look and talk to your students about what they need to succeed, or your own child. And sometimes every student has a different need. So make sure you can try to address that with everything in your heart. My classroom is very all over, but it's structured in the best way possible because I have various chairs, various seating models, and tons of things those children can use. Teaching self-advocacy. So I always advocate for teachers to do meetings with their students before the student has to go and follow their new schedule or their new implementation of their IEP. Parents, I would encourage you to allow your child to understand their IEP and understand their disability. There's a lot of havoc around that. A lot of people are like, but I don't want my child to know they're autistic. Please tell them. Don't keep it a secret. They notice, trust me, they notice that there's something different about them. And help students identify their needs, teach that basic self-awareness, the emotional regulation, provide scripts if you want the student to advocate in the actual meeting, but also just have a pre-meeting with the student. What do you need to be successful? What would you need to come to school every day at your best? I mean, I feel like in our careers, we allow us to do that. So why are we not letting students? And then just building those genuine relationships with empathy, active listening, and patience is key. And I'm running out of time, but reward systems fail us.
You're actually totally fine on time. Just thought I'd pop in and tell you. So good to
Okay.
go. There's the other presenter isn't up for another 20 minutes. So you're so good.
Okay. Yay. Okay. So rewards and visual systems do not benefit all students. Traditional reward systems and visual schedules fail our students for several reasons. There's a lack of motivation, which stems from our misalignment with personal interests or intrinsic drives. The visual system often creates anxiety due to the increased pressure to confirm. And then there's that sensory overload and overly stimulating visual aid. If tasks are too difficult, reward systems fail to motivate. And understanding and addressing the underlying cause will foster that better environment. You have students who lack motivation, you have anxiety, there's sensory overload and task difficulty. There's also hyper focus, right? If you tell me every time I do something for you, I'm going to get a cookie, I'm not going to learn because I genuinely want to use the information. I'm going to learn for those cookies, and eventually I'll no longer want cookies. And then you say, oh, let's change the reward system, and this process will keep happening. And then right before you change the award system, when those students get used to those cookies or get used to that and don't want that anymore, they're going to be dysregulated, trying to seek more. There's so many other ways to motivate our students. And quite honestly, students will want to learn when you make learning fun. There's a difference between rewarding cookies and making cookies part of the assignment. And what I mean by that is if you're teaching fractions, have the kids cut cookies into sections of 4. You don't need to reward the student with the cookie, but implement those cookies into your lesson. Implement M&Ms into your lesson. Use them as part of your lesson. And people go, well, that's expensive, but so is buying 400 things of cookies until the student's dysregulated. Now you have to throw 200 cookies away because the student no longer wanted cookies. And the PBAS system is endorsed by all 50 states and the American government, sadly. And this system focuses on those rewards and consequences. It's why we have award ceremonies. It encourages positive behavior through systemic reinforcement. And it's actually what ABA was created off of, which is a behavioral study from the 1930s. And this study pretty much claims that if we treat autistic humans like dogs, they will succeed. Could you imagine if you went into work and you wanted coffee in the morning and they said, you can't get coffee until you do this at work. You can't have this until you do this. You get really sick of it real fast. These token systems, these behavior charts, these social skills trainings are common PBIS strategies. We see a lot of this with things like Cost Dojo in our schools. They're designed to shape behavior through external motivators rather than creating behavioral response naturally. And so you have a whole entire generation who is now fearful of making mistakes rather than, it's not necessarily them getting in trouble, but genuinely making mistakes. You have this system that is missing and overlooking the underlying reasons for behaviors. And this emphasis on compliance harms us autistic individuals. The problem with these approaches is that there's such a focus on compliance that we're over ignoring the underlying needs. It's traumatizing. And I'll give you a story. When I was in elementary school, I had a 4th grade teacher who did Class Dojo, and she would also take my assignment every day, and she'd put it up in front of the board, and she would tell everyone in the class that it was a 0, and this is what a 0 looked like. And then she would do Class Dojo points, so she would load the screen and start giving everyone points but me. The difference was that she didn't put my name up there on the assignment. Like, she covered my name. However, when everyone else got points and I didn't, everyone knew whose assignment that was. And so PBIS is traumatizing, especially when you start taking away things like a student's stimming and masking and forcing them to conform to neurotypical needs to get prizes. And it's a one-size-fits-all approach. Students want to use the material you teach them, and the worksheet to worksheet doesn't work in today's society. There's a lot of harmful aspects. Again, there's this reinforcement of masking. Let's suppress my natural ways so I get cookies too. It doesn't address the root cause of the behaviors ever. You're simply creating the system that is a forever going system of here's a cookie, do what I say. It's a compliance system. It's not a support system. It's about getting students, disabled and neurodivergent students, to behave in ways that adults find acceptable, even if it comes to the cost of their autonomy and dignity. It's behaviorist, not human-centered. It's built on behaviorism. The idea is that behavior can be shaped purely by external rewards and punishments, and it doesn't always address the underlying needs. It prioritizes compliance over authentic growth. It measures success by how well students follow the rules, not by whether they feel safe, supported, or regulated. It rewards masking, so students hide their identity, feeling, needs, or neurodivergent traits to earn external rewards. There's this whole system of inequity. It punishes kids who need support the most. Disabled, neurodivergent, traumatized, low income, and people of color. It's about meeting expectations, and expectations are often culturally biased, ableist, and not trauma-informed. And research shows that in our system currently, marginalized students are flagged for behavior problems, even when their actions are reasonable responses to systemic barriers. And it weaponizes rewards. Rewards should be something that we earn naturally. It dangles basic respect, access to privileges, or participation in fun activities as things that should be earned, even though those are things that should be rights, not rewards. Access to recess, field trips, classroom jobs, praise is made contingent on behavior points in a PBIS system, and kids who are struggling the most because of disability, trauma, or other barriers are excluded the most, and it further isolates the those who need support. And then there's that external motivation, not internal regulation. Because it's so focused on earning points, prizes, or praise, students learn to behave based on external rewards. The second these external rewards are removed, the behavior often collapses because no actual skills or insights were developed, and ignoring the trauma, disability, and systemic issues. And it's very performative. Schools love to post about it because it's an easy look at us system. You have color charts, you have points, you have prize boxes. It's not about supporting students, it's about controlling them. And there's such an emotional toll. You're going to have increased anxiety. And there's emotional suppression. There's burnout to conform with these biased standards. And many of you may be asking, so what do we do instead? How do I incentivize my students? And this is something that I learned being autistic myself, but it's also just switching from that behavior management system to a needs-based support. Students know what they need, believe it or not. Kids aren't misbehaving for attention. They are communing dysregulation, unmet needs, or confusion. Teach about their emotions, teach them about their nervous system, practice calming strategies, build plans for when a student feels overwhelmed, put those things in their documentation, prioritize those relationship over rewards. Instead of, class dojo points for good behavior, check in with each student, greet them at the door, do morning meetings, do affirmations, and repair conversations when trust breaks. Admit when you're wrong as a teacher. We misinterpret our students and they misinterpret us. And if you never admit that you're wrong, then your students aren't going to like you very much. And then there's that emotional literacy and self-advocacy aspect. Model your own emotions. Sit in your own calm down corners. Teach your own scripts. I've told my students I need a break. I've said, hey, y'all need to help me. Include them in your goals as a teacher or an educator or a parent even. And then honor those sensory and regulation needs. When a student gets up and starts walking around the room, I guarantee you they're regulating their body. And then once you transform learning and work through intrinsic motivation principles, you're going to have a lot of curiosity and interest-based learning. Students will start performing through their text. They won't say, oh, I read the paragraph, where's my cookie? They'll start asking you, and I've seen it in my own kids at work. They want that positive social connection. They want to be able to apply that real-world application. Everything in my class is hands-on. I bring the cake and cut fractions. I bring the cookies and divide them. We made Kool-Aid for measurement and calculated how much we needed to make for everyone. It's very hands-on and engaging. And we need to reimagine the classroom support framework. And then there's those core psychological drivers of engagement. You want choice, mastery, and purpose. Empowering our individuals with choice and task and learning methods, and let them find purpose and meaning in it. When we connect it to the real world, they know that they're going to use it. When we don't connect it to the real world, they question why they're learning it. And there's the visuals and rewards. They're not universal. They limit and they fail our kids. Create intrinsic motivation. When you have students who have intrinsic motivation, they foster a sense of ownership over their learning, and they genuinely want to engage with the content in your class. There's so many classes I took in school that I just didn't care for because it was the same thing over again, chapter after chapter. And I cared about the content of the class. I wanted to learn that, but I didn't want to learn it the way we were doing it. And again, rewards backfire. Research highlights the drawbacks of our reward-based systems. There's this pressure to earn basic needs like sensory breaks and sensory tools, and that can be detrimental. One of the things I stress is recess and lunch are not breaks. There's still so much sensory regulation that is happening in those things, but there's so much going on, right? Like, what are you doing during lunch? Are you thinking about you're calming your body? No, you're thinking about eating. You're thinking about talking to your friends. You're texting people. You're engaging with people. There's so much more going on during lunch than when you just take your break and go and sit and relax. And please, for the love of everything, relationships aren't a cure-all. They do not cure all challenges. Some autistic students struggle with social interaction and prefer that minimal engagement. And then some students always talk and never want to shut up. And I was one of the ones who never shut up. Some students need more space. They need that constant and some need constant interaction. And understanding and respecting these individual preferences is essential. Listen, behaviors, communication, and there's so many modes of participation. Allow all those to happen in your classroom. I share my lived experience as an autistic educator. I have so much advocacy for policy changes in special education, and you can go gain insights from my book, Step Into My Shoes, on the importance of understanding neurodivergent perspectives. What I want you to take away from today's presentation is that behavior is communication. Respond with support, not punishment. Understand that behaviors are often signals of unmet needs or sensory sensitivities. And take every autistic student as a different person. Not all autistic students are the same, not even close. And listen to all the autistic voices around you. And when we create a classroom that supports, we create a better world for all learners. And I'm Rebecca Engle. I've co-authored 10 books, written 2 international bestselling. You can reach me at Stitches and Stanzas or Rebecca Engle. But I would love to answer any questions as well.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. That was incredible. Like, so incredible. There was so much great information. I'm so glad it's recorded so that I can go back and pick through it and see more things. Stacy said, yes, the behavior shouldn't be happening if the right support is there. A lot of people agreeing with you on that. Harry said, I hope you'll also look into writing a book for the 2E community if you haven't already. You're amazing and another amazing resource for parents to know about. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Harry. I hope to see Rebecca Engle teaching in this community. And this was right when you were saying about the concert. And I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even notice because I totally stim yawn all the time. And, I get questions about it sometimes, but it's just the way it is, isn't it? That's who I am, getting some air. I hope you'll connect with the 2E community and present some of the gifted conferences as well as autistic conference and summits. Harry loves to see people be their best selves in every way. Stacy said she would love to see reward systems leave schools. And I couldn't agree more, and said great points about the reward systems, because I think that's such like an old, like you said, 1930s. It was such an old system that, and we train our dogs like that, like you said as well. And no, thank you for my child to be having that. She said, I'm so sorry. No child should ever be treated this way. And I couldn't agree more. Viviana says they always ignore the root causes. Without the cause, the behavior will persist. Dustin said, this is such great information. It's great there are teachers like you out in the world. We need more people like you. Can you duplicate yourself? Oh, this has been such a great session, and I'm so grateful that I reached out to you and we made this connection and got you on here today. So thank you for your time and your volunteer on a Saturday to come and help us.
Thank you for having me. Did anyone have any questions, or is it just the comments?
I think they're all just the comments. So yeah, that's wonderful. I love that. You gave such great information. So and it just so many resources. I'm sure people will be going to follow you, look at the books, and order them for themselves. And teachers who are listening, I know that there are some, now can put these things in place.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much. You go and have a wonderful, I got to ask what concert you went to.
Rock concert. It was Daughtry, Disturbed, and
ooh, nice. I love that.
Now I'm back to packing stuff because we're moving. So.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I think the drummer of Disturbed is somebody who Sam Mitchell. I don't know if you know Sam or not, but I think he has interviewed him before, and he sent me his information, and we chatted on text for a minute one time, and then we never were able to. So I'm gonna have to look that back up so I can get him on there. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Rebecca. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Bye. Oh my gosh, that was such an amazing session. I'm sure that all of you really got some great information out of that, especially any teachers that are listening that can really put those into place and find that understanding about those reward systems. I think that was such valuable information that she shared about that. We are doing so good. We're literally 1 minute early. So, and our next presenter is already ready. So I'm going to bring her up now. So excited for Robin to be here today. Thank you so much.
So glad to be here. This is exciting. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's wonderful to talk to you. We had a great conversation the other day. We probably could keep having a conversation. We might still be in the conversation had we have not had meetings to attend. So
Yes, exactly. I love
it's so
that.
wonderful.
Yeah, it's
And
it's
people,
when you
I
know
love
you
it.
found your tribe, right?
Yes, exactly. Yay. Carol says hi. Says, hey, yay, Robin. I can't wait
Hi,
to hear
Carol
you
Jean.
share. I love that. Love to see the
I love that
support.
too. It's
Thanks,
nice.
Carol. Carol Jean is she's just like a breath of fresh air. She's like a beautiful flower that you go to smell and you're like, oh, that was so wonderful. And it stays with you, you know? My daughter brought me some lilacs home yesterday and a little bouquet. And every time I went into the living room, I smelt them. And I was just like, oh, this smells so good. So Carol Jean, you are like a beautiful lilac bush. Robin, we're so glad to have you here today. And I personally love what you're going to talk about today. And you and I have a lot in common about this subject. And so excited to see that. Oh, good. And Carol Jean says she loves lilacs. So I did good. That's wonderful. Well, I have your slides right here.
Oops.
Make sure you can go ahead and now you can see at least what I'm looking at and
What do
change
you?
anything.
So we are in the wrong section, aren't we? Here we go. Should I stop sharing these? Because you have my notes, I think.
Okay, let me remove, and then why don't you go? If is there another set you want to try to present from, you can just use that present button, and it gives you options. And I guess I'll tell everyone, we had 2 unfortunate cancellations today, so we have one that is an last minute fill in. So I'm so excited for later on today to tell you about that. But after this, we'll be taking a lunch break and going. I'm just going to play some of our sponsor videos and do that for the time after this. So just good thoughts to the speakers that had emergencies come up and couldn't be here. We love you. No sorries ever. We roll with the punches and we'll fill in the time and make it the best for everyone.
So I'm sorry. I'm still working over here. I don't know what
You're
happened. I thought,
fine. No, you're
oh goodness.
totally fine. Take your time. There's no, like I said, now there's literally no pressure. The next speaker is not until 1:40.
Would it be possible? Oh, okay, that's alarm. I was going to say to take the lunch break and then come back and do my. So
We
that you
can do
can help
whatever
me
you
with
want,
these.
however
Is
you'd
that
like to do it.
possible?
Oh,
Can the
yeah. Are you
audience
kidding?
do
Of
that?
course. Of
Oh,
course.
that
You
would be
want to?
helpful.
Let's do
Oh, I
it.
would love
Okay.
it.
Everybody,
Okay.
we are going to take
Sorry.
a little break. Oh my gosh, no sorries.
Thank
You know
you.
what? There's this group of a ladies club that I belong to, and every time you say sorry, you have to take a drink. So,
Oh,
one shot sorry for you, lady. So yeah, no worries at all. It's
so
perfect.
appreciated.
Oh,
Thank
of
you.
course. I will just put up some little notices, everything, and I'll play some videos from our sponsors, and we will be back in. You know what? I'll just stay caught up with you in Messenger, and you let me know when you're ready to come back, and we'll give 20-30 minute break, and then we'll come back and go from there.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll see you guys back then. Love you all. Thank you so much in the comments. Everybody staying so active today. It's been a wonderful day yesterday, continuing on for today. We'll get everything figured out later. It's totally good. So we will be back here and see you then in about 30 minutes. Hello and welcome back. Hopefully you went and got a little drink or a little snack. I got my tea filled up. I got this cute little cup my mom gave me with all the cute cats on it. Crazy cat lady here. But I am married with kids, so I don't know. So glad that everyone has stuck around. Thank you so much, and thanks for letting us take a little bit of a break. I love that Carol Jean says, "Yep, it's all figure outable." I agree. Couldn't be a better F word to use. So, yes. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. I love that. I love that with peeps on it. That's so cute. My mom loves coffee mugs, and so she just recently unloaded a whole bunch, and so now I have this great collage of cute coffee cups to use and teacups. So, my husband has the tea, and I get the tea, or I mean the coffee, and I get the tea. Sorry, great F word. I love it. Yeah, thank you. We're having so much fun today. Such great energy. I love that about these summits. I love the energy that we get to share with one another. We get to make connections, and through connections, bring immense opportunities for people, resources, lifelong friendships with people. There's nothing more important. I mean, this just makes my heart feel so great about all of this. So thank you for all of you who have stuck around to listen, and I'm sure other people will be hopping on throughout the day. And thank you for coming on a Saturday, in fact. So, and taking your time to support us here. Robin, if you're ready, I'm excited to bring you back up, and yay, we're gonna try this again. And thank you. Thanks for, like I said, thanks for saying that you needed to take a break. I think that's a really good example of advocating for yourself right there, right? You needed to take a little time. We had this extra time. Bless their hearts that couldn't be here, but they provided this extra time space for us to be able to fix this out. My husband and I always say, in all of the ways, rejection is protection, whether that is something happens at the last second and it's like you're upset, but that rejection is protection for some reason or another. And here we are, like it was able to make the perfect amount of space for us to figure something out. Plus we got to learn something on a little lunch break in a different setting. So that was kind of interesting too.
Yeah.
So good job on setting a good example. Here are your slides this time.
Yay.
And we can see how that goes. You can toggle over them to make sure that you can go through them. Of course, like I said, I'm happy to do it too. So hopefully you have everything you need this time around. And I'll be right here if you need me. Just call me back up and I will be there.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. I'm laughing over here that I'm going to be the speaker of talking to all of you about executive function because I just had an executive malfunction. But yeah, great example of how when our executive functions are stressed, our emotional regulation can kind of take over. And the best thing to do is take a break. So I was so thankful that I know Sarah is such a forgiving and helpful person. We learned a whole lot behind the scenes. So thank you. And with that, my name is Robin Tate. I am an autism, ADHD life coach and neurodiverse couples coach. I absolutely love the work I do. And I'm just really excited to talk to you about it. We're going to talk about executive function and the impact and differences on that, the impact of these differences on neurodiverse couples. Although there are many brain types and types of neurodivergent brains, today we are going to primarily be talking about couples where one or both people in the relationship are autistic and or have ADHD. But before we get started, let me tell you a little bit about me. Personally, I'm a mom of two pretty amazing teenagers. I can't help to give a shout out to them every chance I get. I am a neurodivergent woman, formerly diagnosed with ADHD for over 20 years. I self-identified probably a decade ago with various learning challenges. And I am one of the 40 to 60% of ADHD people who also have some autistic traits. Professionally, I worked 10 years as a teacher of the deaf and hard of hearing, primarily in preschool. That involved lots of in-services and teaching opportunities of children and adults. I have 2 master's degrees, one in education, one in counseling, and I am professionally trained and credentialed as a coach. I own my own coaching practice, and I specialize in helping autistic, ADHD, and ADHD individuals, partners, and couples. And as anyone who is neurodivergent likely is, I'm an advocate wherever I go for neurodiversity. So with that, let me talk to you about what the impact of executive function is on neurodiverse couples. When I'm working with couples, there's 3, well, with any neurodivergent person, there are 3 areas that are very, very important to consider. And they are executive function, communication, and self-regulation. These are the 3 areas where neurodivergent people have challenges within the context of majority culture expectations. They are overlapping and they impact each other. So if a person's brain, we just saw this happen with me prior to presenting, is dysregulated or flooded, they won't be able to communicate and think as well. Their executive functions won't work as efficiently. These are the areas where most obstacles and misunderstandings occur for neurodiverse couples as they're working to achieve their goals. Today, we're going to focus primarily on executive function, but I wanted to share with you so that you could understand that as people, executive function isn't happening in isolation, and it's rare as a helper to only work with a person or a couple with on their executive function skills alone. Another important thing to note with executive function is that that is not typically the goal. Executive functions are typically tools that we want to develop so that a person can reach a goal or we can reach a goal. And these are different for each person. So with that, what is executive function? There's no consensus. If you were to Google and research this, there is no consensus on the definition or exactly what specific executive functions are. And so I really leaned heavily when I was learning about executive function on the experts in the ADHD community. ADHD is commonly described as a executive function challenge. It's defined by having a lot of executive function challenges. So Dr. Russell Barkley's definition is executive functions are the self-directed actions needed to manage oneself and one's resources in order to achieve a goal. My definition is a little more simplistic, but it's the processes of the brain that we use to complete each and every single task and every step of the task that we wish to complete in a day from initiation to achievement. You'll notice that executive functions are both the neural processes used to complete the task, and the same term is used for the skills required to accomplish the task. So maybe you caught that or it felt confusing. You're correct. We're actually using the same terms to talk about both the neural processes and the skills. And I'll try to, keep that clear as I talk. Things that are important to know about executive function. Executive functions are housed in what's called the prefrontal cortex of the brain, yet they're networked throughout the entire brain. And any damage to the network or the white matter in the brain could result in what we refer to as an executive function challenge. Executive function is a greater predictor of life skills than intelligence. It's so important to know that, and it's often overlooked. Challenges with executive function are common for those with autism and ADHD, as well as many other forms of neurodivergence. As an interesting observation I've noticed, we really only unfortunately talk about executive function as if it is a challenge. And yet, the truth is that every person has executive functions, every person has executive function strengths and challenges. And so when we're really only focusing on the executive function as the challenge, we're showing that we really don't have a complete understanding of what executive function is. Executive function has strengths and challenges. This is a common ground for couples when they really start to learn that both of them, regardless of their neurotype, have strengths and challenges in this area. When we hear executive function, we tend to think, and that it's related to reaching goals, we tend to think of it as reaching large goals, like running a marathon. But in reality, goals aren't always big. Goals can range from small daily tasks like waking up and getting out of bed or eating breakfast to what we do traditionally think about as goals, like earning a degree or learning a new program at work or running a marathon. Executive function challenges are not a standalone diagnosis. And again, that I think comes from that mindset that executive function lies in challenges. It's actually not a diagnosis, but what executive functions are characteristics of many different medical, psychological, educational diagnosis or conditions. And even if a person doesn't fit one of those diagnoses, they have strengths and challenges just by the nature of being a person. Executive function, bear with me one more second. Executive function are the cognitive, just a few more fun executive function facts. Executive functions are the cognitive abilities to help us plan, focus, remember instructions, and juggle tasks. They continue to develop well into our 20s, our mid 20s. Executive functions can be strengthened over time with the right support and strategies. It's really hard work, but even if you're over 25 or your mid 20s, the good news is that age is not an excuse to keep trying to make changes and build neural pathways, learn new skills. It is a little bit harder over the age of 25 or 26, somewhere in your mid 20s, but it's still possible. And I get the privilege of seeing that happen all the time. Executive function is impacted by environmental stressors like sleep, nutrition, stress, hormones, and socioeconomic status. We see more women being diagnosed right now with ADHD as they hit the age of menopause. That right there is starting to be researched because we're starting to understand the interplay of hormones and menopause. And we also know that teenagers, female teenagers in their menstrual, cycles, there's certain times where their executive functions are more challenged than others. Genetics and dopamine regulation have been proven to play a key role in shaping our executive function abilities. And because of the genetic factor, what we know is that in families, it's common that there's more than one person, or even the whole entire family may have executive function challenges that are, more significant than maybe what's considered the majority culture, typical population. Possible differences, this is a great question that people ask, and I wanted to make sure I addressed it, is there's kind of an assumption that there would be differences in executive function and how it appears in autism, ADHD, or a person that has both, who is ADHD. That's not necessarily true. It hasn't been proven. There's research that shows that it's possibly different. We have observations that we've made of people that we know, and then there's research that's also not displayed that there are differences. Common possibilities of differences, or where we may seem, and I always want to stay away from stereotypes because I embrace a person-centered approach regardless of neurotype, but I still think this is worth talking about. Commonly, people talk about seeing increased challenges with flexibility and planning with people that are autistic, and verbal working memory has been noted to be a challenge that is more common with autistic people. With ADHD people, we commonly talk about, and some of the research has supported this, that there are more increased challenges with response inhibition, which is commonly called impulsivity. And then the shared population, or the shared challenges of autistic and ADHD people would regardless if you have autism or your ADHD, you would still have the same challenges with working memory, attention, concept formation, and the degree to which is person specific. ADHD, which is a term that comes from the neurodiversity community, displays in a person with this balance of all the EF strengths and challenges, right? So this is where I think I always am leaning on this person-centric view of getting to know the person and getting to know what their specific strengths and challenges. I keep coming back to that as more important than, this possibility that, oh, autistic people are more struggled with cognitive flexibility and ADHD people struggle more with impulsivity. We see in ADHD people a 50 to 70% overlap of having, both autism or being autistic and ADHD. And with ADHD people, we see 40 to 60% have autistic traits. 14% of ADHD children meet the diagnostic criteria of having autism. So with that, it becomes very hard to pigeonhole or say, okay, well, autistic people have these executive function challenges and ADHD people have these executive function challenges. We kind of want to be able to do that, but I haven't seen that in my practice. I tend to see that any person could show up with certain executive function strengths and certain executive function challenges. So I want to get into what the specific executive function processes are. And just like no two people, I couldn't find two people that agreed on the definition of executive function when I dug into it. There were not two people who really agreed on what the executive function processes of the brain were. Some of them overlap, but you might find one person has 5 and another person has 6. I've leaned highly on Peg Dawson and Richard Gere's work. They are well known in the ADHD community. And so I'm going to use their 12 executive functions to give you an idea of where either partner in a relationship, a neurodiverse relationship, could have a strength or could have a challenge. And I'm going to give you an example of what does a challenge look like, right? And then we'll move into a case study and from there. So when we think about executive function, there are hot executive functions and cold executive functions. Hot executive functions talk about the executive function processes that involve emotional regulation. Cold executive functions are the more mechanical executive functions. So response inhibition is a hot executive function. Examples of and what that really is impulsivity. Does a person react quickly, or are they able to pause and consider what their next steps might be? And examples, this one is often overlooked in neurodivergent girls or women. Being hyperverbal is actually a executive function challenge. It may be. It can be impulse driven. Struggles with addictions, and we're talking about overeating or gambling or pornography or any of the things that can cause addiction. Interrupting conversations, starting multiple incomplete projects, and not finishing them because you're jumping to the next problem or the next project that's more interesting. Working memory is an example of a cold executive function. It's the ability to hold and manipulate information mentally. So some people will hold information visually, and some people will hold information with images. And so we know verbal working memory tends to be more challenging for autistic individuals. And this will show up when somebody asks a question and they don't have, the answer, or they're more challenged with holding it and then using it. Examples of working memory in general show up when you go to the grocery store and forget the items on the shopping list. What was I supposed to get here? And maybe come back with one thing on the list, but not the whole list, or maybe sometimes nothing, on the list that you remembered. And you get home and you're like, oh, I forgot. Self-regulation, or the ability to manage emotions appropriately, is another key executive function. Challenges with self-regulation can lead to meltdowns, shutdowns, other emotional outbursts. Eloping is another, let me just please leave the scene because I'm just so overwhelmed in this situation. So take note that all of these executive function processes are critical for daily functioning and then therefore healthy relationships. Executive function processes are key skills. They help us manage our time, they help us focus, and they help us reach our responsibilities. Another, number 4, task initiation. It's about starting the task, right? So we talked about how executive function is all the processes from beginning, that it takes to reach a goal. And initiation is that first step. And it's about just starting the task when needed. Many neurodivergent people struggle with something called inertia, which is that inability to start. I know how to do it, but I just can't get over that emotional feeling that weighs me down, or some other obstacle I think might happen to initiate the task. And so this can look like, not starting dinner on time, or not working on a home project that needs beginning a home project, or getting ready to leave the house, knowing that I need to, get in the shower at this time in order to start the process of leaving and leave on time. Sustain attention is about maintaining focus until a task is complete, like finishing a project or listening attentively to a speaker. Your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend. That's important in couples relationships, that you will give me your attention and I will know that you're interested in what I have to say, in the best way that you're able to do that. So executive function can derail that active listening. Planning and prioritization involves organizing tasks by importance, like deciding, do I play video games today because that seems like the most important thing to me? Or do I go mow the lawn because tomorrow it's going to rain and, the grass is growing up over top of our small dog who can't make his way out through the grass. And each person's priorities might be different in the relationship. Organization is about creating systems to track responsibilities, like filing paperwork, putting things away, and just overall decluttering. It's so interesting to me that we don't talk about these executive functions before, we societally anyway, before we get into relationship with somebody, right? On a first date, you don't ask somebody about how they organize their paperwork, although maybe a good idea, not for the first date, but maybe before we move in together or something. So these executive function skills are essential for productivity, for time management, and for overall organizational life together. So they should not be assumed. We should not be assuming that we know our partner's strengths and challenges and that they are going to be organizing in a way that meets our expectations. There's a few more of these, so bear with me. Time management is crucial for overall success in any role. It involves the ability to accurately predict how long a task will take. It's essential in meeting a deadline and arriving at appointments on time. Challenges in this area can honestly result in things. Common challenges I will hear is, my partner is sitting in the car yelling at me, but they told me that we were supposed to leave at 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. I'm in the shower. So challenges can result in things like that, or frequent phone calls while you're still at work, but in actuality, it's past the time you're expected to leave work and dinner's on the table, things like that. So time management is, I just think we don't talk about it enough because it causes a lot of disruptions in relationships when it isn't talked about. An example of time management would be, leaving with enough time to reach your destination, accounting for potential delays or unexpected circumstances. So flexibility is the capacity to adapt to changes and unexpected situations. This is an important skill, as home is frequently unstructured. I will commonly be asked by one partner or the other, why does this only happen to me at home? At work, I don't have this problem. And the implication there is that my partner is the problem. Rarely the truth, but the implication is, obviously, if this thing's only happening to me at home, well, what is that, Robin? Why is that happening? And the answer is because home is not structured. Home is usually the least structured place. It's very unstructured. The expectations are unstructured. There's often very invisible expectations, and we assume that we're going, our partner wants things to be the same way that we want them to be. And so cognitive flexibility is essential. Examples of maybe a situation that requires cognitive flexibility could be, well, I wanted to eat this for a meal and I went to the refrigerator and it was gone. Somebody else had eaten it. And that requires, the person to adjust, cognitively shift and be like, well, I can't have that for lunch, but I could make, I see there's peanut butter and there's bread. I could make that. And so those kind of small shifts, or seemingly small shifts for some people, are really hard cognitively for other people if they're challenged with flexibility. And it's important to know, because we expect and make those kinds of shifts on a regular basis in our home lives and personal relationships. Cognition, or metacognition, refers to one's awareness of their own thoughts and their own actions. This is the kind of self-awareness and reflection that allows people to understand their strengths, their weaknesses, and their thought processes, which improve decision-making and problem solving. As an antidote or a strategy, role-playing a situation to understand what went well and what didn't builds our metacognition, what we think about what we think, and therefore, what are we going to do the next time? People who are challenged with metacognition may be in the same situation. They may have a problem and solve it in a way that doesn't go well, and then be in the same situation and attempt to solve that problem in the same way that didn't work. And when a partner that is not challenged with metacognition is living with that, and there's a lot of frustration and misunderstanding. Why would you do this the same way when we know it didn't work? Well, if you're challenged with metacognition, you may not realize what went wrong and why that thing didn't work the last time. You may even have forgot that you tried it before and it didn't work. And so there lies a source of discontent and arguments that can occur that are really invisible, right? Unless you understand executive function, why is this happening? So 11, persistence, the ability to continue working toward a goal despite obstacles or setbacks. This kind of tenacity or resilience, pushing through, is essential for achieving long-term success and overcoming challenges. This is that middle point of the marathon where you want to throw your body on the ground. And what I've heard, I don't run, frankly, but what I've heard from clients who run, they feel the burn, right? So they're in the heart of reaching the goal and it's become very uncomfortable. And do they have this persistence to push forward, or do they quit and then give up on achieving this goal that potentially is solvable and obviously not a harm to their health to push forward with? Examples of this could even be staying in a relationship and working to communicate and organize together honestly, sticking with the same career, or completing a project when it gets too challenging or just the right amount of challenging to grow. I want to move us into a case study where we can just talk about, as you listen, I'm sorry, I'm having a little struggle over here with my slides because we changed. They're not showing up quite as I expected. Okay, so I'm going to try to read this because that was my plan. But as I read this, I was hoping that you could listen for the potential executive function challenges, now that you know what they are, as they could be showing up in this relationship. My wife, who's autistic, this is just the husband's perspective, has a very busy career. So she's working a lot. And even though we agreed that she would help with the kids and larger projects, the bulk of the responsibilities fall on me. It seems she thinks it's enough to attend school events, even if she isn't on time. I, the not neurodivergent person, don't feel like I can count on her, and I am afraid to ask her to pick up the kids for fear she will forget. I've created a list of things to remind her what needs to be done each night on the weekends, and I put it in the pantry. She never even looks at it. I work too, and I'm tired and feel alone. We sleep in separate bedrooms and have not been sexually intimate for some time. I noticed that we only had sex when she initiated, and at some point I started just to feel rejected. This made me upset, and now after the kids go to bed, I watch TV alone. After we eat, she sometimes helps clean up and then goes into her home office where she reads or writes fiction and creates art. I wish she would spend more time with the kids and me. I wish she would help me with more of our shared responsibilities. It seems like most of the work falls on me or does not get done. Our house is a mess. And I highlighted under, but I was hoping you would listen and be picking up on those executive functions. But in this situation, and there may be more, we definitely saw time management challenges, organizational challenges, planning, flexibility, prioritization, and working memory. But I think more than that, when I work with a couple and hear a similar, this is a fictitious case study I created, but here are similar aspects. The first thing I know that anyone working with a neurodiverse couple needs to know is there is another perspective, and that it is likely, knowing that there's different neurotypes here, very different than the initial person that's presenting the problem. And so what was the wife's perspective is the essential question. First, I needed to meet with her, right? She thought that since he was at the event, there was no need to go to bed on time or be on time, and that arriving at any time was good. There was no problem in her mind. She needed to decompress after the day was over, and she really enjoys autonomy. So it was not avoidance on her part. So very different perspectives. She admits that she struggles with time management and other executive function challenges, right? But she also believed that the household responsibilities were divided fairly, based on who was home more often and who made the money. They had not spoken about this. And so it was left up for interpretation and perspective taking challenges. There was some implied language that was happening. She did not agree that she had been asked to do certain chores as her husband had begun. The request with, "Do you want to?" She said, "I did not want to." So I said no. And so restructuring language in a way that was understandable would be essential, and that became clear. She also thought that because she made more money and he was home more often, that it was fair that the majority of the responsibilities at home were his. Intimacy barriers that happened, and I'm primarily talking about, well, I'm talking about physical intimacy, but emotional intimacy, communication, and even experiential intimacy are all tied in. But she was feeling constantly criticized, tired, and she said, "I need emotional safety to connect, and I also need my own autonomy and time to myself to regulate before I can be even just cuddling on the couch or spending time watching TV with my husband," and he doesn't seem to understand that. Executive function reality In other words, she's acknowledging her struggles and her experiences them very differently than her partner. Sleep. This was not a problem. She just saw it like, well, he sleeps when he sleeps and I sleep when I sleep. So I just wanted to highlight those two different, very different perspectives and how important that is when you're working with a couple, even through the lens of or executive function, right? So it's essential that each person in the relationship begin to expect that their partner will have very different perspectives. And this is because their brain sees the situation from a different angle. Just like if one person was standing at the top of a 6 and another from the bottom, they may see it as, they may describe it as a 9, while the other person's describing it as a 6. And so there were two key factors in obstacles, right? We saw arguments were happening over intention without intention being known. We saw expectations were not clearly defined, leading to assumptions. Different definitions of words, that is an executive function challenge, to the idea that there was an understanding when there was not. Each person had a different priority on cleanliness, intimacy, sleep patterns, parenting, and many other related topics. Different expectations of time management and planning ability for events. So these all kind of came up to the surface. So what were the solutions? The solutions were creating concrete visual tools like task lists, priority systems, scheduled activities, clear structured ways to communicate and hear perspective. That was actually the number one thing that laid the foundation for the other tools to work. Weekly planning meetings and ongoing check-ins. In other words, since I know that your executive function strengths and challenges are different than mine and our perspectives are different, I will need to check in with you more when I'm not certain of what's happening. Defining a team mentality, right? We are on the same team and therefore we are not each other's problem. What aspects define your team? And then how do we work together to meet the challenge? Define roles that go with specific tasks. Commonly in relationships, people will just, one person will pick up certain tasks and do it, and the other person will tend to just pick up the rest of them. And then if it's imbalanced, one person will become really resentful of that. So visible task lists that are posted in common areas that have deadlines attached. These are reminders. They're not meant to be condescending, but when there's agreement and both people feel comfortable with doing this kind of thing, it's helping to bridge the two brain differences and making all the expectations clear and visible for each person in the way that they might need it. Defined role, we did say that go with, defined roles that go with each specific task. In other words, if you say to me, clean up the kitchen, and I have that again, defined scheduled systems for household tasks, then what does that mean? Clean up the kitchen, right? Clearly, we have now sat down and decided together, what does that mean to clean up the kitchen? So that if either person is doing it, we can now use that phrase, but both people understand what that phrase means. And this is how. So sometimes we've got to go in and teach each other how we're going, or agree how we're going to complete, reach the goal. If it's empty the dishwasher, could be the goal. So it's very important to walk into those clearly understood intimacy, physical, emotional communication, spiritual, experiential intimacy needs that are really talked about openly and then planned for and respected, given respect to sensory needs and autonomy needs and just preferences. And overall schedules when we're pulling executive function into that, was my partner had a busy day at work, and is it better for us to consider intimacy at a different time, or to give a break between work and home life and that shift? What is good for each and right for each person? What's possible? Each couple has different demands. Some people have children, some people do not, or other people they're caring for. So creating clear codes and And then clear, defined, mutually agreed upon expectations for each person in the household and the relationship roles, so that everybody's on the same page. Now, obviously, these things sound very different for most people than the go with the flow way that they were hoping that they were going to do life. But the way that was working, going with the flow, was having typically too many misinterpretations. And so getting concrete, considering executive function really helps people both be on the same team and builds a bridge in understanding between brain differences. So the impact of executive function on neurodiverse marriages. So neurodiverse marriages can face unique challenges due to differences. Partners may interpret executive function challenges as laziness or empathy. Responsibilities can become imbalanced. Communication breakdowns and isolation can create relationship strain, with couples getting stuck in unhealthy patterns. The chronic stress can take a toll on mental health, leading to increased anxiety, depression, feelings of abandonment, and burnout. So it's important to recognize the impact is not the intent. Each partner will interpret the situation through their own perspective, and that all three areas, executive function, communication, and self-regulation, need to be in balance for the couple to thrive. So again, impact, misinterpretation. Am I having negative thoughts about my partner? And are they true? Are my partner's challenges because they want to hurt me, their behaviors, or are they actually rooted in their brain differences? Imbalanced responsibilities. They'll see a parent-child dynamic frequently. And I've never met a couple yet where that parent-child response dynamic is what they're hoping for. The person who describes themselves as being more of the authority or parent feels like they never get to have fun and relax. And the person who's more in that feeling like a child role never gets to feel like an adult or as if they have agency in their own relationship. And so it's important to recognize where executive function plays a part in that and help balance it. And obviously then there's the relationship strain, and that has impact on each person, and that can be physical illness, mental health challenges, and extreme stress that can break down relationships. So on a more positive, more positive note, this slide outlines key strategies for navigating relationships and partnerships when one or both partners have executive function challenges, right? So the first strategy, self-awareness, understand your own executive function strengths and challenges so you can play to your own strengths and also advocate for the things that are hard for you and just talk about what you need. One tool that really helps this is Dawson and Greer's. It's the checklist is called the ESQR. You can Google that. It's available for free on many different websites, but it's a checklist where you can take this checklist and learn about your own executive function strengths and challenges. And as a couple, you can even share that with each other, right? Have a meeting and maybe talk about one of those executive function areas we just covered. And what's my strength? What's my challenge? Where does this show up? How could we work better on it as a team? Maybe the person as a strength could be the project manager of something specific, like, being in the kitchen, right? The cook or the helper rather than the project manager. If that's not your strength, can I learn from you how to do this task better because you're good at it? Using compassion, recognizing that there is no right way to think or process information, and avoiding judgment or differences, right? So a relationship that accounts for each person's executive function strengths and challenges, as if that's just typical, unexpected, where we can talk about them. And so there's no shame. There's just, can we review this and how could we do it better the next time? Systems is another strategy. Create personalized strategies for each partner in the couple. As much as I'm coaching and I have a great foundation of knowledge, each couple that I work with is unique in terms of what will work for them and what will not. And when something doesn't work, we glean from that what worked and what didn't, and how can we create a new strategy. Having a team approach is a strategy. Do we see each other as the problem, or are we together in facing the problem, whatever it is? And again, building on strengths. Expectations match strengths. So in other words, when we talk about who is going to take on a certain task or be the project manager of that, we're matching that person's executive strengths to the task, or we're very aware that that person's going to be growing in that area, and talk about how could they receive help, or would they like to experiment with it without help, and we'll review at the end. Professional help. Seek the guidance of professionals who understand neurodiversity, really understand neurodiversity in a practical way. What does this look like in my house? Why are these obstacles happening, of either communication, regulation, or executive function? If you're working with someone that doesn't understand those 3 areas, and they're trying to help you reach a goal as a couple, the chances are they may not really understand neurodiversity and what that looks like in a couple's life in order to help you reach your goal. And so you want to make sure you're matched with somebody who understands your brains and has that neurological lens to prevent frustration or even false mental health diagnosis. An inclusive culture. I call this a common culture, a culture that is really and it begins in your home, right? Like it's inclusive of everybody's brain types and processing styles, and talks about them openly, sets things up for success versus what we think it should look like. So if you have children, do they need to go to an event every single day of the week, or be in 2 or 3 sports or activities? Or for your family, is it better to schedule things out and space them so that everybody's needs are met, but we may not be doing as much as the people next door, or other what we think are typical expectations, or majority culture expectations. So executive function variations are brain-based differences. They are not character flaws that impact daily interactions in neurodiverse couples. Challenges like time management, emotional regulation, planning, and communication can arise from the differences between partners. Mutual understanding, personalized systems, and leveraging strengths are key to build bridges and replace blame and compassion. Replace blame with compassion. I knew we wanted compassion in there. Acknowledging differences and working as a team towards shared goals can help create balance and transform executive function challenges into opportunities for deeper connection. And everybody feels more connected when we're reaching goals together, no doubt. So we've covered a lot of important insights today about executive function. Key takeaways: awareness, compassion, seeing our partners as a person, remembering their strengths, and working as a team to build personalized strategies. These differences can be transformed into opportunities for deeper connection and understanding. Remember, the shared goal is building a supportive, understanding partnership that celebrates the unique strengths that each partner brings. Executive function, communication, self-regulation all play a critical role in creating the balance and thriving. And I encourage you to approach these challenges with an open mind and a commitment to learning from each other. And just taking a peek at this slide, just keeping in mind there's 12 executive function processes, right? So it's not just executive function is not just time management. There are 3 areas when working with any neurodivergent person or couple to keep in mind: executive function, communication, and self-regulation. And considering that when there are 2 partners, there are 2 unique brain types, but we have one shared common goal. And thank you for having me. I'm open to taking any questions. If you are interested in more information, I was recently had the privilege of writing a chapter on this topic for a book written by Dr. Stephanie Holmes and Dan Holmes called Uniquely Us. And there's a link there for you. You can find it on Barnes & Noble or any retailer.
Love that. Oh, Robin, that was really fantastic. I'm going back into the comments so that I can put them up here. There we go. You're leading us by showing us how we can do this for ourselves. Powerful. And she says she loves you.
There she is, being a breath of fresh air again,
I
huh?
know. She's just so wonderful. She said your approach is so powerful because you honor the self and not the issues. Burnout strongly impacts executive function and how we communicate. It can really harm a relationship when we don't know we're in burnout.
Yeah.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, I'm glad she brought that up because executive function is one of the most overlooked causes of, I think, of burnout. And especially we live in, and I might have mentioned it on a slide, but I don't think I said it. We live in a technology-driven world, right? Which is fast and expects us to cognitively shift and be in multiple places all the time. And so I suspect that as a society in general, we're seeing more executive function challenge that leads to burnout because our brains are really not meant to keep up with the pace of what technology and computers can do. And yet we're putting those demands on ourselves and our children. But side note.
Whew, crazy. She said, I love how you lay out the way executive function shows up in a relationship. We don't always think of so many of these things, and it's powerful knowledge to have. And that is so true. I said it's so important to be curious and discover the other person's communication, but be self-advocating when the communication is unclear. And, that it's interesting whether or not it's just, my husband and I, that's all the only couple I can give you any kind of perspective from. But there are times when he has ideas about something and he sees things so visually and I really don't. And so it's hard for me to sometimes understand, and I don't understand. So like he'll draw things for me, or because if he explains it to me, like he does, construction. And so he can go in and he sees all of these things that a normal person's eyes wouldn't really ever notice.
Details. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And so it's sometimes I have to really make sure that I'm understanding clearly what they're meaning. So yeah, that's interesting. Oh yeah, and she said, yeah, that is huge, right? Yeah, self-advocating when communication is unclear. Absolutely.
With communication, I think that is an often overlooked executive function challenge, actually, where I have a couple I've worked with for a while and they just brought this up. They're like, they were so awesome. They were like, I see details. This is these big pictures. Like they could talk about what their brains are doing, but we're talking about a totally different thing. And we think that we know what we're talking about. So yeah, communication and language is huge. And I think it doesn't, we don't think of it as an executive function challenge.
Oh, well, I'm so happy to have you here today. Thank you for, working through all of it, and we got through it all, right? We're back, and it was a beautiful presentation. Absolutely. And we just really appreciate your time. And we'll, of course, be talking just later today, I'm sure. So it's great to have you here. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. This summit has just been such an honor to be able to have so many wonderful people, come and give their time and efforts. Our next guest, I'm just so thankful beyond words for, because this was going to be the lunch break because there were so many changes in the schedule. And unfortunately, we had a couple cancellations at the last minute. But our next guest wore her Superwoman cape and came in to save the day. So, and it's such an amazing topic, such a great resource. You guys are going to love this. So I'm so really excited to bring. Hi, Marlene. How are you?
Nice to see you.
It's so nice to have you here, and just bless your heart. Thank you so much.
Bless your
Yeah.
heart for,
Oh, this
for your
was so great for you to
stamina
fill
and
in.
tenacity. You're
Oh,
amazing.
so great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And well, and it's the community that really fuels me. So having you show up, and I mean, just gives me even more to get it done. I'm ready to get it all done. So thank you to everyone in the audience. Thank you, David, for saying hello. Robin just said thank you, and we're so happy to hear
Hello.
her amazing presentation on executive functioning and neurodivergent couples. Such an important topic to cover for relationships in general. So, oh my gosh. Do you have any slides that you want to present, or what would you like to do?
No, I am au naturel today.
Okay.
It's just me, acoustic me. So
I love it.
I'll try
I
to
love
make
it.
it as interesting as possible. I did not prepare any slides or visual aids, but I guess
Well, you didn't have any time.
we could cut to a YouTube. Actually, that gives me an idea. I do have something to show on
Sure.
Instagram. I don't know how we would facilitate it, but anyway, we'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll try to figure it out. But yeah, that's wonderful. I am going to let you take over and introduce yourself and talk to us about the wonderful projects that you're doing. And I'm just so excited. Thank you again for being here. I just have to bring up one more. Woohoo! Marlene is in the house from Harry James
Hi,
O'Kelly.
Wow.
So
all like friends and family.
Exactly. We know how to bring it here. We know how to
you
throw
do.
a party. Thanks, Marlene. I'll see you back here, and just call me up if you have any questions or need anything.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hello everyone. I didn't realize I'd be flying solo, but this
You don't have to. I could stay if you'd like to.
You can prompt me with questions if you want, but
Let's
I'll keep talking and
Okay.
Okay. This is good preparation for the improv show that I'll be facilitating on Monday. Okay, so who am I? I am Marlene Sharp, and I'm coming to you today from Los Angeles. I work with a number of autism nonprofits, and most of them relate to the entertainment business because I'm in Hollywood, and actually my background is the entertainment industry as opposed to having family members on the autism spectrum. I how do you call it? Reverse engineered my autism association. So what happened was I about 5 years ago was recruited to be the resident entertainment industry liaison for a new program training adults on the spectrum for careers in animation. So that program was, or it still is, housed at the Center for Learning Unlimited in Los Angeles. And it was meant to be a 3-year program training adults on various kinds of software for animation. And that's my background, is working with animation, kids and family entertainment, a lot of nerd brands that you might have heard of. So I worked quite extensively on Sonic the Hedgehog, the TV show Sonic Boom, the first movie, some of the video games like Sonic Mania and in the Sonic Boom game and so forth. And I have a long history working with Japanese intellectual properties and adapting them for Western audiences and various other things. And come to find out, these are things that are very popular within the autism community. And so my friend was working at the Center for Learning Unlimited. She was teaching life drawing and some animation software. And she recruited me to come in and be a consultant for this new program. And what resulted from that was adding some new classes to the curriculum. And then also we started a studio. So when the people in the program graduated, they would go to work at Brainstorm Productions, the for-hire animation studio that is up and running today. And so then I became the resident entertainment industry liaison for the studio too. And my job morphed into bringing work for hire projects to the studio, and then also guiding the new professional artists through projects and so forth. And then through that experience, I got to know so much about the extremely robust and vocal and active autism community in Southern California, Los Angeles specifically. So it was just a community that immediately embraced me. And I think Sonic the Hedgehog was a great calling card.
And I have to put up this comment because this is my husband. Sonic is one of my son's favorite characters. Do you remember our Halloween costumes? Yeah, they were great, weren't they? And you know, there was a time where, and a lot of parents out there will understand this. There was a time where DJ embodied Sonic, if you will, and you know, his therapist, his family, we all had to call him Sonic. He wouldn't respond to anything. He embodied literally. He, for many years through he's 15 now, but many years through his early childhood, he would, after he became speaking, would embody characters that he would, you know, love and adore. And so he would go as far as we would get him, you know, he would want the outfit and then he would be that character. And so all of us as the family members had to take on all of the characters. I was Tails, Dad was Knuckles, sister was Amy Rose, and we literally would be called, he would say Tails to me. He would call me Tails. Tails, I need popcorn. Tails, I need my water, you know, kind of a thing.
That's awesome.
You know,
Oh
hey
my
Knuckles.
God.
Yeah. So it's just, it's incredible. Like, and I think that we're such a special family that we embrace it and we run with it. And we're like, yes, you know, like we don't say, no, you can't dress as Sonic every day. That's not, you know, for him, that was the way he communicated to us. We wouldn't want anything else but the way he would communicate with us. So yeah. Oh, so sorry, a little side note there.
I would have known you when I was back in my Sega days. So I was there 2015 to 2017. And then I've had some tangential associations with Sega and Sega companies through the years, but I was all Sonic all the time from 2015 to 2017. So a lot of fan interaction, because let me tell you, your son is not alone in his love of Sonic. This character is so beloved the world over. And for a year, I sat next to my coworker, Aaron Weber. I love to give him credit whenever I can because he's just a Sonic phenom. I called him a Sonic savant because he started working for Sega when he was 14. At part-time, and then by the time he was 19, Sega brought him to San Francisco to be full-time community manager. Wow. So he all day, every day, interacting with fans, doing the posts. He really was the voice of Sonic, but it was because he was and still is. He is Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, he grew up with this character and just so. He just was the living embodiment of this character and could speak to the fans in the language. And
wow.
So I sat next to him because we had a very close quarters. We were all basically at a big old table and he was my next door neighbor. So I observed his fan interaction every day. And it was such a wake-up call to me when I started working for Center for Learning Unlimited and Brainstorm Productions. I had this aha moment. These are our fans. These are the people. These are the people who know the lore backwards and forwards. They can draw on model all day, every day, and never get tired of it. They are so passionate, and they're always looking out for Sonic's best interest. And since they can't really get to know Sonic as a person, they wanted to know the employees of Sega. So we did a live stream. The live stream's still going today. The Sonic official, it's the Sonic, what do they call it? Maybe it's just Sonic official live stream. And it's on Twitch and YouTube and so forth. But it was basically just us employees hanging out, doing game playthroughs and talking about gaming and entertainment and stuff like that. And people would watch, and the comments were like a constant scroll for an hour. It was just
comment goals.
Like the ticker tape. It was the ticker tape. And then we'd go back after, I don't know if they still do that in the audience, in the office after the live stream, but we would go back. We noticed a few of our lady employees had marriage proposals in there. There was all kinds of things, the best insight we could have gotten. We couldn't have paid a focus group to give us better insight than that, because that was authentic. And I suspect a good bit of those people who tuned in every other week for our show were on the spectrum, just from the behavior that I observed when I started working with the autistic community.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'm so glad that you had that experience. And the funny thing is the time that he was really like in his obsession that was true was actually maybe 2013. It was literally 2 years before Sonic came out, the movie. And so there was nothing. We had to go to I had to go to retro shops. I had to go to all the old places to find the Sonic stuff.
Oh, yes. I know.
So it was even funnier then.
Yes, because Sonic,
I think
Sonic is very old, okay? He's an old man. He's 30. I think next year is the 35th birthday.
Wow.
And yes, it's next year is the 35th birthday.
That's
and
incredible.
So when I was working on Sonic, it was one of his low periods. He was not selling a lot of games. The movie hadn't come out, but the movie had been in development for a really long time. A lot of people worked on that movie because it had been incubating for so long. And there have been many TV series through the years, but the one that I was tasked to, so I came in during the second season of Sonic Boom, wasn't doing so great in the ratings, was not selling toys, which is the surprise. That's the reason why we do the shows that have toys with them. It's not about razzle dazzle on the screen. I mean, that's great, and everybody wants to make a good show, but the whole reason for doing it is to sell the toys and merchandise. That's how the company makes money. And so if the toys and games are not selling, then there's a good chance of the either the show or the movie will be discontinued. Even if fans love it, it doesn't really matter. It just doesn't matter, because that's not the merchandise driven entertainment business. And so anyway, there were a bunch of us hired in Burbank at the same time. So Sega was going through a major restructure and moving their office from San Francisco to Los Angeles and downsizing. And there were about 14 of us that were hired to restart the franchise. Of course, there were 14 of us taking over from what 100 and something people were doing in the Bay Area. So we all had to wear a lot of hats. And it was really, I feel confident in saying it is the table that was set by my colleagues and me from 2015 to 2017 that led to the huge success that has happened since then. And I would say, if I had to credit one person, it's Aaron Weber. And Aaron being the community manager, but so much more than that. He even went to Japan for a year to advise Sega headquarters, because he would go toe-to-toe with Sonic Team, which is the group of folks who have basically been the keepers of the franchise for all these years, and they decide what's canon and what's not, and it's all the major decision makers. Little Aaron, I call him Little Aaron. He's in his 30s, but he was little to me. He sat next to me. And then there was Aaron going to Japan and telling these people in English with a translator how to make Sonic the way the fans expected and respected. And those Easter eggs appear in the movie. And it was really when Aaron came on board for movie 1, because it wasn't always the case. But when he came on board movie 1, that's when things really started to move quickly. And he put, and my dog gets very passionate about this too. Sonic was a big part of our lives, and still really is. I go on podcasts all the time to talk about Sonic. But anyway, yeah. So Aaron Weber, Google him. He's not full time at Sega anymore. Unless he is is newly back, but I think he does some consulting, and you can't manufacture that kind of authentic enthusiasm, or if you just love something just because, then you will do a great job and you will communicate that to other people.
I love that. Absolutely. Tell us about some other projects and the big conference that you guys had last year, and hopefully it will do again this year. Maybe, I don't know if it's in the works or not.
Yes. So in 2024, on April 5th, we hosted in Los Angeles the very first and only Autism and Entertainment Conference. And it was at Skirball Center, and we had almost 500 people there. My dog was just beside herself with excitement.
What's her name?
At this conference. It's a year out, but still so near and dear to our hearts. And so that was something that I was brought into it a bit late. It had been in preparation for probably more than a year before I came on board. But what happened was the California Department of Developmental Services awarded a number of grants to autism organizations I think the awards went out in 2023 or 2022, maybe the end of the year. And so where I was a consultant, Center for Learning Unlimited and Brainstorm Productions, we were fortunate to receive one of those grants to do research on remote job coaching, because we had our studio up and running, and job coaching was something important to the business model that we were doing. And so we had this grant, and then Judy Utah, who is the president of Orange County Asperger's Support Group, she and her team won one of these grants as well. And all other people too. Stanford University got a grant. Employment agency Zavicon also received a grant. There were a bunch. And so the DDS, one of the biggest gifts they gave to all of us, besides the money, was that they introduced us all to each other and really encouraged the spirit of collaboration. Like, find out what your colleagues are doing, ask about their events, whatever their project is, and participate and support each other.
I love that.
Yeah, it was really, really fantastic. So as soon as I heard about Autism and Entertainment, the conference that was in the works, it was under the umbrella of Orange County Asperger's Support Group, but Judy always intended it to spin off into its own entity. I heard about it, and then also a colleague of mine from Exceptional Minds, another of our Southern California visual arts training programs for animation as well. David Siegel, who was the president until just recently, he had in a separate conversation, he said, "Oh, you should get in touch with Judy Utah about the Autism and Entertainment Conference, because that sounds like something you would really enjoy." And he knows I'm a busybody, and I naturally like to be in other people's projects just because I'm a nosy neighbor. So
I love having you.
I gotta be me. So yeah. I just cold emailed Judy and said, I don't know exactly what you're doing, except there's a conference in the works. Can I sit in on one of your planning meetings, or what could I do to help? And so then she let me do that, and I asked some questions at the first meeting that I attended. The questions were around PR and marketing, which I always have that top of mind, because in the merchandise-driven entertainment business, you always have an agenda. You're not ever doing anything for art's sake. You're always trying to promote something, and it's very much intertwined with marketing and PR. So I said, "Oh, let me share your press release. Give me your press kit and all your style guide and this, that, and the other." And there was just silence, because they hadn't gotten that far yet. And so then I was fortunate enough, I became the head of PR and sponsorship for Autism and Entertainment. Yeah, it was amazing. It was so great. And then so there was a committee of people who'd been working for a year prior, at least, and then not even counting what Judy had done to research the grant and apply for the grant. The grant process is very grueling, and so anyway, I just came on board and started putting show business razzle dazzle, sprinkling the fairy dust and calling the media, getting people involved, gathering sponsors. We had an exhibit floor. We had 66 guest speakers from the entertainment industry, and the point of the whole thing was to encourage employment of people on the spectrum. And of course, it's called Autism in Entertainment. So yes, careers in the entertainment industry were top of mind, but it wasn't that exclusively, because especially in Los Angeles, it's a company town, and pretty much everything touches the entertainment business. If you dig deep enough, restaurants are catering movie sets, and accountants are doing the books for production companies, and clothing stores are supplying wardrobe. So there's a lot of possibilities if you consider entertainment in our specific region. And so we had all these guest speakers, and then so half of the attendees were what would be considered employers or potential people who maybe work for companies or have a small business where they've heard about the autism community but don't know a whole lot about it, and they were just had an open mind about potentially hiring from that pool of talent. And then we did have big companies too that had diversity programs in place already, or some kind of special initiative for people on the spectrum. So we had that as well. And then we had half of the attendees were people actually on the spectrum. So they applied to attend the conference, and there was a committee that chose from the applications, because unfortunately we weren't able to accept everybody. It was all free. So for the attendees, great, they didn't have to pay anything, but there were limits to what we could allow with our resources. And so we made it an application process as if you were applying for a job or a position at a school to study or something like that. And so then there were plenty of chances during this one day for the potential employers to interact with the people on the spectrum who could be potential employers. And we've had, I don't have the accurate count. Zavicon, Rebecca Beam, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, she's the keeper of the official numbers, because Zavicon is an employment agency and was one of the official partners of Autism in Entertainment. But I want to say something like 70 job placements since the conference that came from that, or the word of mouth from that. And that's really just the ones that Zavicon facilitated. There are probably many more just from, I know some of the things that I've been involved with, like, for instance, casting. I'm involved with a YouTube series called God's Gang. God's Gang was an exhibitor at our conference, and God's Gang hired 2 of the conference attendees as voiceover actors on the series. So that's not something that went through the official channels.
Yeah, just unreported, basically. Yeah.
Yes, and acting jobs are on a for-hire project basis. So it's not like you get an acting job and then you go to an office every day, or it's a ongoing type of thing. But still, a lot of the folks who attended the conference were interested in acting careers, and these roles on God's Gang were paid acting jobs, and the actors had to audition like everybody. There was no special consideration. And though God's Gang, God's Gang, the production company, was aware of the community, and they had a heads up. They knew that submissions were coming from there, but it wasn't like they had a special, okay, we're going to cast some autistic people because we have autistic characters. There are no autistic characters in the show, or as it's written, but then these folks were hired and they brought their special abilities to the roles. So yeah, there was a lot of that type of thing that's happening. Networking, I guess, is what we would call it.
I love networking. It's, one of the best things that have ever come out of the summits, I think, is, and for your guys's as well, is the opportunities that the advocates get. And that's why I love to showcase and highlight. And I like to do different people every year in every summit, because I do bring back a lot of the same people, because they are passionate and they support me so much and they want to be here. And I want to bring people that want to be here.
Yes.
But we also love all of the new faces that come and that we, don't get to see often. Unfortunately, we just know it's a LinkedIn user, but hi, they're saying hi to us both.
LinkedIn, those are my people. I'm a maniac on LinkedIn.
some of the other, because it's being streamed across Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Instagram right now, and everybody on StreamYard. So it's wonderful. But we definitely learned yesterday some of our kinks in the technology that we needed to get on today. Harry says, talk about the amazing role you play in building community for these nonprofits. Our production is hiring an intern from your program in a valuable role in the control booth tomorrow.
That's
Woohoo!
right.
Thank you for recommending Brad Shaw.
Yay,
and
Brad.
Yay. And Viviana says, thank you for the new faces and also bringing presenters back too. Absolutely. And she'll be up next after you. So we'll see her soon.
Oh, congratulations.
Yay.
Yeah. So Harry James O'Kelly, who just commented there, she has a magnificent show in the works that goes up tomorrow in Los Angeles at a place called Vista Del Mar Community. And she was able to hire one of our he worked on the conference. He did. So we had an all neurodivergent team of videographers and editors who worked on filming the conference on the day of, which was a lot of different breakout sessions. It was a lot of filming going on. But then prior to the conference, we produced 6 mini documentaries on outstanding people in the community, and we showed those mini documentaries during the day. So Brad Shaw was part of that team, and Brad Shaw also has done some other work. So Autism and Entertainment has been hired as an entity to do production for some other things. And mostly it's due to my big mouth and me on LinkedIn just saying, hey, pay attention. And so these opportunities drop in our lap after I've hounded people a lot. I never forget. I'm always polite in my follow-up, but I will not forget. And so anyway, Harry is a beloved member of the community.
Absolutely.
She attended the conference. She's such an outspoken advocate and champion and so forth. And so she just approached Judy Utah and I and said, hey, we need somebody, we need a tech expert to work on our show. We need a crew. We're crewing up for this. And her show is, it's a stage-based show. It'll be filmed and so forth, but it's like a variety show type of thing. And several different people will be contributing to the performances. And so she needed somebody to wear many hats and help out backstage. So we suggested a few people, and there are different parameters that we had to keep in mind. The skill set, of course, the availability, the pay rate, the few things. And so we made some recommendations, and then Harry hired Brad Shaw, and apparently it's a match made in heaven. I'll find out when I go to the show tomorrow. I'll be lurking about the backstage.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. I'll be there with a display table for Autism and Entertainment and Game U, which is one of our educational partners.
Wonderful.
And also Spectrum Laboratory. I also work a lot with Spectrum Laboratory.
Love Spectrum Laboratory. They've been in the summits a few times. So I know I was thinking about them too, thinking, I should have reached out to them. But yeah, it's always there. Oh, it's such an amazing people.
Well, guess
and
what? You have Spectrum Laboratory here too.
Love it. Representing.
Yes. So yes, so Spectrum Laboratory, those are some of my closest collaborators. And on Monday with Spectrum Laboratory, with a number of colleagues, including Jason Weisbrod and Garth Herberg, the founders of Spec Labs, we're producing a comedy show at the Laugh Factory featuring the Spec and City Players, which is the improv.
Love that.
And the resident improv troupe and training ground for improv actors at Spectrum Laboratory. But we're also featuring 3 top tier pro comedians who will come in and do some sets in between the sketches. And those are Brian Kiley, who is a trusted colleague of Conan O'Brien. So he's worked with Conan for years. He worked on the Oscars with Conan, was the head writer for Conan's long time TBS show. Wow. He's the MC. And then we have Lori Kilmartin, who performed in our first, so this is actually our 3rd neurodivergent comedy show at the Laugh Factory. So Lori Kilmartin performed in the first one. And then Nick Novicki, who is the founder of the Easter Seals Disability Challenge.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
Surprise, he's a famous and accomplished stand-up who's touring with Nate Bargatze right now.
I love that.
Who is taking time from the Nate Bargatze tour, for God's sake. And he's coming to our event and performing.
Amazing.
So it's just going to be a huge celebration of comedy and goodwill and a fundraiser for Spec Labs. Thanks to the generosity of Laugh Factory that has really supported this community since last year when we did the first of these types of shows. And that harkens back to God's Gang, because God's Gang head writer Rob Kuttner was he came to our conference and represented God's Gang. And Rob is an alum of the Conan Show and Dennis Miller and the Daily Show and bunches of cartoons and stuff like that. And he just really fell in love with this community also, and just pledged to do whatever he could to help. And so it was really his connecting us with the Laugh Factory. And then he was instrumental in bringing the talent to God's Gang and so many other things. And so thank you to Rob. He's out there promoting his new book right now. So he's currently in Atlanta on a book tour, but still in top of mind because of all the things that he's done for the community.
I love that. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Rob.
Yes, I know. He could, maybe next year he could be part of this.
Absolutely. Oh, please bring everyone. That's the best
and
best
Judy
thing ever.
And Rebecca and the whole gang.
Exactly. I think it's fascinating. I wish that I could have been there. In fact, I said to my husband, "Oh, my friends are there. Like, why can't I go?"
Well, it was really very much focused on California because of all the funding that we got from California. So there were a few, maybe a handful of people who came in from out of town, but it was mostly California centric and a lot of talk about the services that are available through our regional centers here. But we would love to include, we want to grow it and spread out. I don't know that we will have another conference on that same level this year. We probably not, because we just don't have the money for it. We just don't. So we're doing other smaller things. Like the Laugh Factory, like all the webinars we put on under the Autism and Entertainment banner, like partnering with Harry on her neurodiversity of kindness, which is happening tomorrow.
Yeah, Harry, put those details in the comments or links or whatever. If there's like, I don't know if you can do an image. I don't know if there is one, but put that in the comments for us, please.
Oh yeah, she's got a great fun fact that
she's so great.
Yeah. So okay, this is really cool. there is a couple that met at our conference last year, both on the spectrum, and we call them the real life love on the spectrum that came from our conference. So they hit it off, and they are co-emceeing the show, Harry's
Love
show
it.
tomorrow, Mallory Reese and Tyler Berman. And Tyler also, this has been an incredible year for Tyler because he's also one of the God's Gang actors. So that was an acting job that he got. He actually was the announcer voice for our conference. So we had introductions to all the speakers and he had recorded those. And so it was his voice that was heard.
Oh, that's so cool.
So
well, and I
he's
love
having a great year.
Spencer Griffin. He's actually been on a couple of my summits, at least one when he did I think it was the first 1 in 36 mix, and he performed the Asperger song and did some music for us. And I just love Spencer. I love to support him. I love to see all of the work he's doing. And now Harry's in touch with him and she's working with him. It's like the power team, right? Just send it Harry anywhere and somebody will light up. I'm telling you.
Yes. Well, Harry has such an esteemed entertainment background. Her whole family, really, and so she's amazing at spotting talent, and then knowing what to do with that talent. That's a gift. That's a totally separate gift, but so important because these folks want to work and deserve to.
Absolutely. Oh, Marlene, I am so grateful for you and filling in at the last minute. Literally sent you a link at 10 o'clock last night. I'm so happy that you made it, and it really filled the time with such a special energy, and you're just you're so loving and kind, and I can't wait to meet you in person someday. We're going to have the best brunch in the world when I get there. We'll have to rent out a whole restaurant or something.
Okay. Okay, we'll do it.
We got friends. We'll do it. Oh, that's so wonderful. It's been great. And thank you so much for filling in at the last second. And you're welcome anytime. The invite's always open. So
my pleasure. And thank you for having Judy and I on your show.
And if anybody is interested to hear the podcast episode, it's on YouTube and on audio. So you can just go, and it was actually, I want to say either the 300th episode of the show or the 301st or some, it's around there. So go and check that out for sure. Thank you so much, Marlene. It's just been a pleasure.
Thanks, and congrats on your conference. Your summit here.
It's going amazing, and we have some amazing people up next. So I'm excited to get to them. I will see you soon.
Bye. You. All right, bye-bye.
Oh, isn't that true, Harry? Marlene is a force. She is an amazing part of any team. As you can see, I mean, who doesn't want to have somebody that's been on the Sonic team? My heavens, that was some great information. And just on the fly like that, we didn't even have a plan or anything. So this is why I love this community. You know, what a support system. Like I said, this was texting her the link to show up for today at 10 o'clock last night, literally is what happened. And I couldn't be more grateful. The friends, the community, the relationships that are made along this journey are lifelong. Getting a little, and just so grateful for everyone. Thank you so much. Don't want to repeat myself over and over because I'll do it. I'm so excited to have Viviana, and she is going to have a wonderful presentation today. And I believe that her son Evan is actually joining us as well, and he's maybe even going to be doing some of the presenting. So I'm thrilled to meet them. Just an absolute wonderful representation for today. Thank you guys so much. If you're ready, I'm going to bring you up on the stage. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Evan. Hi, Viviana.
How are you? Thank you for having us.
Lovely. I'm so happy to have you guys here. How are you feeling today, Evan? Are you ready?
Yes.
Love it. And you have been traveling the world.
Mhm. I am hoping to visit more places soon.
I
have
think
only
you
been
will.
I have only been to like 14 states, but I have actually been to 15 because one time when we were going back to California after a trip from Pennsylvania, we had to stop at the Chicago airport because there was something because there was something there was like something wrong. What was it?
Yeah.
We missed the first flight.
Oh, that stuff happens. Evan, I love that. And you know what? I bet that's more states than a lot of adults have even been to. So I am so proud of you. And how old are you?
I am 12.
12. Wow, congratulations. That's an exciting time in your life. Well, we're so happy to have you here. And it's just a fun place.
And I'm in 6th grade.
6th grade? That's a great grade to be in. Are you looking forward to middle school next year?
I am in middle school.
Oh, you guys are in middle school already. Every state does it differently, don't they?
They should do up until 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think whatever you are, they do it better.
I love it. Well, it's such a pleasure to have you guys here today. I
you.
have your slides up, so I'm going to bring those up for you. And then I'll go ahead and let you take over.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Evan? I'm excited.
Yes. Okay. My name is.
Oh, wrong person. Sorry about.
Okay. Do I start now? Yeah. I am 12 years old and I live in San Jose. I am in the 6th grade and I love going to school. I also love going to other cities to talk about my life, and I love being a presenter and an MC too. So this is me with my puppet Bluey. I am also a YouTuber. I love going around San Jose to make videos about stores closing and how places change in our city. I have almost 4K subscribers in my channel, Evan the Target Fan 2025. So I have 3.86K subscribers and 2.2K videos, and also I made this video at a closing party city in San Jose because it's going out of business. And you love going to places that are closing, right? Yeah. And also pretty soon pretty soon I might make another Joanne video because I made a few of them. Now I'm gonna make another one very soon, I guess. Thank you. Sometimes my life is a little different than the life of other children my age because I need support or accommodations. When I was in my mom's tummy, I had a big headache. They told me that headache is called a stroke. Because of that, I have a scar here. Where? Here. Actually, here. Oh. Yes. On the left side. That scar gave me something called cerebral palsy. I also have autism. My autism and my CPI a part of my life. They influence the way I learn, move, and take care of daily tasks, like walking, dressing, or doing things without support. Here I am in my specialized bike. A lot of things I have are specially designed for me. I think that is cool and makes you unique. Makes me unique. I already said I love school, but I want to tell you more. I am in the 6th grade, and by the time I was in 1st grade, I had already attended 4 different schools because they kept on moving me from one program to another. Now I am in general education and have a one-on-one aide who is with me all the time. And her name is Miss Dana. But whenever Miss Dana isn't here, then Miss Sue will take me and
Take over.
take over me. And also there is someone else at my school named Mr. Manny. He left because due to something wrong, and now he will not be coming back until the next school year in August. Now Miss, and now I will have and now when Miss Dana isn't here, I will have someone named Miss Sue to take over me. If Miss Sue isn't here, then I will completely don't know who will take over me.
I am happy. I am happy.
Oh, I am happy there, and I love my school.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions, Evan.
What is it?
What is your favorite part of going to school?
My favorite part of going to school is definitely science, because we do a lot of projects and I get to work with my friends and talk about things while learning a lot of interesting topics. I also love recess because I can be with my friends and talk and play.
Mm-hmm. And what's going on here? Do you remember? Forgot?
Yeah.
Okay. I was during the 80s or 90s day.
Yeah.
With your friends. What do you think you learned from your friends at school?
I learned a lot of things from my friends, like being less shy and also how to say hi and be with them, tell them things, laugh at silly stuff, and how to be kind and patient too.
Good. What do you think your friends at school learned from you?
I think my friends learned from me how to be good at making videos, be a good YouTuber or user, and also how we all are different and how we need different things. For example, I have a special chair at school, and my friends know that chair is for me and no one else can use it because I am the one who needs it. And also that is and also that was on Halloween, and I am holding my puppet Spooky, and then right next to the girl right next to me is Jayla, and then the one that is tall with the purple is Xavier, and the one with the orange, no, not my puppet, the
orange person.
The orange person is is Rayhan.
Oh, thank you. And finally, do you remember a time when a friend at school helped you be better at something, or a time when you helped them? How was it?
I have helped friends showing them how to make edits for a video or how to add music. My friends have helped me by helping with my backpack or carrying things. Or when we went to my friend Ivania's party, they were helping me go up and down the stairs, and they were
asking about the movie. Remember, if you were scared. Remember?
Yeah.
And when was that picture taken?
That picture was taken at my friend Ivania's house for her birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evan. Anything else that you want to share? You're good.
I think I am good.
Okay. So basically, I'm gonna do like the reflection on what Evan shared. And this has to do with the advocacy piece that all individuals and family members have to do
to get what they need, what they like, what they prefer from others. So when it comes to children in at school age, Evan shared with us, how many schools were you by the time you were in first grade?
Um, t- um, 4.
Four. You were in four schools. So these continuous changes of setting have to do with something called IDEA, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which regulates education for children in 13 categories, and one of those 13 categories is autism. Because of that, students are entitled to FAPE, which is full access to public education. But also there's something called LRE, which is the least restrictive environment. So according to this law, students in the spectrum or students in the other 12 categories are supposed to be in the environment that is the least restrictive. So when Evan said I was in four schools, it's because he started in the most restrictive, one of the most restrictive ones, which is he was in a severely handicapped class when he was in pre-K. Then he was moved to a autism only class. Then he was moved to a special day class, SDC, and finally to general education. Many times families, especially when children are young, have to really fight so they are in the least restrictive environment. And not for everyone the least restrictive environment is general education, but whatever for that individual is. Unfortunately, what we notice is that usually there's this trial and error that Evan was part of which one works for him. Also, IDEA, which gave us the IPs and FAPE and LRE, has language that is not really very friendly, like when they talk about other children, neurotypical children, and they said they're non-disabled peers. But we have to understand that this is regulation that came in the 70s. Not to say that anything from the 70s is old, but when it comes to laws, it is. So if you're the parent of a child who has autism, which is one of the 13 categories, it's important to always, if you think about Evan's presentation, he started with the things he loves, the things he's good at. So it's always important to bring the whole team, even teachers who are here listening, to what they are capable of doing, what are their talents. So at a point when things were complicated with his team, I started asking at the beginning of meetings, I want everybody before we start the meeting to tell me something he's good at. Because we have to really kind of train people into, yes, this child or this individual is autistic, but also they are great at many other things. Also, for parents, especially when the child is young, it's important to be their voice because usually young children don't attend IEPs and probably they wouldn't be able to articulate what's happening around them. Explain behaviors and preferences. So many times the IP teams focus a lot on your child needs this, and this is the testing result, and this is the assessment, and these are the goals. But also, I was in a meeting yesterday and I was telling parents, it's important to tell my child, like if you notice Evan was rocking back and forth. As someone who has been in education my whole life, teachers do this 1, 2, 3 eyes on me, 1, 2 eyes on you. Many autistics don't like, cannot, don't prefer looking at people in the eyes. So kind of explaining all these things in the during the meeting is important. So then the child is allowed to have his moment to steam. Someone earlier, Becca Engle, said we have to honor sensory regulation needs. And as parents and teachers too, during the IP meeting, we should make that clear. I had a really traumatic experience with a teacher who basically said to me, I don't have to, I was going to explain to her about Evan's autism because we know it's different in every person. And she basically says, I have already 2 nephews in the spectrum and cut me. 6 months later, this guy over here had a meltdown, and on the IP, she wrote, he's aggressive and violent. Just because she saw the meltdown and she didn't understand what a meltdown is and wasn't honoring his sensory needs at the moment. So it's important to also explain that and, in a way, normalize the stimming because they need it in order to feel better. Martin, who's going to be later today, was yesterday in a presentation at a local school, and I was there, and he said he needs that to feel better, sometimes to understand better. So we have to stop making that a bad thing when it's actually helping the individual. Also, if your child is older, bring them to the meetings. Have the teachers see them there, the team see them there, because sometimes also that helps them regulate the language they use. And always ask for question things. Don't, especially for people in my Latino culture, we tend to think that whatever the person in authority is saying is true, and we say yes, yes, but many times we have to question, of course, grounding on evidence, being familiar with the IP, knowing what the goals are and how I'm going to help my child at home, and making sure that whatever is being said regarding they were able to do this or not, it's actual reality. If the person is an adult, of course, the protection is not under IDEA, but ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Section 504 of Rehabilitation Act, which basically want to bring inclusion and fairness to people, right? So it's important in the job setting, in the housing setting, to express your needs, but of course, you don't have to disclose things if you don't feel comfortable. So there's this very fine line between I need this in order to operate better, but also you don't have to disclose certain things if you don't feel comfortable. And yesterday's at Martin's again, he was saying we are amazing employees, people and co-workers. And I was thinking about my friend over here, you know, that how they take as very negative the fact that most individuals in the spectrum, autistic individuals, are very regimented, very like by the schedule. He actually is amazing because I forget everything. I stayed late at work 2 days a week, up to 8, and at 5:40 when he calls me, he's like, "Did you move your car already?" And he keeps me on track, so I know I have to move my car because I live late. I don't want to have to walk all across the parking lot. And a lot of things that society sometimes sees as negative, actually at the workplace can be an asset. Also, I live in the Silicon Valley. There are many organizations and companies that have cooling rooms or timeout rooms or quiet rooms or sensory rooms, and even if you're not going to have there where you work, at least asking for a space where you're going to be able to regulate if needed. But again, this goes down to advocating. And the most important thing, whether you're advocating for yourself, for your child, for your student, is being person centered. That means we start not what is important for the individual needs and accommodations and supports, but what is important to the individual, what makes him happy. That's why Evan said he loves his YouTube channel, he loves going to stores, and then using that can help them in the school setting, for example, learn more and learn better. And we have seen how his speech pathologist uses his YouTube channels to ask him questions and then he replies. His OT also uses his interests to practice with him whatever activity he's practicing. So we're centering always in what makes him happy. What is the importance of inclusion in general for all of us, right? But for people with autism who might have like speech impairment, they are having good language models, social skills. Evan said, I learned how to say hi to my friends. I learned how to play with them, be silly. And I have seen huge difference this year that he's at the new school where he's literally been included. Before, he was in a corner included. There's this famous person for the DEI community called Berna Myers, and she says, diversity is inviting someone to the party. Inclusion is asking them to dance. So I am pretty sure that this is the first year that Evan actually is dancing, and I feel that that has brought him a lot of happiness, being able to socialize with his friends. One of the pictures he has, he was invited to a birthday party for the first time ever in middle school, and also it helps others, the rest of us, understand how we are different. And Evan said that too. And as we learn about each other, so we learn about ourselves. It's really like a big reflection to see how this person and how they see the world in such a different way helps us see the world in a different way, in a less restrictive way to what we were told or have been told in the past. Thank you. Um, and this QR code here is actually a favor. If you can take a picture, screenshot, and use it. As we know, many changes are coming. There are many individuals with autism that are covered under Medicaid. And this is basically to write your story. You fill a small form, and this goes to federal legislators. So they advocate for us, for all of us who get services. If you have a small child who's getting speech pathology at school, that comes from Medicaid. People who are in California and have IHSS. People who have different services, those are funded by Medicaid in California. It's called Medical. So if you can take a screenshot and fill it out for yourself, for your family, it would be great. And this is our information. I am on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn as Viviana Garcia Barnwell. And I am listed under the California Department of General Services as a free or low cost special education advocate. But it's not just education, it's I support people up to adulthood with services, with understanding what they are entitled to, because I feel that is very much forgotten. And for Mr. Evan, what is your contact?
My contact is
My channel.
My channel is Evan the Target Fan 2025.
What are you gonna ask people?
Don't forget to subscribe.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe. So basically, with this presentation, we were trying to marry Evan's lived experience and my experience as a parent, as an educator. I have worked in education my whole life, and as a foreign trained attorney, hopefully soon California credentialed or member of the California Bar Association. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful job. And I just wanted to say, Evan, you're so amazing, brave, so smart, and I'm so happy to hear your story. Also, Louie Lou, who has a YouTube channel, that's another YouTuber, said that was such a great presentation, Evan. You do a great job for our community. You should be very proud of yourself. And Viviana, we love you too. And thank you so much for giving us both those perspectives. I mean, I had to have my Kleenex close by because it's so precious. And what a great opportunity to, Evan, for you to be able to advocate for yourself and learn how to have these conversations. And I'm just really proud of you. So keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And maybe you can come back to a summit in the future and we can just have you as a returning person. And then 10 years from now, you'll run the company.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. It was such a pleasure to see you guys and to get to have this presentation.
Bye.
Wow. You guys, that was just so amazing. What a sweet spirit. And it looks like we have about 15 minutes before our next presenter. However, just interestingly enough, one of our advocates, I don't know if Ayanna, if you want to come up, I know you're in the backstage right now. If you want to go now while we have an extra 15 minutes, or if you wanted to wait until later to come back and come on. But if you wanted to, let me know. Wave at me and I'll bring you up. And then we'll just go now, because I'm hoping I didn't give you the wrong time frame in the first place. Hi, gorgeous. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I get time frames confused.
I could have sent you. It's the horrible worst things about time zones, isn't it? It's like, how do you ever stay on track with things? But you know what? While you're here, let's just go now. And then you don't have to worry about any of the rest of your day or having to do anything. So I'm just going to open up our email that we had. Yay. How are you doing? Tell everybody a little bit about yourself. And then I'll look for these questions that I had sent you, and I will go on to those.
Okay, my name is Ayanna, and the autism community knows me as Phenomenally Autistic. I'm an autism advocate and a children's book author and illustrator. I've illustrated 37 children's books. My latest book that I've written and illustrated is called I'm Autistic and I'm Phenomenal. And it's about, it's a journey of autism through the eyes of a little Black autistic girl. It shows some of her struggles and her challenges, but more importantly, it shows the joys and the good about autism. A lot of times people like to focus on the bad things, but there are a lot of good things involved. I'm a United Nations honoree. I have my own day, and I just got a new proclamation yesterday, so I have another day.
Wow.
I'm a former choreographer. I started a dance program in the underserved community for girls, and I taught art there in the underserved community as well. And I advocate for Black women and children in underserved communities to raise autism awareness.
I think that's so amazing. And I guess it rolls right into our question. Is that kind of tell us what inspired you to create Phenomenally Autistic?
Well, first, I decided to go with Phenomenally Autistic because when I was diagnosed, I was in denial about my diagnosis, and I was trying to convince myself that even though I was autistic, I was still phenomenal. So it was to convince myself that even though you're autistic, you're still phenomenal. So then that's how I came up with Phenomenally Autistic. And I just want other people to know that, even though you're autistic, that doesn't make you less of a person as anybody else. And just to let people know that, we deserve and are entitled to exist in this world, just like everybody else.
Oh, absolutely. And such a beautiful, beautiful story. And I know that it must have come with some challenges at times. So tell us a little bit about that and how you might have overcome some of that.
Of course, you have your challenges. A lot of autistic people also do have seizures, and I do have a seizure disorder. I'm coming up on my 3-year seizure-free anniversary, so that's a big milestone for me after having survived over 300. Some of the challenges, of course, are, the smell sensitivities, the sound sensitivities. There's like a misconception that when you become an adult, you don't have meltdowns anymore. You still have meltdowns as an autistic adult. It's challenging being a Black autistic woman because, traditionally the face of autism was not a Black woman. So you still have people that are kind of like, you're autistic. And I'm like, yes, I'm autistic. When I was diagnosed, I was actually misdiagnosed first as bipolar and put on medication for it that did a lot of damage to my body that I'm still living with now, that I'm still recovering from now. So those are just like some of the struggles and the things that I had to deal with being a late diagnosed Black autistic woman. And then you just have the struggles of just being an autistic person in general, especially lately with RFK and all the terrible things he's been saying about autism and the fear that he's been bringing to the autism community. So, as a whole, we've all been having challenges lately.
Well, and I love what you said about how you, how you came up with a Phenomenally Autistic, because I think by kind of pronouncing that to yourself and really deciding that this is, I remember when I decided to go with, I mean, it's a little bit different, a little bit the same. When I decided to go with S.J. Childs, you know, and when I thought that's going to be my author name, that will really defines Sarah Jean, and I love children and children's books, and so I really wanted to do that. And with that came this like having to convince myself, you're S.J. Childs, like this is you. You know, you are this moniker, if you will, of who you're putting yourself out to be. And you are phenomenal. And you have not only convinced yourself that, you show up as that, which is a perfect lead into this next question. And how do you define authentic representation for the autistic community? And why is it so important in media and advocacy work?
You froze up a little in the beginning of the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, thank you for telling me. How do you define authentic representation for the autistic community, and why is it so important in media and advocacy work?
I feel like authentic representation obviously comes from actually autistic people sharing our stories, getting our stories out there, letting people hear our genuine life experiences, because, you know, sharing our stories, you never know who can hear something that we went through. Maybe a parent, we can help them understand their child better if they're not autistic themselves. And I feel like it's important for the media to see these things as well, because I've seen big media outlets spread misinformation about autism all the time. And I'm like, a quick Google search could have fixed that for you guys, or you could have
talking to the right people. Yeah.
Get on Twitter, look at the autism hashtag. There are plenty of autistic adults and on autism experts who can educate you on this. So I feel like sometimes the media does handle autism very carelessly, and it's really sad to see, especially you know, this Autism Acceptance Month was really triggering for us because of all the negative attention that autism has been having. So I do feel like the media can handle us a little gentler. And I feel like they can step it up a lot and show us in a more positive light and do a little more fact checking.
I like that. And I think that it's like a double-edged sword. In one sense, there's a lot of fear and a lot of things going on. And the other sense, there's never been a time before where autism is in the minds, the ears, and the mouths of more people than now. So let's make it how we want to, you know, let's run with the solutions. Let's come up with the things that we can make it positive for us to change this community. And, you know, what message or advice do you want to share most with young autistic individuals who still are learning to embrace who they are?
I would definitely say to not limit yourself, because that's something that I did in the beginning. Even as an undiagnosed child, I put limits on myself, and I let things that other people say to me, I started to believe that about myself. So I would, you know, say to try to keep a positive image of yourself and not let the things that other people think of you or other people say to you, not to let that like stick in your mind, and not to let that become what you think about yourself. I always say that to not let others limit you, and it's not going to be an easy journey, but as you get older and you learn to deal with it, it does get easier.
Yeah, that's the truth. It's a journey of patience and time and learning, and it's individual and unique for everyone. And we can take advice and you know, learn from others, but ultimately our own kind of journey is going to be what's ours. And that's why it's so important that we show up and share our stories, just like you are today, and just like you have. I think you've been in every event practically that I've had. I think if not, you might have missed one or two, maybe, if not at all. But you know, and I'm so grateful for you, because you represent a community that I can't give great advice to like you can. Like, I want to be able to show all the aspects that I can. And I just love that I can count on you to show up and always be such a beautiful positive force, but you're not only showing up to say, oh, everything's great. You show up to say what's not okay too. And that
Yeah.
is super important advocacy work right there. What's your vision for the future of neurodiversity advocacy, and how can allies best support that mission?
My future for advocacy is that it becomes a little more acceptable. Like sometimes people are like, oh, another advocate. Yes, another advocate. There needs to be more advocacy. There needs to be more representation as the number of diagnosed autism cases grows. There needs to be more people speaking up. We've got some amazing advocates out there right now, but we can only do so much. And as far as allies, the thing that we need from them most is to assist and not try to take over. So that's what I would say about that.
I love that advice. I really do. I think that that's a unique perspective that nobody has brought up, is that allies need to assist and not take over. Do let us be the with us, and you come with us, not for us. I think that that's a wise and really great advice. What is up next, my dear? What do you have going on? What can we look forward to seeing?
Well, for Autism Acceptance Month, I did release 2 new coloring books, one for boys and one for girls. So that's what I'm really promoting right now. I'm still working on my project where I don't remember if we spoke about this last time. So where I designed bags for foster kids so they don't have to bring their stuff in trash bags. And I'm doing a lot more in-person panels. I just did one last Friday. And we spoke about how the workplace can make it more neurodivergent friendly. And I'm just going to keep advocating and getting my story out and trying to bring more awareness so we can get that acceptance that we need, and not just get autism normalized, but get it humanized.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what a wonderful friend and advocate I have in you. And I'm just so grateful. And just the thought of you doing that project, get emotional about that, just to help those kiddos with, creating bags for them to not have to put their belongings in trash bags to take with them. I mean, think about that, audience members. Think of those words. I mean, that's just so powerful right there. Just like that image, just gut-wrenching, and that dignity that you're bringing to these individuals, and just phenomenal. It just like literally rolled out, not even meaning to. So I think that it's wonderful work, and I couldn't be happier to have you come and represent.
Well, thank you for having me every year.
I know. Thank you for showing up and always being willing to, and just knowing that you always have a friend in me, and vice versa. And I'm really happy for that reason.
What you do for the autism community is amazing, and I don't see anybody else doing that.
I love that. Well, I want to be that person. Like, I'll be the beacon of light. Let me do that. So please. Sorry, sounds like somebody's revving their engine right outside my house here. Can't ever stop those neighbors from doing things, right? Oh, Ayanna, thank you so much for being here today. Everybody go and follow Phenomenally Autistic. She's on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I think you're on Facebook.
Yes,
and all of the good places. So please go on LinkedIn and go follow her journey and support her in any way you can, in all the ways that you can. So thank you. Thanks for coming on and filling this little space. We made it in perfect timing.
Thank you.
And Louis came to say hello too. Good to see you. And we'll definitely be in touch.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, I just adore her so much. I mean, just like so much in my heart. And I wish that, good, she is still here, because somebody in the audience said they love your glasses. I meant to say that too, but it was just so much excitement going on. Yeah, you looked gorgeous, and you always represent in just the best style. I'll tell you what. She said thank you, and we were just so glad to be able to see her and spend time with her today. Our next guest is here, and we are right on time, so I'm going to bring her up. Dr. Diane Fannon. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
Good. Just drying my tears from, isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Wow. What an
Yes.
incredible lady that she does. What an idea to have to help kiddos like that have to go from group homes or whatever, to really dignify that experience. And oh man, such good stuff today.
Yes, I love it. I love it. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day and we're so excited to have you. Thank you so much for your time and willingness to come and share with us. So
I'm so
if
happy
you
to
are
be here.
ready, I will let you take over and I will see you back here when
All
you're
right.
done.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Diana Fannon, as Sarah said, and I'll give you a little bit about me. It's a little more made up in that picture, so you get a more relaxed version of who I am today. I have been working in schools for over 23 years, and I was a teacher, a bilingual school psychologist, and I've been a supervisor and currently a director of special education. And then 4 years ago, my greatest gift is my autistic son. He just turned 4. And that has, as I'm sure many of the people in this audience can imagine, has completely shifted my world. I have worked with autistic individuals for the last 20 plus years, but when it's your own child, changes things a little bit. The way and the reason you do things, just it's a little different. It wasn't that I've always been a huge advocate for inclusive practices and for, before we call them neurodiversity affirming, I like to think that we were already working on that. But again, it just changes the reason, and it gives you a different why. So I'm really, really happy to be here. And I want to have the conversation where we try to shift the fix our behavior to fixing the behaviors to learning about what the behaviors are trying to tell us. And so this is, like I said, it is really deeply personal to me, and it always has been. So why, and we want to start from a place of empathy. So if you're here as a parent, as a caregiver, as an educator, or a therapist, we all share something that's really, really important, which is that we want to help, we want to support, and we want to connect. But sometimes we get stuck and we don't always know what it is that we want to do. And traditional approaches just didn't always work, or they may have fixed things on the surface because they taught us to focus on managing the behavior. And that was what I was taught back in the day. We looked at things in a much different way through a much different lens than we do today. So if we move away from fixing things and we look at something a little bit different, it can give us a different way of understanding things. Because we all do start with the same hope. We want to help, we want to support, we want to connect. But if we're not sure what to do, it can just feel frustrating and we can feel overwhelmed, particularly if it's at home. I've been there with my son as well. And one of the things, when he was younger, he was going to physical therapy and he did not like it. So he was crying. He was just, he didn't have a lot of tantruming behavior, but he was just very overwhelmed by it. And so I didn't include this in my presentation, but I do think it's a really important thing to share. There's this book, and many people may know it, but this is obviously for younger children and not older, but it's called Little Monkey Calms Down. And it is the book that changed our lives. And we started reading it, and it taught him about deep breathing. And so from the age of about maybe 1, we would talk about taking monkey breaths. And so he would be sitting there sobbing, really just having such a hard time. He would still do it, but he just couldn't. His little body wasn't cooperating. So he'd be trying to walk or trying to do whatever the physical therapist was asking him to do. But he would be just, taking these really deep sobbing breaths, or trying to do it and crying. Sorry, I'm trying to put that together. But then, and so I would say, do you want to take a monkey breath? And so then he would still be sobbing while going, and it would work though. So he'd eventually be able to figure out some sense of calm, and we would do it together, and everyone would look and be like, how did you get him to do that? I was like, it wasn't me, it was the book. And he had no idea why he was doing it, because he was much too young or what was happening, but he knew that Monkey did it, and he knew that he would do it. And so through taking several deep breaths, he would eventually stop crying. His body would eventually calm down. His systems would all start to slow down with him. And it really was magical. So I learned early on, before I knew that he was autistic, before I knew that he would eventually need much more of these supports, that there were ways to work on helping him to regulate, and that I was going to regulate with him. But I'll talk a little bit more about that. So, again, why does all of this matter? Because again, we want to help. People who are working with kids want to help. People who are working with anyone want to help. I talk a lot about kids and adults, but the truth is, if you're working with another adult, much of this applies too. And a lot of traditional approaches focus on control or compliance instead of connection. And so what if we stop viewing behavior as a problem to solve, but as a message to understand? And so that is really what we're going to be talking about and what we're going to be focusing on. And so the question is, and you'll hear mixed reviews of this, and you'll hear people saying different things, is all behavior really communication? And so I put the quote from Dr. Ross Green up here. Your child isn't giving you a hard time, they're having a hard time. Because while the child may not be trying to tell you something, their behavior is telling you something. So what I mean is that you will be able to learn something from the behavior. So your child may not be trying to tell you that they're dysregulated, but you will be able to learn that they are dysregulated. And this is especially true for a child with limited language or processing difficulties or differences. It reflects what's going on inside. Hold on, there is something, I'm trying to work on my slide. There's something that's just blocking my, okay. So, nope, too soon. Okay, so it reflects what's going on inside and what's happening emotionally, physically, neurologically. So it tells you things that are happening inside their body. It doesn't mean they're not necessarily trying to communicate that to you, but you can learn a lot from what the behavior that is going on. So we think about then understanding the needs beneath behavior. So all behavior is an attempt to meet a need, but we have to think about going back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There are 5 basic needs that we think about: physiological, safety, love, esteem, and self-actualization. And we think about an unmet need. If we have basic physiological needs or safety or love and belonging, esteem, any of those, and it's particularly when we go back to the physiological needs or safety, if you have a child who is trying to make themselves safe, then you look at a behavior like eloping or leaving somewhere, trying to get somewhere else. It takes on a whole new meaning when you think about the why and you think about the what. Or if you think about a child who doesn't have the basic building block needs met, like food, shelter, water. If they're missing those needs, then looking at the behavior is much harder to do, because you really have to think about what the child is trying to do, or even what the adult is trying to do. Because as any human being, we really have to have all of those things met in order to function. But some end up being more critical, or I don't want to say more important, but some end up being more important for basic survival. So if you haven't slept, if you have a child in particular who hasn't slept, I know in my son, he behaves much differently when he's tired than when he's rested. And so I can tell right away when he's had an off day. I mean, I also know his schedule, but I can see the behaviors shift. And it doesn't mean it's bad, in quotes. It doesn't mean it's a behavior that is negatively impacting him or anyone else, but it's just a different behavior from how he normally behaves. So, and then we talk about the nervous system, right? There's a lot that goes on in the body to play a role in how our children or our adults behave. But particularly when we look at the sympathetic nervous system and we talk about the fight, flight, or freeze survival response. So there's a trigger. Let me try that again. There is a trigger, and then we have the sympathetic activation. And then so when that sympathetic nervous system is triggered, that can lead to dysregulation. So the body will go into fight, flight, or freeze. So that's often where you see some behaviors occurring. It prepares the body for action. You'll see increased heart rate, tense muscles, faster breathing. It's prepared for short-term protection, but when it happens a lot over time, that's where you see dysregulation. Now, the parasympathetic nervous system is all about connection and safety, and then regulation. So that's the rest, digest, pause, and plan. You'll see it deepens breathing, it supports recovery, and decreased heart rate. So the nervous system has a huge role in behavior. Oh, and I see a typo up there. My apologies for that. It's supposed to be behavior. Checking to see if anyone's paying attention. So this is what happens in the body. There's so much that goes on, and it really does impact everything that's happening to our kids. And I keep referencing kids, even though, of course, adults function very similarly in their bodies. But with our kids, they are often much less aware of what is going on. And so they're reacting and they're having an activation of their nervous system and not really understanding, or not able to communicate, and not able to tell somebody what's going on or why they're feeling the way they're feeling. So their body often cues them to what's happening without them being able to tell someone with their words or with their device or however they communicate. So those of us who are around them are having to read their behavior to try to figure out what's going on. So what happens? A lot of times we get bad behavior labels, or we infer intent. We say, oh, that they just don't want to do X, Y, Z. So then if we look at things like hitting, what might actually be happening? They might actually just be overwhelmed or have sensory overload. If they're refusing to do something, and you'll see I keep putting air quotes up here because I spent so much time around kids that once I start to understand what's going on, you find out, oh, this is what was actually happening, or this is how I was actually feeling. I didn't mean to hit them. This is what happened, right? Or I was refusing, or somebody says they refused to do an assignment, when in reality, they might have needed to control the situation. Or sometimes it's about predictability. Maybe somebody changed the schedule. And for our students who are on the autism spectrum, the change in schedule, like, you just don't know, right? There may have been something, that piece of information that was completely left out. And then screaming, difficulty self-regulating. My son is in this phase right now. There's a lot of high volume in our house. And so I'm trying to figure out what it is that he's getting out of it, right? That's really the sort of the goal. Why is this giving him something? What is the function of it? How is it helping him? And then the last one, ignoring. So what could it really be? Just shutting down, or sensory fatigue, or overwhelm. And so there's a lot of different things it could actually be. So in the old days, I say in the old days, but it's not really the old days, because it still does happen. So this is commonly used in behavior analysis, which is, we talk about the functions of behavior and why behaviors occur, which is sensory, escape, attention, or tangible. So we think about the S in sensory, it's that reason for the behavior is that a child or an adult or somebody may be overwhelmed by noise or lights or anything sensory, right? So sensory is super broad. And so I'll talk about my opinion in a little bit. And then the other one is escape. So trying to get away from something, someone, a place. And then attention is seeking connection, seeking recognition, anything in that area. And then tangible is trying to get access to something. Oftentimes in schools, that happens where there's some sort of an award or a reward, or a token or a toy. I'm not even going to get into our like token economies and rewards and point system that we use in school, because that is not something that works very well for many of our kids on the autism spectrum. So this is how we, again, with behavior analysis, this is something that was used and that many people have been taught, and that a version of it is still being used in many places. So what I'm going to suggest is that this isn't the whole story, because it focuses on what a child gets or avoids, but it doesn't talk about the why, which is what I've been sort of hinting at this whole time. And it can unintentionally dehumanize complex behavior, and we miss the child's emotional or sensory experience. So this image is out there in a lot of different ways now, the iceberg, which is, you see what's on the top, right? You see what presents in the environment, but you don't see what's underneath. So you may see anger, you may see hitting, you may see running away, but you don't see that a child has trauma from past experiences. You don't see that, what I talked about before, which is that their nervous system is completely dysregulated. You don't see that they didn't sleep the night before. You don't see that they didn't eat the night before. You don't see that they had a fight with, their parents. You don't see that they are struggling to navigate social situations. You don't see that, there's so many things that you miss when you just look at the behavioral occurrence. And so that's one of the reasons I don't love that interpretation. So when we look a little deeper and we talk about the neuroaffirming lens, so when we really think about what might be happening and honor our individuals with who are autistic, and we think about it through that lens, we think about when somebody's escaping, when somebody wants to leave somewhere, why would they be doing that? Well, they may be overwhelmed, or they may be dysregulated. Their nervous system may be just out of whack, right? It is being in any sort of an environment that is not built for autistic individuals, which, as we know, our current world is really built for neurotypical individuals, and sometimes not even then. But it is overstimulating. It has bright lights. It has a lot of sounds. It has a lot of smells. So if someone's trying to leave, overwhelm or dysregulation is a pretty good guess. So attention. A lot of times when attention is listed as the why on something, there is an assumption that the attention means that they want their peers or the other teachers or other adults to look at them and say, oh, good job. When in reality, it's much more about seeking connection or seeking co-regulation or seeking reassurance. And then with tangible, which is like typically would have been trying to get access to something, it's much more about control, predictability, routine, and not about just getting access to something. And then with sensory, we talk about managing sensory input, because as I mentioned with the escape, sensory input can be so overwhelming. And I know there may be many autistic individuals in the audience or people who are very familiar working with them. So I probably don't need to tell you that being in an environment that is not built for anyone who has sensory sensitivities, you want to be able to manage it. So a lot of what you do, which is why I sort of feel like almost everything is sensory related. With my child, it is. He is both under responsive and over responsive. So he's under responsive to like touch and pain, but he is over responsive to sounds. So we get a little bit of both. And so managing sensory input is a large part of life. So we have to look deeper, and we really have to think about what we're doing and how we're looking at things. So really this is about, how do I stop this to what is this telling me? Curiosity helps us to code behavior without blame. And so the way we do that is we look at what's happening in the environment, how is my child's nervous system responding, and what would help them feel safe, seen, and regulated. And my fun little graphic was just about like, typically we're looking at, do they need quiet? Do they need headphones? What else do they need? What are the things that help each individual person or child feel safe, seen, and regulated? So I think about example one in like a grocery store where, it's loud, it's crowded, it's noisy. And so oftentimes you'll hear, and people will comment, you have the other visitors in a grocery store, other parents in a grocery store, where they will say, oh, they're being defiant, they're not listening, they're not paying attention to you. But what if they're just overwhelmed by the lights, the noise, the unpredictability? It's busy, it's crowded, right? So, but that old goal is just to stop the behavior. With that new goal, through that new lens, the goal is to reduce the sensory load, offer a break, and to co-regulate with them. And then same kind of thing when we're looking at a child who's doing their homework or will not do their homework. And I've heard this from a number of parents, which is they're lazy or they're unmotivated. And so the goal with that is to enforce compliance. They're not doing their homework, so we want them to do their homework. With the new lens, when you think about the why aren't they able to do their homework? Well, they may be mentally exhausted, anxious, or confused. And I know this from many people. It takes the full mental bandwidth and emotional too to get through a day, at work, to get through a day at school. So replace this with, whatever work you have to do at home that night. So by the time you get home after school or after work, the idea of doing something else is virtually impossible. So the new goal, rather than enforcing compliance, is to offer support, scaffold, check for overwhelm, because I had kids who were in burnout, like massive burnout. And it took parents a while to recognize it, and nobody at school saw it. So it was really hard to understand the different kids we were seeing until we all connected and understood that that was what was happening. And then example 3, repeating phrases or scripts. So we have echolalia. And so the old lens, what you would hear sometimes, what I've heard from parents, and I've heard it from teachers too, they're being silly or they're ignoring me. And so then it would be stop or correct or don't do that. And then the new lens, which is that neuroaffirming lens, they're self-soothing, they're processing language. And so the goal, join them, connect, and allow it as regulation. And that's something that we're really working on. I'm really working on. And I've seen it, again, I think that's becoming much more common, is to really support the use of whatever tools, whatever stimming, whatever special interest to help children regulate. So tools that build trust and reduce stress, create predictable routines and use visual supports. And now every child is different, but whatever works, and whatever works for both, whether it's for the child, for the parent, for whatever caregiver is there, offer choices to increase autonomy. We do this a lot in my house, and we do it a lot in schools as well. Do you want to do this or this? The other thing, which I don't have on this slide, don't ever ask a question that can't have a no. So when we're brushing teeth, for example, with my son, I say, do you want mommy to do it or Grant to do it? Because no is not an option. We're brushing teeth. So we just have to figure out, we have to negotiate the order of operations. And then use first then. And then scaffold expectations. Don't assume won't means can't. So sometimes my son, and he's young, so this is a little bit different. Sometimes it takes him a minute. Sometimes it takes him 10 minutes, but he almost always answers me. He almost always gets back to whatever I'm asking. So I have learned I learned this when I was becoming a teacher too, but giving wait time, for him, it takes on a new meaning. If I repeat too much, it overwhelms him. So, and I don't always follow that because I'm still a parent. I may be quote unquote an expert, but with him, I'm still a mom. So I try very hard to remember that I really need to honor his space and his way of doing things, and his nervous system and his regulation. And it helps me too, because then I'm better able to stay more regulated myself, because that is tough. That's one of the hardest things that I've seen in parenting versus in working in the schools. I'm able to regulate just fine when I'm working with other people's children. So that brings us to co-regulation. Building safety through connection. So this is relational, not just behavioral. Your calm helps co-regulate their nervous system. So this is so important because it makes all the difference in the world, and I see it play out with my son every day. If I come, even if I'm not specifically speaking about him, if I come home in a more elevated state, whether it's from work or just not having as good of a day, I can tell that he responds to my energy. It's not to put more pressure on anyone, but just to know that the other person responds to you. And then model what you want to teach. So pause, breathe, connect. And then name emotions without judgment. That was loud. I saw it startled you. And I do that with my son. I do it with other people. I've started doing it automatically. I actually learned it again from a friend and the way she was parenting before I ever had my own son. So it seems like you're having some big feelings. Can you tell me about that? And they may not be able to tell you about that. So you shift that to whatever phase of reacting the person is in. So seems like you're having some big feelings. Do you want to come sit with me? So you wouldn't ask someone if they're really having a big reaction. You certainly wouldn't ask them, or I wouldn't recommend asking them to tell you about it, because in that moment, talking and communicating is likely going to be a little more difficult. My son has that too. When we were getting a haircut, that really bothers him. And he was fine to go. I gave him as much control as I could. He picked the person who was going to do it. He picked when, he picked all of the things. And then when we got there, he completely shut down and was unable to form words while he was getting a haircut. And it was still better than the last time. And so I did everything I could to kind of get him through it. But sometimes communication with words, if they typically are speaking, is not going to be possible. So co-regulation in action. What do you do as a caregiver? How do you handle that? It's tough, right? So name it, right? I feel overwhelmed right now. Breathe first, respond second. And then you can also, whenever you're working with someone or with a child especially, lower your body, sit near them, and then use a calming voice. And honestly, this is not on the slide, but you do the best you can, because it's really hard. It's really hard to always remain calm. And it's out there. It's said always on Instagram and social media that you can't pour from an empty cup. And that's really true. So you do have to take care of yourself. And I would say I am a solo parent, so I have felt this more often than I would like, but it's just, sometimes it's just hard. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. And you just have to take a deep breath, take a minute and do the best you can, or try to handle it and then take a minute later. So the other thing with whomever you're working with, whenever you're dealing with any kind of behavior or any responses in autistic individuals, respect all forms of communication, gestures, pointing, echolalia, scripting, AAC, they all matter and they're all just as relevant. Communication doesn't have to be verbal, and respond to the intent, not just the form. And try to join their world, because again, this is what I was talking about. Our world isn't necessarily intended for neurodiverse individuals. So we want to do the best we can to help and move into their world. And then this is what I was talking about a little bit before, which with the regulation, connection before correction. We really want to talk, and I will talk a lot about connection because of how important it is. Connection is the real strategy, and a relationship really can be an intervention. We talk about this in schools all the time. If you correct but don't have connection, that's where you engage in power struggles. Kids learn best when they feel safe, seen, and supported. And most of the time, 99% of the time, you're doing better than you think. Probably 100% of the time. It doesn't need to be perfect, but just be there. It's okay to make mistakes because you're both learning. And I do this with my son. You apologize, you repair if something goes wrong, extend grace and compassion to yourself. That's really, really important. You're definitely not behind. You're just figuring it out. And then a mindset shift that will change everything. Decoding behavior with curiosity opens the door to my child's true needs and strengthens your bond. And it really, really does, because when you start figuring out what's going on internally and why things are happening, it really does. It's like light bulb moments. And for me, in the last, I would say 10 years, from where I was 10 years ago to where I am now, looking at behavior and particularly with autistic individuals and communication and regulation and response to things, I am a totally different person in the way I look at things. And so that brings us to the end. If anyone has any questions, I do have my contact info, and I have a little QR code if you want it, so you don't have to copy anything down.
That's so fantastic. You know, there's been such an interesting theme across today.
Yeah.
A lot about behavior, executive functioning. I'm sure I don't know if you heard Rebecca Engle's this morning. Fantastic. She just a lot of the same, which is great. I mean, if we're all showing up and have this different perspective, but the same ideas that are all being put together, we're doing something right. So, we're uncovering what wasn't working, what didn't work, what isn't going to work moving forward, and putting in place new strategies. And I had mentioned, that connection is so key. And I often say, even to, typical parents or of typical kids, that kids crave connection more than you think. They're trying to get attention. I think that that's a huge misconception when, especially a very early, childhood years, that connection is so important. And I think that in that, when they're left without, that's where you see a lot of the probably self-degrading behaviors start to occur. And it's only because of that not knowing where they belong or how to feel like they have value. So it's an important part and piece to install in your children. And what a hard task parenting is.
Yes, absolutely. It is. But wonderful.
Not for the feeble.
Not for the faint of heart, but so wonderful.
Yeah, it is so true. It can be so rewarding. And the challenges, I think my husband is so wise in that he really is going through a phase right now where he says, everything's a test. And the quicker you get through the test you're going through in that moment, in that day, you can move on, to the next. And like, you won't have to be retested on that same exact error that you're going to keep, doing over and over. And isn't that the truth? So,
right. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for
You're so welcome.
your time today, and for all of the work you're doing in the community. And
absolutely.
It's amazing.
I love it.
Just love it. We love to bring everyone together, and anyone that is interested in reaching out, please do so. Take your screenshot now, or follow Diana on all the necessary places. So it's so great to see you. Thank you for sharing and bringing great value to the summit.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
This has been so much fun, and I'm just so thrilled. And things are moving, and sometimes I've found, as a podcaster, as a mom, for heaven's sakes, as a human, that things go unexpected, and sometimes we just roll with the punches. So once again, we are rolling into a unexpected guest that I possibly just, these time zones, I'll tell you what, when you're scheduling 36 people across time zones, there can sometimes be a little bit of a mess up. So I'll take it on my end if that's where, that's totally. Oh, I remember one year I tried to schedule everything in Eastern time, which my, great friend Jeff would call America's time zone. And I got messed up on everything because I'm mountain time. And so all of the times, and I'm just not great with numbers anyways. So there's my, my silly part. Well, thank you. Guru Kern. Thanks, Gage, for saying that. Thank you for everything. And we really want to, have everybody be a part of the summit. Our next guest is an advocate who I'm so excited to meet and to bring up and to talk to. So if you are ready, Jonathan, I'm excited to chat with you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan.
How are you?
I'm good. It's a little stressed out. I've been having some technical issues all day, so.
Well, don't worry. Things have been crazy here all day too. Not technical, but still crazy. So we're all with it. And just, no pressure. Take you, if you want me to stay on, or if you're ready to go and you want me to step to the backstage and give you the stage, I am ready.
Sure. Just give me a second to figure out how this.
And do you have slides or anything that you want to present?
Yes, I do actually. Just give me a
If
sec.
you want to press that present button below your picture there, you can make the choice of uploading through Google or video. You'll see all the options.
Okay, give me a second. I think it's screen 2.
You're great.
Yes.
Gage says, Jonathan, it's great to see you, brother. Loved your speech at ICANN.
Well, thank you. Let's see, will this work?
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Got those. There you go. And you know what? I'm so sorry. You actually had sent me this, and I should have had that uploaded for you and ready to go. Well,
No worries at all.
Another thing, right? Oh my gosh, bless our hearts. Well, Jonathan, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and I'm just so grateful that you are giving your time today to help in this amazing summit. So I'm going to let you go ahead, and we'll be back here in a minute to say goodbye.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. Give me a second, people. And just give me a second. And there we go. Good morning, everyone. Or I should say, actually, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Gardner, and I'm honored to stand here today to, well, technically stream in here today to share my journey with you. I am a 22-year-old homeschool graduate, a cancer survivor, and an official ambassador for Operation House Call through the ARC of Massachusetts, a Flutie Fellow for the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation for Autism, a co-chair for the Massachusetts Support Decision-Making Coalition, a board member of Mass Advocates for Children, and an advocate for disability rights at the state and national levels. And I also happen to have autism. A few fun facts about me are, I love video games, pro wrestling, and anime. Since the age of 13, my vision has always been to help others in any way I can. Today, I want to talk about resilience in the face of challenges and how important it is to recognize that everyone's voice matters, no matter how someone may communicate. I like to say I happen to have autism because autism does not define me. I believe we are all human beings with different experiences and perspectives that make the world better. Everyone has worth and value to our world. Autism may influence the way I think, the way I advocate, and the way I connect with others, but it's just a piece of who I am. And I have many pieces to me. For instance, it's just like my arm or my leg. It's just a piece of me. Every human being has strengths and challenges. Some people may be great at verbal communication, but struggle with sensory overload. Others may not use spoken words, but are incredibly insightful when given the right tools to express themselves. Instead of focusing on labels, we should focus on listening to each other and respecting each other's needs. My story started even before I was born. When my mom was pregnant, doctors told her there was no heartbeat. They recommended a procedure that would have ended the pregnancy and ended me. But my mom trusted her instincts and sought a second opinion. A midwife found a faint heartbeat and put her on bed rest. That's how I came into this world, a child whose life started because someone refused to give up hope. That experience left my family and me with an important lesson. Trust your inner voice, even when the world around you is saying something different. Resilience starts with knowing yourself and standing firm. Growing up, my parents noticed I was developing differently from my brother. I had severe colicky, food allergies, and sensory sensitivities. Loud sounds, certain fabrics, and even separation from my parents, especially my mom, felt overwhelming. I was nonverbal until age 5, but my family worked hard to create an environment where I felt safe. My mom's heartbeat, the very first sound I ever heard, became my comfort. She carried me in a baby carrier all day and night so I could feel safe. That connection became my foundation of my sense of security by age 2. I was diagnosed with autism and received early intervention services. These services gave me a head start on communication and life skills. I started school at age 3, and in preschool and first grade, I had a great team who worked with my mom to support me. But then, second grade, everything changed. My accommodations were ignored, and I struggled verbally to communicate my needs. I was bullied for wearing Sesame Street shirts, something that made me happy and comfortable. My teacher dismissed my struggles, even flicked off my hat off my head, something I needed for sensory support. It was an accommodation in my IEP, one of the many that were not followed. The procedure to learn in a way that didn't work for me was overwhelming, and I had no way to communicate my distress. I began hurting myself because I was trying to communicate to others that I needed support. I felt that I did not belong. Long story short, things got so bad that one day I tried to jump out a window in the classroom. No child should ever feel that way. This is why I serve on the board of Massachusetts Advocates for Children. The organization fights to make sure all barriers, especially those facing especially kids that are facing barriers, have a fair chance to learn, grow, and thrive. After the first traumatic event, I was placed in an out of school district where I was promised safety, but what I got was more trauma. When I became overwhelmed and cried, my teacher would lock me in a timeout room and restrain me. She sat on me, pressing my body to the ground, making me feel like hot lava was burning throughout my body. This happened over and over. I was terrified. I needed my mom, but she was not allowed to come in. I needed someone to listen, but no one did. My trust in teachers, in schools, in adults, it became shattered. When my mom found out what was happening to me by walking in on it, she pulled me out of school, and I was homeschooled from that point on. It was only then that I finally felt safe. That was years ago, but I'm still living with the consequences of those actions today. I have been diagnosed by my neurologist with PTSD from my school-based trauma. I have severe trust issues because of what happened to me. Imagine being a child and realizing that the very people who are supposed to help you are the ones that are hurting you. Now imagine growing up and trying to navigate the world with that fear still inside of you. This is why I fight for change. No child should ever feel unsafe in a place meant for learning. No child should be restrained because they are overwhelmed. No child should be ignored when they say they are in distress. And no child should carry this trauma into adulthood. Because I had experienced the trauma of restraints and seclusions, I didn't want any other child to go through that. So, with the Disability Law Center in Massachusetts, other advocates, and my family, I shared my story to help pass the Massachusetts Restraint and Seclusion Law. This law regulates how schools can use physical restraints and seclusions, making sure there is accommodations and protections for students. That was my first taste of advocacy, and it gave my mom and me purpose. I realized that my story could make a difference, not just for me, but for others. Advocacy became not just a way to fight for my rights, but for the rights of all people. I knew from a young age that I wanted to help others, and that's what I set out to do. Homeschooling became my safe place to learn. My mom took on the role of my teacher, my advocate, and my rock. We created a learning environment where I could thrive. Instead of following a strict curriculum that was not tailored to my learning style, I was the guide of my own education, learning in ways that made sense to myself. Now we're going to skip ahead a little bit. In 2021, at age 18, my life took another turn. I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, a rare cancer, but the journey to that diagnosis was long. For 5 months, doctors ignored my pain. They assumed my symptoms were because I have autism, not because something was seriously wrong. This is called diagnostic overshadowing. Diagnostic overshadowing happens when doctors see a disability first and dismiss real medical concerns. Many doctors told my mom, not me, the patient, that I should see a psychiatrist instead of looking deeper into my pain. They didn't take me seriously. Finally, one doctor listened and she said, I do not know what's wrong with you, but I'm going to find out. And that's when I discovered my tumor. When I was 16, I began using supported decision making, which is an alternative to guardianship, where the person, me, picks a group of people they trust to help them make decisions. I'm the decision maker in my life. Now, as you can imagine, starting chemotherapy was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I lost my hair, my energy, and at times my hope. Halfway through chemotherapy treatments and radiation, I hit my breaking point. This is how supported decision making saved my life. When I was at my breaking point, I ended up in my bedroom crying and just really wanted to give up. I told my mom, I don't care what happens to me. I just wanted to stop, even if the tumor kills me. My mom had to take time to process this all herself, but when she came back into my room, she came back not as my mom, but as my support person. She said to me, Jonathan, I do not know what the answer to this all is, but if you can put your faith in me as your support person, I'm going to try my hardest to help you figure this out. From there, I gave my mom the okay to contact my medical team, and together they all came up with a different plan for me to think about. After the meeting, I was able to talk to my supporters about the plan, get my questions answered, and then I agreed to move forward with it. The plan ultimately saved my life while also taking care of my mental health at the same time, thanks to support decision making. Support decision making truly makes me feel involved with my life. It provided me with choices about when and how I was going to receive my cancer treatments. Because of support decision making, I was able to let my body and voice guide me with the help of my supporters. If I was not able to pick my supporters during my cancer treatments, I would just be a shell of myself now, if I even survived. This experience showed me the power of self-advocacy in healthcare. People with disabilities deserve to be heard and respected in medical situations and settings. That's why I continue to advocate for support decision-making to become law in Massachusetts. That leads me to the work I do with Operation House Call, Viviana, Massachusetts. As the official ambassador of Operation House Call, I educate medical students on how to care for patients with IDD and/or autism. This training results in better quality care and more accessible healthcare for everyone. I feel so strongly that when a person that may happen to have a disability comes into the hospital and may present with a so-called behavior, that everyone needs to understand that people have behaviors because they're trying to communicate something. Everyone, regardless of disabilities or behaviors, deserves respectful and appropriate medical care. I believe that the future of healthcare will be shaped by programs like Operation House Call. When healthcare providers are educated about disabilities, they are better equipped to provide the care that people with IDD and/or autism need. They learn to see us as people first, not just diagnosists. And that changes everything and can save lives. And I don't just want to share my story, I want to mentor other self-advocates to become co-teachers. I believe that the best way to learn, for doctors to learn, is through us sharing our real lived experiences. My advocacy doesn't stop in Massachusetts. I recently spoke on Capitol Hill about the Autism Care Act and educational policies. Standing before lawmakers, sharing my story, and advocating for change on a national level was one of the most empowering experiences of my life. I also advocated for police training for individuals with autism and/or IDD. If police better understood autism, they could respond more effectively in emergencies, potentially saving lives. Just last week, a boy named Victor, who was 17 years old and happened to have autism and severe low palsy, was shot and He didn't speak and he walked differently. Police shot him because they didn't understand his disability. With the right training, they could have slowed down, stayed calm, and saved his life. This is not okay. As I wrap up today, I want to leave you with this. Life's challenges will test us, whether it's autism, bullying, cancer, or systematic barriers. We all face obstacles that can feel overwhelming, but we don't have to face them alone. Sharing our lived experience in any way is powerful. Together, we can by sharing our experiences and perspectives, we can advocate for ourselves and others to live our best lives. I want to end with a quote from someone who means a lot to me, my friend, mentor, and the lawyer who first helped me get involved in passing the Restraints Exclusion Law. He once told me, when we all work together, our voices can be powerful and significant. That message has stayed with me, and it's something I believe believe with all my heart. When we all come together, when we lift each other up, we don't just make noise, we create real, lasting change. Thank you.
Jonathan, that was so beautiful. Thank you. I want to go over to the comment section because some comments were coming in when you were giving your presentation, and I can't thank you enough for sharing your story, but I'll tell you that comment in a minute. But Viviana said, I love the way of saying I happen to have autism. And I think showing people different perspectives is so valuable. And just like that last quote, I mean, had chills because that's what this is all about. That's what this summit is all about. Let's get together. When we're together, our voices are louder, they're more movement, it's stronger. And, hopefully we can really make a difference. Jen said, thank you, Jonathan, for being so vulnerable. Your stories will help others. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, you need to just keep sharing your story because it's truly amazing. You're amazing. And Nancy is a great mom.
agree with this comment very much.
Love that. Thank you, Nancy, for all of the work you did to help and communicating. And I just, everybody works as a team. Everything goes great. So Maureen says, way to go, Jonathan. And we have Steph that also says, thank you, Jonathan. So lots of great comments and support in the comment section. And just to prove that, what you're doing is so valuable. And we all want to just root for you and support you supporting yourself. I think it's incredible.
Well, that a note, I appreciate all the kind words that everybody's been sending. I'll probably be looking through the comments in a second or so, but
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, though, truly, thank you all. And I'm just one of many people that are just trying to just live our best lives. And well, this is just what led me to this, I guess.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, you couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And please, join us for the rest of the summit and supporting the rest of the speakers and the advocates later this afternoon. And we'll definitely be in touch with you guys and talk to you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you again for having me. Bye.
Oh my gosh, what an incredible story. I hope you guys had your tissues next to you so that you could wipe the tears away like I was. Yeah, just amazing story. Thank you so much, Doc, for jumping on and also saying what an amazing story that was. That's the truth. Well, we have a video that I'm going to be sharing. One of our presenters had something come up, but she did send me her presentation. So now I'm the one who you need to give a second while I pull the presentation up and we'll get this going. Michelle Markman, who is the founder of ND Coach. And I think that I'll let her video tell you all of the rest of that. So we will see you guys back here after this video.
We value doing something that really affects and impacts the world. Making meaningful change within our communities, our countries, and our worlds is very meaningful to neurodivergent individuals. I've seen many of my clients hit a point where they realize they just can't keep playing the game. Corporate success often comes at a huge personal cost: health, relationships, identity. So, self employment offers autonomy in an environment and workflow, alignment with personal values, permission to unmask, room to honor sensory, emotional, and physical needs. And that can be anything from taking a work meeting on a walk or taking a break in the middle of the day to go to a Pilates class. An alignment with personal values. What's most important to you? Really thinking about what your values are and maybe assessing what your top 5 values might be. For me, that family, fun and play, security, adventure, lifelong learning and education, and a constant pursuit of personal development and growth. But what are your top 5 values? Have you sat down and thought about it? Living your life by your values can really make it more meaningful. So, what are the common ways that individuals decide they want to transition to self employment from working in corporate or working in the business world? A burnout or a health crisis, having a baby, misalignment with leadership or workplace values, getting tired of constantly getting feedback about insubordination or being too aloof, a realization that I don't want to climb a ladder I don't believe in. And I hear these things from my clients. And so some of them do choose to be self employed. And some of them, like me, choose to walk the line between employment and entrepreneurship. It's really a wonderful opportunity to be able to work remote and to run a business, to be in corporate, really learning about it, understanding it, functioning it, work directly with the executives in my corporation, and also working as a coach, working with executives outside of my organization, leading and guiding them, helping them to learn about how to prevent and come back from burnout, how to unmask strategically, how to manage their energy, how to do real, meaningful, impactful self-care, and not just bubble baths and lighting candles. Let's talk about the reality of self-employment. It is freedom and it is fear. It's not just, yay, I work for myself now. There are major challenges. Inconsistent income, executive functioning demands increase, decision paralysis can happen. Or you may be the kind of person who doesn't have trouble with decision paralysis. But for many of my clients, that's where I come in. Many of my clients have decision paralysis. They will plan and plan and plan and never execute. And that's where I come in. I can help them to figure out how to break through that block, how to get unstuck, and how to start executing. Isolation. When you work for yourself, there's a lot of alone time. So it can be isolating. But it's important that you are developing connections within your community, that you're developing connections remotely, that you are connecting with other people and building those relationships. Because you can build relationships strategically and have the connections that you truly want if you make the time for them. And the lack of structure can be disorienting for some. So you may need to create your own structure. Without nervous system safety, it's just a different flavor of burnout. So hyperindependence can become another mask. So something else to be aware of. So let's talk about some coaching focuses for autistic or highly sensitive entrepreneurs. Identify what safety feels like in your body. Is that something that you've ever taken the time to do? Can you recognize when you feel safe, when you feel calm? Or have you spent most of your life white knuckling it in a state of panic and then passing out when you become exhausted, only to wake up again in the middle of the night, back in the panic, cortisol streaming through your body, adrenaline flushing you awake, and unable to go back to sleep? Your body is a compass. If you override it, your work or business will override you. You must make aligned decisions, not fear-based ones. Trauma-informed leadership starts inside us. What does that mean, trauma-informed leadership? It means really learning about trauma, learning about what triggers other people and how to handle people when they are triggered. What are your own personal triggers? And what to do when you become triggered. Taking the time to learn about these things can really help you to be more reflective. Also, learning about the shadow side of yourself, those parts of you that make you uncomfortable or that you wish that other people didn't know about. Getting to know and accept and even love those parts can give you a real leg up on your competition. Because many of us and many of my clients live in fear of other people seeing the dark and scary parts of us. But when we can embrace those parts within ourselves, that gives us true power. Build systems that work with your energy rhythms. High energy days, you can get a lot of things done. Low energy days, not so many things. On high energy days, say you're a woman, you have a 6-step skincare routine. On a low energy day, you have a makeup wipe and a face wash, and you call it. And that's okay. It's really recognizing how to hack and manage your energy cycles. Weekly planning anchored in capacity and not productivity, not hustle culture. It's toxic. It belongs to the patriarchy. Send it back. We don't need it. Authentic marketing, really talking about challenges that you've addressed or challenges that you've faced, talking about things within your line of business that you don't agree with. I personally have recently talked about hard sales. I don't like hard sales. I don't like getting on the phone with a salesperson and not being allowed to get off the phone until I buy a product. That is not trauma informed. That is not safe for someone's nervous system. Now, many coaches will argue that you have to force someone to buy a program when they're in a state of freeze. I don't agree with that. I think that everyone has the capability of making their own informed decisions. And so it's important that we market and we lead in a way that aligns with our personal values. Now, that may mean that my business is building a little slower. That may mean that your business may build a little slower. But when you're building it from a place of real truth and authenticity, of connection to your true values, that is more meaningful than getting a quick win and building a house of cards that will collapse in the future. Marketing can feel terrifying when you have rejection sensitive dysphoria or RSD. So we build gentler and braver ways to show up. We start with small steps talking about things that we've been through that we're afraid to share, but starting small and then sharing something a little bigger next time. Seeing that our audience is there to connect with us and to learn from us and wants to see our true humanity is a gift. Nobody wants to see someone show up every day. Oh, my life is fantastic. Nothing's wrong. They want to see that you're struggling, that things aren't always perfect, that you are human. Life is not an Instagram reel. So share that with your people. It's important to delegate and set boundaries without guilt. No is a complete sentence, and yes requires discernment. I always tell my clients to practice the pause. What is the pause? When someone asks you to do something, whether it's your boss, a friend, a church leader, you are welcome to say, I need a minute. Can I get back to you about that? Do you mind if I reach out to you in a couple days and let you know? I have to check with my spouse, friend, child, dog. I don't want to say you have to check with your dog, but you know what I'm saying. Practicing the pause gives you space to process that information and decide if it's something that you actually want to do instead of just leaping at pleasing that person. So try it out. Try practicing the pause and tell me how it works. Delegate. What is delegating? Delegating is an amazing thing. I love it. My ex-husband always called me the delegator in chief. So what is delegating? It's taking your low value tasks and giving them to other people. These are tasks that are not going to bring value to you. They're not strategically aligned with your goals or mission, and they're tasks that other people can do. So if you are not in your zone of genius, delegate wherever possible. And I know this is challenging, particularly for women, but it's a skill and you can get better at it. So I challenge you to delegate one thing this week, just one. Even if your partner, employee, friend, child doesn't do that task as well as you like it or the way that you like it, at least it's getting done. And it's giving you time to work in that zone of genius. It also gives you practice to let go of the stranglehold of control. For many of us neurodivergent, autistic women, control is so important to us. We live under a guise of go with the flow and easygoing and happy people pleasers. But underneath, we are dying for control. So, how can you practice letting go of control, letting others be, letting them do what they want to do so that you can be more in your zone of genius? I recently worked with a client who is a writer by trade. She schedules everything around her cycles. She takes daily naps, and she has found that her energy has increased since she started doing this. She actually has had another organization reach out to her and ask her to start ghostwriting for their newsletter as well. So when you start to work with your natural cycles, when you start to embrace this feminine energy and work with it, it really opens new doors for you. I have another client who was really struggling to connect with peers. And she just wasn't able to connect. She was being bullied. She didn't feel like she belonged. And
in our time working together, we were able to help her to build up her self-esteem, to start to recognize the gifts that she had, to embrace herself wholly for who she was, so that she didn't care if other people liked her. And you know what? The funny thing is, when she stopped caring if other people liked her, other people started liking her more. I worked with a busy mom and executive. Not only was she responsible for her organization, but she was also responsible for her daughter, who was rapidly becoming an adult. Her daughter was also on the autism spectrum, and she had recently gotten a diagnosis herself. She was struggling to manage everything, really feeling overwhelmed, feeling like everyone relied on her, and she just didn't have the support that she needed, and she didn't have the capacity to support everyone the way that she wanted to. We worked together to help her to delegate her tasks to her team, to set boundaries with her daughter so that she was able to be there fully when she had the capacity for it, and to step back when she needed time to rest and recuperate for herself. We were also able to get her back 5 hours every week through the delegation and through setting boundaries with her team and her family. Let's talk for a minute about my new program. It's called the Reset Program. Reset stands for Regulate, Explore, Simplify, Expand, and Thrive. Reset is a coaching program for high achieving, highly sensitive women who are done burning out and are ready to get ahead. Reset is a 3 to 6 month individual one-on-one coaching journey for highly sensitive and empathic women in leadership who may or may not identify as neurodivergent, specifically those in executive roles who have money in the bank but a dysregulated nervous system. It's also for self-employed women. Are you overwhelmed, teetering on the edge of burnout, or going through cycles of burning out and then recovering? This might be the program for you. It's designed for women who are masking with an inch of their life, exhausted and overfunctioning, people-pleasing, and constantly meeting the needs of everyone else and not doing their own self-care. High performers who feel emotionally and physically depleted and exhausted. Leaders who know they're meant to do something different, but can't find the way through the fog. What do Reset clients learn and practice? They learn to regulate. Nervous system grounding tailored for your neurotype. There are multiple different grounding exercises that I teach my clients that they can practice in their own time. It's so important that we learn how to connect with, nurture, and ground our neurodivergent selves. We can only come from a place of self-regulation and intention when we are calm. If we're constantly white knuckling it and in a state of panic, we're going to be reactive and not responsive. And when you're reactive, you're not going to be able to show up as your best and highest self. We teach tools for exiting freeze and fawn mode and accessing executive function. There's fight, flight, freeze, fawn. There's said to be multiple different ways that we handle stress and panic. And recognizing which way you are most commonly prone to can be very helpful so that you can start to learn how to get unstuck when you get into that dysregulation and bring yourself back to baseline sooner. Neurodivergent people have more sensitive nervous systems, We more easily go into fight or flight, and it's harder for us to calm down again. So I teach tools for you to learn how to regulate your nervous system, how to get back to baseline when you get dysregulated. We explore things like your core values, your unspoken needs, maybe even your unrecognized needs. Have you ever asked yourself what you needed as a child? What you got but didn't want? What you wanted but didn't get? Have you taken the time to listen to your inner child and consider meeting her needs or his needs? I know there are men here today too. Inside, we are all children, and it's so important to recognize that we still have those needs that we had in childhood. So, learning how to recognize and meet our needs, because we deserve to have our needs met as well. And many of us have been taught over the years, we've been gaslight by society, gaslit by communities, by people, by teachers, by parents, and told that our experiences are wrong, too much, inaccurate. No, they're different. They are valid, and they are yours. So maybe take a moment and acknowledge what your personal needs are and start to work towards meeting some of those needs. Ask yourself questions like, who am I when I'm not pleasing or performing? What do I want from life, from the other people in my life? What would make me feel fulfilled, valued, loved, appreciated? How can I communicate that to others and get those needs met or meet them intrinsically myself? Use scripts and systems to reduce cognitive load. We do a lot of scripting with my clients. I like to teach them how to set boundaries in verbal ways. For example, something that I teach all the time is if you are interacting with a colleague and they're being disrespectful, because everybody has a bad day sometimes, saying something like, we would both benefit from a greater level of mutual respect right now. How can we get back to baseline? Is setting a boundary and calling someone out on their shit. And that's okay to do. In fact, it's encouraged. It is important for us to stand up for and advocate for our needs. And a lot of the time, when you call someone out, they'll say thank you, or they'll respond in an appropriate manner. People don't always realize that they're being reactive or that they're triggered, but they do tend to respond well to being called on it. So call people on it. Well, let's begin dreaming again, safely and strategically. Let's build self-trust through experimentation and not perfection. What if you tried consistently to fail a little bit every day for the next 10 days? What would you accomplish? Successful people don't fail less. It's not that successful people don't fail. It's that successful people fail forward. They fail more than unsuccessful people because they keep showing up. They keep trying, they keep failing, and they look at failure as a stepping stone along their road to success. So, thinking about mindset is also part of being successful and embracing failure as a natural part of the process. And then starting to thrive, embodying new patterns rooted in nervous system safety, not self-betrayal. Throughout the program, my clients learn how to do self-care, how to practice those grounding exercises on a daily basis, how to have joyful physical movement incorporated into their daily life, strategic ways to manage stress, overwhelm, and being triggered, as well as identifying and protecting yourself from dark tetrad personalities, narcissists, Machiavellians, sociopaths. In business, and particularly in higher leadership, you run into some nefarious personalities. That means that it is important to be able to recognize these personalities and to strategically interact with them, protecting yourself, coming from a place of self-advocacy. Sometimes it's rewording the way we talk to people, and this can be effective with everyone, and even people who have RSD, rejection sensitive dysphoria. You can change almost any sentence from me to I and remove anger from the other person. Excuse me, from you to I. For example, you didn't do the dishes. Now I have to do them. I would appreciate it when I come home and into the kitchen to see that the dishes are still there, because I really need support and keeping our space manageable is important. I'd appreciate it if we could stick together to plan that we made about sharing this task. So instead of saying, you didn't do the dishes, saying, maybe I feel overwhelmed when the dishes aren't done in the kitchen. I really need support managing my space, managing our space. I'd really appreciate it if we could stick to the plan we made about sharing this task. When you switch from you to I, you take away feeling of being attacked from the other person. What makes Reset different? It's not productivity coaching. It's nervous system first coaching, trauma informed coaching. It's taught by someone who's been there, burned out in high functioning roles, masked for years within an inch of my life, and then rebuilt life from the inside out. I've changed everything in how I function and how I run my life. And things have become so much more joyful and sustainable, more than they ever have been. And this is what I do with my clients. We have bi-weekly one-on-one sessions with customized support and implementation guidelines. It's tailored for women with high external function and internal dysregulation, low support needs. And it emphasizes safety and not just strategy. I encourage my clients to lead sustainably without watering themselves down or hiding how deeply they feel. It isn't mindset fluff or surface level strategy. It's trauma informed, neurodiversity affirming, and built for women whose strength is their sensitivity. Let's talk a little bit about why it's different. If you'd like to learn more, grab resources, or join our neurodivergent leadership community, visit ndcoachinc.coachcrunch.com or connect with me at ND Coach Inc. You can find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Substack. It's been such a pleasure speaking to you today, and I wish you all the best in your self-employment, entrepreneurship, and business goals.
Oh, I'm so glad that we were able to play that for her. I know that she had something come up that she needed to take care of this weekend. So I'm still so glad that she was able to be a part of it. And our next guest is here, and she is so very flexible and wonderful. And I'm really excited to chat with her. So hello. How are you, Michela? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, really well. And it's so nice to meet you finally. And exciting to hear your presentation. And we're going to have to get together and have a little coffee tea chat after this and just really deep dive.
Oh, I know. Every time we talk on the phone or even via message, we have so many side quests we want to go on.
Seriously, though,
so
right?
We just have to like book time to
Yes. Well, we'll definitely do that. Well, I really appreciate you coming today, being a part. If you have slides that you want to upload, you are welcome to do that. You just use that present button right underneath your picture there in the backstage, and you can decide how you would like to upload them.
Awesome.
And then I will put them up onto stage and let you take over.
Awesome.
Where are you at in the world?
I'm in Denver.
Okay, I'm just in Salt Lake, so we're state neighbors.
I drive through Salt Lake a lot, going from
Really?
Washington State to.
So this is going to be an in-person coffee chat then.
Oh, we'll make it happen.
Love it.
Don't
Love
worry.
it.
Let's see here. Slides and PDFs. So from uploading it this fancy way, I'm just downloading the PDF real fast.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Absolutely.
We completely have to just really go with the flow. We've had lots of unexpected changes, but you know, that's the beauty of kind of being a just like Michelle was talking about, self-employed autism events producer. I can just, you know, kind of have to use some magic sometimes and fandangle some time frames and people around, but everyone's been so amazing and supportive.
Well, I always say, as a teacher and as a trainer of educators and parents, I always explain that you have to prepare for the pivot. And that's the most important skill for all of us to have.
Wow. I love that. That is so true.
Survive anything, because we can't control 99% of the things that come our way, right? Besides our attitude.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and that's the hardest one to get down for some reason.
I know. It's processing, and hopefully,
yep.
There we go.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I am going to step back here and let you begin, and I'll see you back here in just a minute.
Thank you. Can you remind me what time?
Absolutely.
What's 40 minutes? 30
let's
minutes?
see. Yep. 30 minutes. Yeah. 30 minutes if that's good for you.
Yeah, I have a superpower where I can talk for as long as possible. So I just want to make sure I don't take up everyone's time.
Amen. No, I get that. No, thank you. Absolutely. I can even give you a 2-minute little 2-minute warning thing if you'd like me to.
Go for it. If I'm really in the weeds, you will not hurt my feelings.
I love it. Well, thanks for being so flexible so much. And yeah, we'll make it up to you with a coffee in person.
Well, hi, everyone. My name is Michela Laverty. I'm a special education teacher, and I'm going into the coaching and consulting world. I am presenting about a topic that's really near and dear to my heart, focusing on fostering independence for students with developmental intellectual disabilities, really everyone on the spectrum as well. My experience in the classroom was as a life skills teacher, and back in 2013, when I started teaching, they called my classroom a self-contained program. And I typically don't even like to use those terms anymore when I'm explaining people what I do, but it is in the teacher world the best way I can explain the demographic and kind of the role that I had as an educator. I decided to turn that self-contained classroom into an inclusive life skills program, and I really flipped the mold and changed how we did things at my school. At the time, it was pretty old school in the way that we ran special education services. So this presentation is titled Uncontained Potential, and we're going to talk a little bit about fostering independence and how that takes a team. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story of how I kind of came into this world and learned about the importance of building independence and what we need both as educators and as families in order to do it in a meaningful way. So I'm Michela, but you can call me Lav. If you go back to Olympia, Washington, and you walk through a Target or you go to my old high school, someone in the community will find me and yell, "Hi, Lav!" And that's what people know me as. One of my former peer tutors called me last year when I had moved to Denver. She's going to school at Western Washington University now. And she said, Lav, what do they call you down there? And when I told her people in Denver called me Michela, she did not like that. So make her happy. You guys can call me Lav. I'm a special education teacher, tired of seeing systematic issues in education or disability inclusion and having little power to fix it. I've taken time out of the classroom to be a part of the solution that public education and families are desperate for. Now I'm working alongside educators, school leaders, and families to create real, sustainable change in special education services. I love teaching and I'm not burnt out. A lot of people who leave the classroom and move into education consulting are burnt out, and I totally understand it. My frustration was knowing that if I didn't do it now, if I didn't take time out of my classroom now, I would never do it, and I would just regret not being a part of the solution. So I'm fully intending on going back, but I'm taking the time to really, really do this thing in a way that my students and other educators deserve. My big passions are inclusion, transition services, and overall fostering independence for all students, especially those with developmental disabilities. Currently, some of the projects I'm working on for schools, I'm rebranding the way that we train and we treat teachers. As an educator, I know firsthand that this job is hard and we have a lot on our shoulders. And it was very interesting when I jumped in and started teaching that we have a lot of professional development days and times, but there weren't anything that was really tailored to what I did. And a lot of the educators that I worked with didn't get the same training that I did in college because our understanding of special education services was so different when they got to go to school. So I am working on rebranding our trainings, and one of the trainings I'm focused on is a SPED boot camp. A lot of our building principals who play a huge role in supporting special education, they don't have to have a lot of experience or background in SPED in order to lead SPED programs. So I'm going to be hosting SPED boot camps for building leaders. It's one of the many things that I'm working on. Ultimately, I believe that our students, all students, but especially those who are neurodivergent, deserve veteran special education teachers who have learned and have honed in their skills. But veteran special education teachers are hard to find, especially those who aren't burnt out yet. My first year of teaching, I was lucky enough to go and get a job at the high school I graduated from, which has both benefits and some hurdles that come with it. The cool part about my experience is I got to know all the teachers I was working with, but I really knew those students as well because a lot of them were siblings of people I grew up with. So I'd walk down the hallways and see a varsity basketball player and realize they looked familiar. And I would just start saying, "Hey, are you a little Bigelow? Are you a little?" And I would throw out the last name or their brother's or sister's first name. And so it was a lot easier for me to establish myself and get to know the community as a whole. When I started teaching my life skills program, I learned very quickly that those kids had historically been kept in the same classroom for majority of their day for 4 or 5 or even 6 years that they were in high school. That was a big thing I wanted to change. And so I had to kind of rebrand our program as a whole. And I was more of a marketing agent and more of PR than anything else. And I was able to take that self-contained classroom and really build a functional, inclusive program. In inclusion, there's a lot of hot topics and opinions within that world and what it should look like. And I really believe that inclusive practices start with the least restrictive environment for each individual student. I don't particularly believe in full 100% inclusion because it's not going to fit every single student. And I want everyone here to remember that special education, it's a service and not a place. So while there might be a program that you think is really cool or other people are getting a lot of benefit for, that doesn't necessarily mean that experience or that program or that situation is perfect for your child. We want to look at your child and build a program that's tailored to them and find out what their least restrictive environment is. We started going out in the community, and I was very lucky that Starbucks and Target and other places were within walking distance. So we started pushing out into the community and learning functional life skills because my kids really needed to be taught how to be independent, how to make an order on their own, how to go grocery shopping, how to spend money and count money and talk to people they've never met before. That was a really big part of my program. A functional academics program was key. Within that world, I was leveraging the relationships I had brought in or built previously at the school. And we were able to go push into the community and take classes and establish ourselves as a way that it was just a more genuine experience in the building. So we focused on creating inclusive opportunities in the school, inclusive opportunities in my classroom where peer tutors and typically developing peers could come into my program if a student wasn't the perfect fit for a gen ed classroom. And we were really able to meet my students where they were at. I was really lucky to have fallen in and found the functional academics program. It was a curriculum that my school purchased my first year of teaching. And this functional academics program really helped me lean into those functional life skills. So I got to teach my kids functional math, which is using a calculator, counting money, making a purchase. I got to teach them functional reading, how to read environmental print, how to read what was going on in the newspaper and in the news and see what was going on in their community. We were just really able to do a lot of moving parts. And because of this program, it let me figure out what the student knew in each content area. And then it let me collaborate with families so we could find out collectively as a team what we knew about that student. All of that information helped me make comprehensive decisions and design that least restrictive environment. There's a quote that goes around. It's by Lily Tomlin. And if you don't know her, that's a problem. We'll have to go and do a whole other presentation on the impact of Lily Tomlin. But I found a quote on Pinterest back in 2011, 2012, which is where all teachers go when they are in college. And the quote said, "I always wondered why somebody didn't do something about that. And then I realized I am somebody." I saved that to my Pinterest board. I posted it on Facebook, and I kind of kept that picture along with me. And when I started back at the high school I graduated from, and I'm seeing the systems that were in place that were not set up for my students to be as successful as possible, that were not set up for my students to be included in their community, it made me realize, why don't we already have that? Why is the system the way that it is? I'm 22. Is it my place to tell people what it should look like? And I had to sit with that for a while. And pretty soon I realized, okay, well, I am somebody. And my whole degree was in creating inclusive communities. So I might as well figure out how to do it myself. Throughout that first year, I heard from educators who meant well, right? Other gen ed teachers, other special education teachers, other paraeducators, and other parents. I would hear all the time about what my kids couldn't do. I would hear, well, they obviously will never do this, or they obviously can't do that. This student will never. And I have a real big problem when anybody talks about somebody, student, child, adult, and assumes their abilities rather than takes the time to go and see really what they can do and what they need to be successful. So pretty quickly I learned to take what I was recognizing, what I was hearing, and instead of listening to them, leverage that conversation. So I would say, tell me what they can't do, and I'm going to show you what they can do. I wouldn't necessarily say that in person right away if somebody was telling me something that didn't hit right with me, but I took that, internalized it, and I used that to design my instruction, to design inclusive opportunities, and to design situations that were going to show these people what was actually possible. I've always been the type of person that believed if I was going to complain about something, I have a lot of opinions and I will complain. I'm going to be ready to offer a solution. So if you hear me talk about a topic that is frustrating to me, I guarantee I'm going to have a solution, or at least the first stage of where we want to head, and I want to be a part of that solution. I quickly learned that I had to figure it all out on my own. As a 22-year-old teacher, I was really hoping to learn from other people's examples and to not have to recreate the wheel and take the time to really learn. And while I did take a lot of time to learn, I learned by doing. I was listening to conversations. I would go and see what other schools were doing, and I had to focus on recognizing the barriers to inclusion. What barriers in my classroom were keeping my students from being as included as possible? What barriers in my building were keeping my students from inclusive opportunities? And what barriers in my students' homes in the community were keeping them from independence, from inclusion? I had to identify resources to remove barriers, because just knowing what the problem is isn't enough. We've learned pretty quickly that standing on a soapbox and screaming about a problem is not going to give us a solution. So looking for the resources to help remove those barriers was my next stage. Then I had to make a feasibility plan, because I'm the person that thinks I can do everything all at once. And you learn pretty quickly in education that that's not possible. So I had to figure out, what could I feasibly achieve in year one? And every year continue to add and tweak and hone in on that plan. I always like to kind of brainstorm and think, if I could wave a magic wand, what would I change and what would life look like for my kids? What would my school look like for my kids? And that always gave me my little GPS and helped me figure out where we were headed towards. I had to identify what was in my own control. There was a clear generational and philosophy gap between most established staff members and my personal philosophy of education that did create a little tension. And it was tension within me, because I felt like I knew better. I felt like the way that we were doing things was not good enough. My college training had emphasized inclusion, but I was facing resistance from a system that hadn't fully embraced that concept. It took a lot of advocacy, creative problem solving, and collaboration with colleagues and families to bridge that gap and find ways to bring inclusive practices to life in classrooms and at home. I started with Unified Sports my first year of teaching. Unified Sports is through Special Olympics, and it's a club that we have at school, and it allows us to bring people with and without disabilities on a school team together. So that was the first key component that created social inclusion opportunities and established my students as true members of the school community. That was a Kickstarter to let me bring in typically developing peers into my classroom as peer tutors. We ended up blowing up and creating a club where we did live unified activities like movie nights, bowling, everything under the sun. And it was the best decision I've made in my entire career. It also kickstarted a lot of opportunities that enabled my students, that have directly affected my students now, who are, some of them are in their mid-20s and 30s. In order to create inclusive opportunities and to create opportunities to build independence, again, I didn't have the luxury as a 22-year-old to stand on a soapbox and scream and preach to my peers. I had to make it their idea. I had to make these opportunities their idea in sneaky advocacy. I had to play the long game. Like I mentioned before, it wasn't about screaming for change. It was about building trust, building relationships, and systems that allowed change to unfold gradually and consistently. I had to be strategic and understand that the shift towards inclusion was going to take time, and it needed to come from a place of collaboration rather than confrontation. So I would take different students, like the student here on the left, and we'd go on walks around the building. We would go and create opportunities for them to engage with their peers, but also other staff members. And I go on a lot of stories about this. You'll be able to stay connected and hear specific stories, but we don't have a ton of time today. But I'm going to tell you right now, I created a system where then those staff members, those typically developing peers, those peers' parents who were community members and business owners were then eager to be a part of what we were building in our program. I could do as much as I could with the control that I had in the building, but I still was facing some major barriers to fostering independence at home. I can teach my kids as much as I can, but if they're not going to get the same opportunities to put those skills into practice at home, it's going to be really hard for them to then generalize those skills. There's also only one of me. If I'm responsible for these students for sometimes 4, 5, 6 years at school, I am going to do the best that I can and do the best I can for those kids, but I can't go into their homes and show parents and train parents what's possible. And those parents are coming from oftentimes outdated experiences. And it's not all parents, and it's also not their fault. But if you're growing up at a time when people with autism, people with intellectual disabilities don't get to go in the community as much, don't get a lot of jobs, don't get opportunities to show us what they can do, then how do you have a roadmap to design and figure out how to raise your kid, right? Families are often also working without a clear blueprint, and it comes with uncertainty and fear. The number of times, the number of hours I've spent sitting with parents and having conversations, listening to what they feel is possible for their students and trying to gently show them what is possible. I mean, it's heartbreaking because I can see the conflict that's going on inside. They want the best for their student, but they don't know what that looks like and they don't know what's possible. Parents don't get to go to SPED teacher school. They don't get to go to school and learn what I've learned. They have to go and create learning on their own. And oftentimes they're still trying to raise the rest of their family, get through the basic day, pay the bills. So they don't have the luxury of taking the time to get a full degree in special education, full degree in learning how to teach their child to be able to do things as independently as possible. That goes in line with their time and capacity for advocacy. Oftentimes, those things are luxuries that most families do not get. What I wish families knew. Early intervention, which I'm assuming most of you guys here in this call have heard of and know the impact of, it doesn't stop at birth to 3, and it doesn't end at services like OT, PT, and speech. I see early intervention as just a content area or subject where you're looking at your student, and the soonest they can go and get experiences, the soonest they can be practicing and pushing towards the next goal, the quicker they're going to be able to make progress. If you're waiting until high school or post-high school to think about the transition from school to work or school to the community to life after high school, you're already behind. And this is a hard conversation I would make my families have with me the first time those freshmen came into my classroom. It's really hard, and I understand. Obviously not as a parent, because I'm not one, but I understand it's really hard and scary to think about what life for your child, what life's going to look like for your child when they're 21, 25, 30, 35. But the sooner you start thinking about those things and the sooner you start having conversations with each other, with your child, with your children and the rest of your extended family, is the sooner you're going to be able to find opportunities for them to make progress and become as independent as possible. It was something I recognized even with spending a ton of time. I create every conference in my classroom. We had transition meetings. I would force the families to come and start thinking about this. And even though with 4 years of transition meetings and conversations and doing well beyond what my job entitled me to do, parents would still call me the week before their kid turned 18, freaking out. They would still call me at 21, at 22, when they realized, oh my gosh, how do we get these services? How do we get access to DVR? How do we get them opportunities to work? Oftentimes, maturity does not outweigh exposure and experience. So families think, and I understand the thought process, they're not mature enough to have a phone. They're not mature enough to go and have experiences like working and job experiences. We're going to wait until they're out of school. And I love the idea of that, but in practice of all kids, our kids need to have the early experience. They need to be pushed out to be get job experience and do yard work for the family or the neighbors. Go and speak to people that they don't know about. The sooner that they can be pushed out of their comfort zone in a way that's safe and accessible for them, the better it's going to be in the long run. Teachers are a service provider and not the sole solution. I have a problem because I really think that I can go in and be everything for a family because I know that's what they need. But the reality is there's one of me. And I want to be everything for everybody, but I can't, I'm not going to be able to go, it's not sustainable, right? I will still be there to help as much as possible, but we have to have a bigger solution that's more than just one person, one leader, one champion. One thing that I'm hoping for families to do is start to build a village. And oftentimes families are concerned about being a burden. So my families did not talk to each other until I forced them to. They thought a lot of special education families are kind of in their own silos instead of connecting with each other because they don't want to be a burden on each other. And the reality is nobody knows what you're going through except for those other families. So the sooner that families can go and build community with each other and build that village of different service providers, of different neighbors and family members and friends, the sooner you're going to have a bigger community to build off of that'll last you in the long run. My solution is to start early and start now. Start to meet with interdisciplinary team members often and always. So if your student is in speech, meet with that speech pathologist and ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask and connect and learn from them. And meet with the psychologist so they can really explain what that evaluation means and looks like to you. Meet with other components, other people that are ABA therapists or autism coaches or ADHD coaches. Don't be afraid to go reach out and learn from everybody else, from advocates, from self-advocates. Listen to them and just ask all the questions. Host some parties. Find some ways to turn your friends and family into advocates. Parents often feel like they have to be the one that goes to the birthday parties with their children 24/7, that goes and helps them navigate whatever community event that they go to. And while parents have a role to play in that, the more that friends and family want to help, they just don't know what that looks like and what you're comfortable with. So if you can take the time to educate your friends, educate your extended family on your child's disability and on the best way to support them, the sooner you're going to be able to build that village. Raise your child to have self-efficacy and self-advocacy. Your kid should know that they have autism and that what their superpowers are, what their abilities come with that, and what areas of need they have, so that they know how to ask for help when they need it, but they also know how to say, I've got this, when they do. Have a growth mindset, but make sure your goals are functional and meaningful. When you're going and learning from other advocates, learning from self-advocates and seeing what other people are doing, that's huge. However, I want you to remember that your kid is your kid, and you want to build an experience that's tailored to them. Don't be afraid to find that network. You're not alone, and just focus consistently on just meaningful involvement. When you're not sure about something, if you lean into how can we have them involved as meaningfully as possible, you're going to be making the right decisions. You're going to be headed in the right direction. At the end of the day, inclusion starts at home in your own community. You guys are the experts. Parents are the only IEP team member who will follow their child throughout their school experience and beyond. So parents will be there from whatever grade they qualify for special education services, all through their school experience. So you're going to be able to take and leverage everything you've heard from the experts and collect that information. It's my job as an educator to find a way to leverage your expertise, knowledge, and connections. I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to do this quick and dirty. Here's a picture of some of my students. And in the orange, that's my student Matthew. He has autism, and that's his brother in the white, Michael. because I got to know his family, because I got to know his brother, because I walked down the hallways and saw what was going on, we were able to leverage the greater community to get Matthew all the opportunities he deserved in order to grow and have and be as independent as possible. When Matthew came to me, I was told everything he couldn't do, he would never be able to do. And he came with a reputation, and he knows it. His family knows it. And I love him so much. He's my buddy. As we grew up together, he has grown into just such an amazing man. And he is now able to do all these great experiences. He goes to Cabo with his family every year and takes over the dance floor in the club, which he does. And he is also now working at a bar, at his neighborhood bar, because he learned how to network, he learned how to have conversations, and he learned how to be a part of his community. I have a few always things to talk about, but if you ever want to connect and ask questions and see what I have up my sleeve, I'm building resources for students or for staff right now, but I'm digging into resources for families as well. So follow me on LinkedIn, on YouTube. I have a podcast that I'm launching on Spotify, so you can kind of learn more about these experiences in a deeper level, and feel free to ask questions and get access to resources.
I love that. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to check out the podcast and learn more. This was really, really great. And today's themes, it's just so interesting how everybody can plan to be at a day at different times, and just serendipitously all of a sudden this beautiful arrangement is put together, and everybody's speaker session somehow just blended and went into one another's, and just all carried the same wonderful message. I mean, I guess that's what we're here for, is for it to really to have that message continue and strengthen in our community. Thank you so much for being so flexible with me. I sent you a little message, and we're definitely gonna get together and make this up to you for all of you've done.
Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I'm just grateful for an opportunity to chat with you guys.
Yeah, it's so fantastic, and I look forward to staying in touch. And I just wanted to, I had mentioned that when you said that quote from Lily Tomlin, and I love that. I'm a someone too. Now I'm gonna remember that and feel even bigger and brighter than I had before. So
thank you. Thank you. Well, have a great rest of the summit. I'm excited to learn from everybody else.
Thank you. I'm excited to bring them up, and we will see you a little bit later. Thank you. Oh my goodness. What a wonderful evening it's turning out to be. Now it's evening. I know it's already evening where everybody else is too. And Michelle, hello.
Hey.
So great to see you. I have to say, Michelle, Michelle's like a veteran, the SJ Child's veteran. You've been in every single, this is probably the 6th one for you, and on the podcast, and just I'm sure you loved her message and what she had to say, because it probably resonates a lot with what you do too. And we have a little friend. So yeah, I'm excited to have you talk about yourself and give everybody an introduction, and I'll take myself off the screen and let you have it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Sarah.
Hey, you're welcome.
So, hey everyone, I introduced myself a little bit. My name is Michela Vinokurov. I am an autistic self-advocate and neurodiverse ambassador. I was diagnosed with autism around the age of 2 in Brooklyn, New York. How I got my diagnosis so early on was because my parents noticed challenges about me as early as 1 year old. So from that age, my parents noticed that I was not really responding to anybody who called my name. I didn't even communicate verbally anything. I was pretty much in my own world, like not even playing or anything. I would just sit there sometimes on the ground, even when my older sister would be around and stuff, and she would try to play with me, but I was pretty much in my own world, really. Lacked eye contact. I didn't like changes in routine. I engaged in temper tantrums. stimming where I would spin around in circles or be rocking back and forth. And it was just everything that was going on. And my parents were wondering what was going on with me. So the first thing they did was to take me to a pediatrician. And the pediatrician said that to take Michelle to an audiologist. And so my parents did that. And the audiologist said that I had perfect hearing. It was fine. So my parents took me back to the pediatrician at that time, and they told my parents that, okay, this is a much bigger problem. Take her to a neurologist. So my parents took me to a neurologist. I got observed and everything. They went through parent interviews, and I was observed in a room, in a hospital room in Downstate Hospital in Brooklyn, New York, when it was there at the time. And around in January of 2000 was when I was officially diagnosed with autism, and that was around the age of 2. And following that, my parents got me early intervention services, which back then, with luckily nowadays Medicaid's helping with so much now, but back then my parents had to pay everything out of pocket. And so a lot of that was a lot. But also at the same time, having the early intervention services, which by the way, it's going to be rare that you hear me say this, but I had a mix of ABA therapy, speech, OT, physical, every single kind of therapy, you name it. I had a mix of those therapy services 7 days a week. Now, you will pretty much not hear that nowadays because not everybody believes in having that intensive services for their child. And so, but that, for me, that was the case back then. I had all those years until everything started to fade out by like age 8, which that was pretty much what was happening. I didn't speak my first word verbally until I was 6 years old, and I didn't verbally communicate in full sentences until I was 10. This was already when I was with my family growing up in New Jersey, and there was more siblings coming along the way. So, but yeah. Now going into today, as you may know, I am a board certified behavior analyst assistant. I am a BC ABA. I passed my exam just last year. So I've been in now as a BC ABA for now about a little like pretty much like about half a year about now. Time has flown by so fast, but there's so much that I do with that. And I'm also a behavior specialist, a district behavior specialist for a public school district in Florida. And what I really love so much is that the fact that why I went into the field in the first place, because I know there's so much controversy about with ABA therapy, and it's really important for people to know that all experiences are valid because of how much the field has really evolved and changed from the earlier years, especially because there's a lot of voices, including with the summit tonight, that there's so many autistic and neurodiverse advocates that are on here tonight sharing their experiences. And therefore, like, you know, it's part of being that change and taking action and that kind of aspect. That's what really pushed me even further, not just because of my own experiences of having ABA therapy with other therapies, which by the way, I really do encourage at the end of the day for parents, if you're looking for early intervention services, to really focus on like what is really the most needed for your child. Because let's just say, for example, if your child is not really having too much with behavior issues that are in concern of like safety, like if your child is not eloping, for example, like running into the street, or if you see that like your child is making progress but they just need some little extra support, there are tons of different early intervention services that would be more individualized for your child. But for me, what really got me into the ABA field was not just my own experiences, but my hands-on experiences as a professional in the field and starting off as a paraprofessional. So a little bit of my employment journey for you is that I started off as a classroom paraprofessional for students with autism in kindergarten through 5th grade. This was right after I graduated from Brookdale Community College, earning my associate's degree. I went through a ton of interviews and stuff. I was even rejected from my own public school district in New Jersey that I attended. And I'll never forget that when I got that rejection letter, I was like, you know what? I'm like, screw this. But anyway, I'm going through time and everything that I'm like, I finally got into a school district. It was Middletown Public School District in New Jersey. And I was so happy about the classroom that I worked in because it really was using a lot of different skills in the ABA field, including naturalistic environment teaching. And that's what really pushed me about with going back to school, even though like I took some time after attending from my associate's degree at Brookdale. I actually returned to college during COVID. I did it online while working a full-time job. And I'm going to say that again. While working a full-time job, I was in college online. And so you would think that like, wow, how can she handle so much of that all at once? But what I did was that it took a lot of balance of like trying to focus on one thing at a time, like in the present moment. And I know there would be sometimes that my head would be thinking of other things, but I knew I loved what I'm going into, especially including with studying and everything. So I did that. I had all my credits transferred from my community college to with the online college for my bachelor's degree, and that's what I did. So I ended up graduating in 2022 from Purdue University Global. I did get my bachelor's degree in psychology with concentration in ABA therapy. And actually, the funny thing is that one of the summits that I was on with Sarah, I remember I was graduating that same exact day when I hopped on and stuff. And I was like, I love doing this so much for people because of the fact that like people need resources to be able to help improve someone's quality of life. And this is why there's summits like what Sarah's hosting today is for. And so now with employment, what can people in workplaces do? So as you know, I've been working with students with neurodiverse students in kindergarten through age 22. I have a huge, big age range that I've been working with and have experience with now. And so for workplaces and companies that for you guys to be able to hire someone who is neurodivergent, just so you know, just like how we do it in schools, same thing in the workplaces. Offer flexible seating, offer breaks, because let me tell you, we need a lot more time to be able to recuperate and to do the best that we can in the workplace. So anything like that. And at the same time, I know that there are things in the workplace that we have to keep in mind. But at the same time, there are things that we can do that are inclusive in the workplace, including with having our own voices being heard. So what's really important is that we want to make sure that we are including neurodivergent employees in trainings. So one of my jobs I work with on the side, which I do work with on the side, besides working full-time with the school district, I work on the side with Full Spectrum ABA. And one of the things that I do for the company is hosting forums for the behavior analysts, for RBTs, you name it. And what we do every month is that we are always discussing current relevant topics that are in the community and also advocating for change of like how certain procedures should be in place and being more compassionate. Because nowadays that we want to be able to provide good quality services, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we are being more client-centered and focusing on the client as a whole individual. And yes, we don't want to focus on the diagnosis label because, you know, we want to make sure that we are doing what we can for the client as a whole to improve their quality of life. Whatever it be, like what I've done in sessions is that I would engage in play with clients a lot, just to even target various skills, and we wouldn't even have to like do like a full on like, you know, teacher led stuff, because why do we really need to do that when we can just focus on the client as a whole and let them be the lead of learning things? So things like that. And so things like that, having workplaces learn from neurodivergent employees in professional development trainings is the key thing to be able to make that difference right there. And another thing too for workplaces, and this is coming from the HR level, is knowing that when it comes to interviews, to make them more like a conversation to get to know the individual rather than like being on focusing like what's your weaknesses, what's your like it's pretty much more so what the individual brings to the table and how much of an asset they can be rather than focusing on the skill deficits. We want to focus more on what people have that they can bring to the table in the workplace. Because really, at the end of the day, like my message is that everybody inspires each other. Everybody is an asset to a company in their own way, no matter what. And the reality is that everybody needs to work like everybody else to make a living. So why are we holding people back? Instead, we should be including everybody as it is, because in the real world that we all live in, is that we have to go through things like everybody else has to. So why are we holding people back? And that's what I would say right there. And I'm just keeping an eye out at the time and everything. So yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and it's so wonderful. You always, I love hearing your story. And I think that brings so much hope to parents, especially when they hear, how hard you work and how far you've come. And now helping, schools and employers really accommodate the community. It's such a beautiful kind of like giving back to not that they might have given you so much, but so it's beautiful. It's beautiful that you're doing that. And I just am always grateful for you. Amy, I'm bringing you on the stage. My first co-host for the day. Yay! Let's finish this hour off strong.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, and Amy, Michelle, I don't know if you guys know each other.
No, it's so nice to meet you, Michelle.
Yes, and Amy is actually building her own online school right now. So I mean, she understands a lot of that stuff too. Well, I am so grateful that you once again came to another event, Michelle. Thank you so much for sharing and always being so supportive and a great friend.
No, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Nice to meet you, Amy.
Likewise, nice to meet you. Thanks for all the information.
Yeah, of
And
course.
we are ready to bring up Daniel because I know he is waiting in the back and I'm sure he's ready to go. So we will bring him on so that we can talk to him. Hello, and we can hear that cute little guy in the background. I hear him already.
Yeah, that's my son.
Aw. Well, hi, Daniel. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, Sarah.
It's about 6:15 there in Texas.
Correct.
Nice.
In Texas.
Where are you from, Amy?
I live in Maryland, but I was actually born in Texas.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, Daniel, we're really excited to have you here today. And again, I've had a lot of events that you've been in, and it's just always great to bring back very inspiring people that I know can just really help move the community in the best direction. So without further ado, I'm going to move me and Amy out of here, and I'll be back to talk to you in 15 minutes.
One day in 2008, I went to pick up a paycheck on a Friday afternoon. On this day, it was different than any other day I've experienced. On this day, my boss called me into his office. Unfortunately, he had let me go. This had been the 5th job I had lost during a 14-month span from September of 2007 to November of 2008. I thought I would learn my lesson and why I lost this job. When I lost it, the guy never disclosed the reason why. I later learned that in the state of Texas, they do not have to disclose why they let you go. So I had to learn the hard way, unfortunately. That's when I knew something was wrong, and I knew I had to get help. I was losing jobs faster than I knew it, My confidence was low. I was living in my parents' house, and I had to repossess my car because I couldn't make payments on the car. So that's when I needed to see some help to see if I'm on the autism spectrum. It turns out that in November of 2008, I got tested and found out I had autism. And then I realized there was nowhere else to do but go up. Some people get crushed when they find out their diagnosis. I knew that was a time for me to rise up above the situation. From there, I started reflecting back on life, all the way back to when I was born. I was born nonverbal until the age of 4 years old. But what was unique about me was I was able to locate a state on a map, know my ABCs through letters before I ever spoke. So I learned how to locate things on a map. I learned through Wheel of Fortune how to pronounce letters when I was trying to learn how to speak. And from there, I started growing from there. However, making friends in school was very, very difficult. It was like pulling teeth to be friends with people. The harder I tried, the worse it got. I realized that I needed to get help on that. When I struggled to make friends, I never could put my finger around it. I knew I was different at the age of 11 years old by the people I interacted with and the people I hung out with, that I was different than my peers. Academically, I was exceptional in math. I could pass a standardized test and ace it and nearly make a 100, but I couldn't pass a reading test to save my life. It was hard to put sentences together, verbal subject-verb tense agreements, and get the reader excited of my writing. So my writing was not up to par in comparison to my math. But it took me the fourth time to pass a standardized test in reading when I was in middle school. Even with the struggles with academics and socially, I found something I loved when I started high school. When I started high school, I got into tennis. I got to play all 4 years of varsity tennis and walked on at a college playing tennis. And from there, my academics grew, and I got to a point that I was dismissed from art meetings by the time I was a sophomore in high school. I made it to the National Honor Society and eventually was graduating in the top 25% of my class. To go from nonverbal to where I was a big step in the right direction. However, I still faced more adversity when I got into college. I started going through depression 1 week after I graduated from high school. The depression got worse and worse. I thought it was be an aberration by the time I started college, but it turned out to be far from the truth. I started feeling guilty of things about myself that weren't true about me after all. I started feeling guilty and being down on myself. I started losing interest in the things I enjoyed. And I had struggles with roommates. I had 4 different sets of roommates in 1 year in my college during that time. And I was blamed for every issue that dealt with roommates. So it was so bad that I almost dropped out of college and decided to just stay at home with my mom. But I refused to do that. Even with the adversity, I was still in an inpatient, outpatient treatment center for 3 weeks during my junior year of college. And was taking 5 different medications at once. But through it all, I still got my bachelor's degree in communication studies, which is ironic for most people on the spectrum to get a degree in communication studies. But I got my degree in communication studies and would graduate in 4 years after all. After graduating, I went into the job world. Looking back in the job world, I've failed 19 times, been fired 19 times overall. But I've learned through all those adversities socially, what employers are looking at, what colleges don't teach you at the same time. But eventually, I was able to continue to get back up each and every time. Through it all, I got into refereeing and public speaking. I found something I loved, and that was in 2010. As a referee, I started in volleyball, then went into basketball and softball. I do this year round. And I also work in the school system as a special education aide to help people who have developmental delays. So the end story is that if you continue to push forward, anything can happen. And I want to say is this, as a referee, I've done it for 15 years, and I've been called the state championship game in high school softball, as well as become the first umpire with autism to call a Division I softball game and be on ESPN as well. My goals as a referee now is to eventually call the College World Series that happens in Oklahoma City every year and be able to call in the Olympics one day, and then eventually continue to grow in the other sports as well at the same time. As a public speaker, I've been to several states overall. I would love to go international and continue to advocate. I would love to be able to advocate on a political platform on a national level under President Trump as well. I've got ideas as well to improve on autism-related situations overall. Personally, outside of my jobs, I've been married for nearly 10 years. It'll be the 10-year anniversary in May. And I have a 5-year-old son named Benjamin as well. Through this presentation, I hope each and every one of you get to understand the hard work pays off, never giving up prevails, and then in Philippians 4:13 it mentions that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I always love hearing your story. It's very inspiring, and it gives that hope to parents. And I know that the work thing has been tough too, and I really hope that all gets figured out and ironed out for you. And I don't know if you heard, there was a thing yesterday about a lady doing a presentation. Her name is Megan, with a company called Ableize and AbleView. And they just have a really cool opportunity that has this a financial opportunity kind of attached to it that I want to tell you about. So don't let me forget to talk to you about that, because I had it and I don't want to forget. But yeah, Amy, hello.
Yes.
What did you think?
Oh my gosh, that was just so incredible to listen to, Daniel. And I especially loved that you we were talking about watching Wheel of Fortune, and that's how you learned letters and everything. I think that's just incredible. So there's these little cool aspects to the story that are just so unique and wonderful. My daughter was the same way. She was writing and reading before she was could speak. So we have a hyperlexia here too.
You learn to appreciate that much more when you go through that,
Oh, absolutely.
Yay, go Daniel. And I said happy anniversary too. So happy anniversary. And Carrie James O'Kelly, she said happy anniversary, and you are amazing. Thank you, Harry. She's been such a great support in the comments all weekend. I just love that.
Oh, yeah.
Yay. Well, Daniel, what's next? Any plans?
I've got a speaking gig on Monday through University of Missouri virtually.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's really great.
I've got to do a presentation with Texas State Autism Conference. So that's another one.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, definitely.
and through Harry of all people, we're trying to get in. We're trying to get into Stanford University with their Neurodiversity Autism Summit.
That's
And
exciting.
then I just sent a proposal out in Baltimore with Kennedy Krieger.
Oh, yep, familiar with that. That's awesome.
So
and
I did a
okay,
video.
I'll do that.
With a lady named
Oh, yeah.
Andrew.
You saw that. Good.
Interviewed me with questions, and it was really good connecting with her related to autism. We try to connect with about helping middle school age kids socially, and also helping out with just other people understanding autism at that age at a deeper level.
That's a really, I was also an advisor on those videos, like you, Daniel. And so I know how cool they are and how exciting. And I might, if we have enough time, I might just try to jump over to YouTube and play a quick 1-minute video to kind of show the work that she's done. And it's really incredible. It's kind of all about, I think it's called like Autism 101 or something, and it's just about showing perspectives. And it was really based on all autistic voices, which is perfect.
Awesome.
Yes.
I love that.
So Sarah and Amy, are we doing a Q&A as well later today?
This is it. We're in it.
Okay.
We're in it. Martin is the last person of the day, and I don't know if he's home yet. We're still waiting. I think he'll probably be getting home right about now. So I'll probably be getting a message from him any second now too.
Okay.
But yeah, we're good. You go play baseball. I know that you said your son wanted to play baseball, so go get some catch on. And thank you so much for taking time out of your Saturday to come and speak to everyone. And thank you for being such an advocate and just doing all of the work you're doing. We all support you, and I know things will work out. I'm putting out the vibes.
Thank you
so much. Good luck with
Absolutely.
everything. So exciting.
It's so great. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it's closing. It's like hours and hours. And it's just so nice to thank you. Thanks for coming in. And
oh yeah.
I love that I have a little partner in crime to chat with.
Yeah.
And it's great because, we should definitely I should see from, Martin, hopefully will just be here. I'm just going to send him a message really fast to just log in whenever.
Yeah.
Whenever you can log in, we're ready.
2 incredible days. I can't believe this. It's just phenomenal, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Such an amazing accomplishment. My goodness, how many people would take it on to put on something like this? Just, all on your own, just doing it. It's just incredible.
It seems a little bit, and I've been, this is the 6th one. So for me, I'm just like, no big deal or whatever, but it does. I guess it does. It is pretty big, and it does seem pretty like a big thing to do. Oh, and I have to say, Harry says, Amy, great hair day. Harry, I need to send you the link so that you could jump on live some. I should have had her. She actually has co-hosted in years past too, and she has this incredible energy and yay. And Martin's here, and so I mean, this like the timing of everything today has just been like butter smooth.
Awesome.
Hi.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, Martin.
How are you?
Good.
I'm great. So excited. I know. You know what? Is this the last one for the month, or do you got more?
I have 2 more at a local elementary school, but because of how large the school is, they had to split it into 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
gosh, I'm
So
so
I
proud
wanted
of
to share a
you.
little something. I mean, yesterday I had I spoke to close to 400 people, and here in California we're dealing with a lot of budget issues, and so I wanted to share a little bit of what I shared before I share my speech, if that's totally okay with
Of
you.
course.
Awesome. Everybody liked it.
You want us to
even
go
politicians.
in the back, stay up here
No,
with
you
you,
can stay
whatever you
here.
like. Okay, good.
Yeah, you can stay here. I'm not gonna. So, but yeah, with the federal funding, there's a chance that it's going to get cut, which is really scary to think about. So I put down here, you know, these programs are not just numbers in a budget or lines in a report. They are real lifelines. It's the difference between getting by and truly living independently. You know, thanks to the federal support, people like me have access to services that help find housing, get job training, and receive health care. You know, these programs give the tools for us to stand on our own 2 feet, to work, and to contribute to our community and take control of our own future. You know, when you invest in us, you empower us. You give us the chance to rise above challenges and build a life with dignity, and I'm living proof that works. I'm a student at SJSU, getting a second degree in speech pathology, and I'm doing that because I used to be nonverbal, so I'm giving back what I received as a child. And I'm also a book author, business owner, Special Olympics athlete, speaker, and award-winning disability advocate. You know, I've been invited to design sensory rooms at stadiums, schools, and theaters. And so when we talk about the importance of federal funds, we're not just talking about dollars, we're talking about opportunity, about hope, and about independence. And I forgot to write this down, but for the autism community tuning in, you know, just keep on raising your voice. You deserve to be heard, understood, and respected. So let no one dim your light.
Wow.
Love it. Love it.
That's amazing.
That was just from yesterday.
Henry said
Yeah.
you're in great hands, Amy, and Martin is in the house. Go, Martin.
Hey.
Love it.
Yes, protest.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about this message that I have. I don't know if you all want to stay on or just have me
I'll let
take the
you take
floor.
over. We'll go back so you
Okay.
can do your speech. You're always great when you get the passion going.
All
He's
right.
fantastic. You're gonna love it, Amy.
Can't wait.
Okay, we'll see you back here in a minute, Martin.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you to Sarah for allowing me to be on again. This is honestly incredible, you know, speaking to a global audience. I forgot to mention this when Sarah was on, but I tend to look at my notes a lot because I tend to get lost if I look up. So the title of my message here, a message of hope to the community and the families who walk beside them. Here we go. To every autistic individual, every caregiver, every parent, sibling, teacher, therapist, friend, and advocate, I'm here to tell you, you are not walking this road alone. You are part of a vibrant, courageous, and growing community whose strength is measured not just in milestones reached, but in resilience shown every single day. To the autistic individuals, I need to tell you, your life is not defined by limits, but by your vastness of your potential. You are not broken. You are not less. You are not a puzzle to be solved. You are a person to be seen, heard, and celebrated. The way your mind works may be different, but that difference is a source of insight, innovation, and beauty. In a world too often tries to quiet your voice, know this: your voice matters, your presence matters, you belong. Some days may feel impossible: sensory overload, miscommunication, exclusion, exhaustion. These are real, and your experiences are valid. But even on the hardest days, There is strength in simply existing in your truth. You are not required to mask who you are to be worthy of kindness, love, and respect. Whether you speak with words, a device, gestures, or silence, you are communicating, and the world needs to listen better. To all the parents and families, your love builds worlds. You are warriors, nurturers, problem solvers, protectors, and advocates all at once. From the first moment you heard the word autism, your life changed and you rose to meet that moment with fierce love and unwavering determination. You have sat through evaluations, fought through IPs, researched therapies late into the night, and celebrated victories that others might not even recognize. Your efforts, however unseen they may sometimes feel, make a difference. You are shaping futures with your empathy and endurance. This road can be long and winding, filled with unknowns, but know this: your dedication is not in vain. Your belief in your child is their greatest foundation, and you are helping build a world in which they are free to be fully themselves. To siblings and friends, thank you. Thank you for the quiet understanding, the shared laughter, the moments of patience, and the lessons in acceptance you offer just by being there. You too are a part of this powerful story. To educators, therapists, and healthcare professionals, your impact ripples outward. You're shaping minds and building bridges. Every time you choose compassion over compliance, flexibility over rigidity, and creativity over convention, you help unlock the potential of those in your care. Your willingness to learn, to adapt, to believe. These are what make you more than service providers. You are change makers. To society, it's time to do better. The community does not need to be fixed or normalized. What is needed is radical acceptance, accessible resources, of education, employment with dignity, and healthcare that sees the whole person. The responsibility to create an inclusive world falls on all of us, not just those directly affected. We need policies that reflect lived experiences. We need workplaces that value neurodivergent minds. We need schools that foster, not fear difference. We need media that amplifies our authentic voices instead of speaking over them. Representation matters, language matters, and listening matters. Let me tell you this for everyone on here or that will tune in later. There is hope, and it's already here. Hope is in the rise of self advocates claiming their power and rewriting the narrative. Hope is in the families who continue to believe even when the path is unclear. Hope is in the therapists and teachers who honor the individual, not the diagnosis. Hope is the community events like the events I'm hosting tonight, Autism Acceptance Night with the pro sports team, where visibility meets celebration. Hope is in the child who makes eye contact for the first time, in the teen who finds their first real friend, and in the adult who gets hired for the job they were told they'd never have. Hope is here, and guess what? It's growing louder. The future belongs to those who are willing to create. Let's build a world where difference is not just tolerated, but embraced, where accommodations are standard, not special, where neurodivergent individuals are not just included, they are leaders, innovators, artists, engineers, parents, and storytellers. Every possibility that exists in a neurotypical life must also exist for the autistic community because anything less is unacceptable. So, everyone hearing this, keep going, keep believing, Keep loving with your whole heart. Whether your journey is just the beginning or it's been unfolding for years, you are a vital thread in this tapestry of transformation. You are not alone. You are not invisible. You have the power. This is not the end of a story. It's the beginning of a better one, where acceptance is unconditional, one where difference is celebrated, one where hope doesn't whispers, but roars. And in this new story, the autism community leads the way. I'm going to end it with this poem that I wrote. Wow. Okay. This poem sometimes gets me, and I did this first as just writing as a school, as a homework assignment, but I felt this is perfect for some of my speaking engagements. And this poem is called I Am. I am a warrior for change, unique in every way, battling quiet struggles and loud orders every day. My body, marked by stress, tells a story, a testament of strength in all I say or do. I wonder how many trials must test my weary soul in a world that judges scars as if they were a toll. Yet I hear soft whispers of hope for every child and eyes lifted upward where dreams were run wild. I see the weight of prejudice on every tender face, parents fighting silent battles in the world that won't erase the doubts and hurt that linger when judgment comes too fast. Still, together we rise, united, unsurpassed. I want to guide the lost so no one fights alone. Our differences unite us in the strength we've known. I am a warrior for change. My disability is not a flaw, but a symbol of resilience defiant in what I saw. I pretend to wear the armor, though sometimes I feel the strain. Exhaustion weighs me down, yet hope runs through my veins. I touch hearts with gentle grace, a beacon in the night. I worry for a world still blind to our inherent right. I cry silent tears in darkness, so no one sees me cry. Each droplet tells a story of strength we all contain. God will help us get through it. Just reach out and pray. I am a light that will not be confined. I say, let no one dim your light. Let your true self shine. I dream of days when labels fade and every soul's embraced, when disability is honored as a beauty interlaced. I try to hold on to hope, though sometimes my strength feels weak. I trust you'll see the power in the battles that we seek. I am a warrior for change, through struggles soft or loud, forever proud of every mark that makes us different, bold, and unbound. Thank you.
Martin. I mean, I took you off the stage. Hold on. Didn't mean to do that. I got too excited. Too excited. My fingers just oh my gosh. I first off, thank you. I was just telling Amy, I knew having you be the closing speaker was the answer from everywhere, from the above.
Right.
There was the answer that we all needed. It's the, the passion that you put into all you do. I mean, tell Amy about the proclamations. You're doing so much.
I appreciate it. And yeah, I'm trying to get rest. I mean, like April alone, just this month, this is speaking engagement 16 for me, I believe. I'm gonna have to look. And then I got, like I said, I got 2 more, and I didn't expect to be this busy. I mean, it started April 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16.
Incredible. Wow. Think of
Yeah.
how many lives you've touched. Martin, I'm just so proud of you.
You're changing the world. This is just
I
incredible.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
it really
do
is true.
appreciate
Oh my
it.
gosh.
Yeah.
got me.
No, like I had such goosebumps listening to your speech, and your presentation is just incredible. Like, really, I
appreciate
am very inspired right now, motivated
Thank
to
you.
like actually, get on board, get going. Let's change everything. Let's do it. I'm pumped up. You're amazing. I really
I
want to like
appreciate it.
take every sentence that you spoke and just put it on my wall so I can see it every day, because it's that motivating and inspiring, and I just appreciate everything that you shared so much.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
a social media handle if that's right for everyone to see in case they'd like to follow.
Yes,
Please.
I
Um,
want to follow you.
Gosh,
Yes.
yes.
You are our leader.
I'm gonna
Please.
That's
say
what
something
I was
too
like, I bet
because
he'll send her a copy. And
well,
I
no,
want to
because
read the
here's
comments
what I
really.
say.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. And I tell this with the workers that for the new hires, I'm like, Autism Month, people should follow autistic content creators or people on Instagram because our voices are the most silent, and if you follow us, you'll be able to side of us that not a whole lot of people see our true selves.
Yeah.
The others don't, whether they're at work or at school.
Love that.
Oh, I really hope I put my right handle, Martin's Autism. Okay, I got it.
So Harry
I
said,
had
you're
work.
such an amazing advocate for the community.
Thank you.
And yeah, Amy said she wants to read the speech every day. It's so empathetic and
Every day.
validating. Amen. Woo. And yeah, thank you. And here's Martin's. You can go follow Martin's Autism Life.
I was not
Instagram.
expecting to be close to 3,000 followers now. It's like I mean, like I try not to like I try not to. I mean, yeah, it's great. Everybody's saying that I'm a micro influencer. I'm doing this because I'm autism, and I want to be there for the families and for others like me because, it seems like there is this gap that has happened, and it's like I'm trying my hardest, like literally risking sleep to really help try to bridge that together. Like when I spoke in Dubai, that was insane. It was intimidating speaking in front of Her Excellency. I mean, shout out to people in Dubai. Assalamu alaikum. But it's just to this day, and I wish I recorded it, but there was this person there that communicates by singing. And after I shared my poem, he wanted to say something. You could tell because he rose his hand and he wanted to try to speak normally. And if I remember, the mother was like, "Oh, it's totally okay. Oh, it's totally okay. You don't have to." And then he took a deep breath and he started singing out of nowhere how he really calls for a change for families to be closer together and really help their child and help bridge the gap that there is. And I was like, wow. I mean, I didn't expect with the stuff that I say could really help others step out of their comfort zone to do that. But it's like,
It's what you
it's
do.
advocating's worth it.
It's what you do. And I'm just so proud of you. Like, you also have been in every summit, I think, since the beginning. And
Almost. I wasn't
I
at
know.
last year's international summit, but yeah.
Because you were in Dubai. Okay.
Is it
We'll
really?
give it to you. I don't
Wait,
know.
hold on.
Maybe.
Yeah, Dubai was 3 years ago, I think.
Okay, probably not then, but that was 2022, huh? Yeah, that was 1 in 44 tour. Oh my gosh, can't believe it. Time flies, doesn't it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Martin. This was just such a perfect way to end such an incredible weekend.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
Oh, the energy. I'm just like, I just couldn't be more grateful and appreciative to everyone who literally volunteered their time all for 2 days to come and spend time with us here.
and it's so special. I hope everyone is listening that, someday we'll get some big sponsors that want to sponsor this so that I can pay all of these incredible speakers what they deserve. I would love to be able to provide that, be the SJ Child's autism platform for, somebody needs to start my own streaming service, please. But it's incredible. And I'm just so honored to have everyone on this journey with me. So thank you so, so much. We're literally 45 seconds away for it being 9 hours. And
let's just keep it on then. Let's just do it.
Yeah, right? Let's just stay up all night, Sarah.
Telephone or something.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. So I'm so grateful and I just couldn't. I'm speechless.
Well, Sarah, we have to thank you for, my goodness, everything that you've done and given an opportunity for so many to bring their voices forward. And you have just, I know how much you have put into this, and we all love you so much. You are just like the most positive, loving person I have ever met. And I'm just so grateful for you. And
I'm gonna make me cry. We're like long lost sisters, Martin. I mean, Amy and I are. It's a new thing.
No, you have put together something just phenomenal. I really want to recognize that and applaud you. You deserve all the clapping right now because you did incredible.
So much fun. Yeah, it's always just so much fun, and I think that Harry James O'Kelly has said it best. It is the love fest of the year, and I couldn't agree more. And we just I hope to bring nothing but positivity, but you can also shine a light on challenges and support and still be positive. And I want that to be a message that everybody gets from that, is that we need to find solutions by being positive and moving forward with solutions. We can't, be negative and expect something to change in a positive way. In fact, I think I posted just like a today's mission the other day that said, you can't have a negative attitude and live a positive life. And I think that goes for everything, just about energy in general, is that what you put out, you get back. And how lucky am I? Like, I have the hugest community. It's like, started off raising DJ and being terrified and feeling alone and isolated and not having friends to talk to. And now I hold 18-hour sessions where we all just talk about everything, right? And so
it's just,
yeah.
I'm so honored to be here and be part of this incredible movement.
Thank you. Martin, we're going to let you go so you can get to sleep or get to your next thing. I think you're doing something else tonight.
The women's soccer game. Yeah, they're doing autism night. And I've been up since like 5 o'clock this morning.
My gosh.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
Hey, thank you. I look forward to many more of these. And
absolutely.
All of us are changing the world one step at a time.
Yeah.
And together we're so much stronger and such a big movement. It's incredible. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for changing my life.
Oh my gosh, right? He's so incredible. He's such a good friend. He just really is such a caring person. He, checks on to see how things are going, and it's just so nice. It's so nice. And I think it's exciting. The numbers changed. The 1 in 31 is now what has just come out from the CDC.
Right.
And so I'm putting together the August summit. And so I'm throwing around some names and some ideas for that. And so we're thinking the 1 in 31 connection.
Oh, I love it.
Isn't that cute?
Yes. Fantastic. I love it.
So yeah, everybody be on the lookout for that. That'll be rolling out at towards, in the summertime more, and we'll get some more information. And if you're interested in sponsoring one of these events and, getting your business in front of everyone, as you can see, I have all of my sponsor logos on my back banner, and I probably didn't do it as much as I should have, but I do also have the little sponsor ticker that I should have put up. But
incredible.
They were incredible. Harry didn't make herself scarce in any way. She was here, and Robin was one of our speakers, so everybody kind of was able to be seen and heard and celebrated. So
it's just
the best.
Love Fest is the perfect description. It's just incredible.
Thank you, and thanks for being a part of it with me this time. I'm so excited.
It's such a thrill and such a joy, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah, it's like, introducing a new friend to all of your other friend group. Yeah. And I love it. I was just like, ooh, I get to bring my new friend to see all my other friends. And
it's
so
like a
great.
debutante ball or something.
Yes, right? The gala.
I love meeting everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to go ahead and end this summit, and we'll be I'll work as hard as I can on getting, replays. But actually, if you really want to go and see something, YouTube, on my YouTube channel, the SJ Child Show has recorded both yesterday and today's in the 9-hour chunk.
Wow.
I'm planning on going and putting some timestamps in there so that it makes it a little bit easier. But if you can't wait and you want to go check out those, please do. You'll have access right away. So, yeah. Love you all, and let's keep making, this world a more inclusive, more understanding, accepting place for autistics.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.